And we are live. And yo, Darshikage's here. Yo, Darshikage, what's up?
Hey, Narashikage, actually, let's use this as a test run. Whenever we derail, start a stopwatch, and right now, and whenever we derail, write down the time that we derailed at to help us out.
Okay, so Darshikage, you're officially in charge of timestamps. Sorry to throw that on you on the very first 30 seconds of stream, but now it's official. And we're done. We're moving past it. Thank you, Darshikage, for doing that forever now. All right, so Kamui. So moving on to the second topic.
It just
So
came to my mind. I'm sorry.
so you did a thing yesterday, an unofficial walkie-talkie video collab with Jiro. Shout out Jiro, great guy. Tell us about that.
Yeah, well, to be honest, like we were planning on doing a collab of some sort for like a really long time. Like I don't even remember how long it's been since we actually had Jiro on the podcast, but I think it was quite a while ago. Anyway, we've been
Several
planning to do something
months.
for a while, and then eventually, after we just kept delaying, being busy, we're like, why don't we just do like a first 10 chapters type of thing? Just going over the first 10 chapters of Boruto, both individually and as a whole. So the reason we did in the podcast stage was honestly because his thing wasn't working, and I was just like, why don't we just do it in the podcast stage? So that way, people like you, Oodie, and whoever else would just pop in and listen because I wasn't fully sure if he was gonna do his live. I wasn't. I was just gonna. It's gonna be harder now, but my intention was to just take parts of the recording and use it for a video.
Oh, but this whole thing was gonna
That's
be
gonna
a
be very
video,
hard.
right? So how long is this
Well,
video, Kamui, that you recorded yesterday?
I well, the recording was like 5 hours. So that we're just gonna upload to the podcast channel, the whole thing. I'm just gonna upload the entire thing,
When are you
minus
doing
maybe
that for
like
the audience,
just
Kamui, who hasn't seen it and don't know? And it's a great discussion for those that need it. It's a
I
necess-
don't
it's
know.
canon. It's canon to the walkie-talkie lore.
I don't know
Can't
when,
skip the
but it
episode.
will.
Okay. So I
It
was
kind of
thinking
boils
about it.
down to like whether or not I'm gonna do any editing. I'm gonna be honest, I do not want to edit any of the 5 hours. Like if I'm editing it, I'm editing like 2 minutes at the beginning. Like I'm not editing all 5 hours.
I was thinking either I would go through and cut out a lot of time out of it, and we could use those as daily videos, or we could just have it be like a 3 hour long stream. In that case, this sounds ridiculous. What we would have
We
to
could just
do
do
in
both.
order to make it uploaded on the streaming section rather than the video section, we would have to set up a stream before starting the stream. We'd set the stream to unlisted so that we would be live, but nobody would know or be able to see it. They could join if they had a link, but we wouldn't give it out. So we would just be we'd be live streaming our screen playing the recording.
The video,
Yeah,
yeah.
essentially making our computer unusable for 3 hours in terms of at least audio. Visuals, I guess you could do kind of whatever you want, but
Yeah, but we can't even talk.
yeah, no, we couldn't. It would really be a one person thing anyway. Just be the video playing basically, just 3 hours, 5 hours of just that. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking doing clips definitely works, but to some extent, I was thinking if we do that, I wouldn't do the thing where you cut it out of the long part. It would be like a copy. So it would be in both the video and the long thing,
okay,
because the point, I mean, some stuff you could probably cut out, and that's fine. But the general point was to like talk about all 10 chapters in a whole. And obviously, I feel like we spent a lot more time on some chapters than others. Like chapter two, we didn't spend much time on, for example, because it was like, it's just a recap chapter. Nothing happens. Like, we're not, what's there to talk about
that's
besides
fair.
that? So,
Yeah.
but yeah, anyway, the point is, it was meant to just talk about. I mean, yeah, it's really hard, honestly. To some
To
extent,
be
I want the whole thing
fair,
to just be there for the sake of it being there. But yeah,
to be fair, all 5 hours weren't dedicated to the first 10 chapters. Like, you covered the first, like, 9.5 chapters in the first, like, 3 hours, and the last 2 hours were kind of just everything else / an overview in general.
yeah,
It kind of makes it easier in that regard, but yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, in terms of my personal video, what I wanted to do was the overall aspect. So I didn't,
Hmm.
for example, I mean, I don't know how I want to everything I want to do, but there's that one because I wrote this out. So there's that one part where I just talked for probably like 10 minutes straight. I felt like anyway, where I was just reading the stuff, like the notes I wrote down before the call when I was at the gym. I was just writing out a few bullet points, but the part kind of about like for example, I was comparing the story arcs to the Naruto arcs. That whole segment, if you remember what I'm talking about, like a lot of
Yeah.
that's what I want in my video is talking about that aspect of the writing. So things like Inojine's death, for example, which we're going to talk about in the stream. I don't know if I'm going to bring stuff like that up in my video. I might. I just have to decide how long it's going to be. I want to keep it 30 minutes or less if I can,
Did
but it
I
kind of just depends. I'm not really sure what will be included.
I might have texted this to you that you should include in like your chapter video if you're gonna like leave the Enogene part short, that you've already talked about this on your podcast channel. So if you want a more in-depth discussion,
Yes.
go over there. Yeah, okay. I still think that's a
Yeah.
decent
And
idea.
so like I said, when it comes to my chapter review for this, I don't know how much I want to say. I already know that I'm not going to say everything because I'm going to A, reference the podcast, and B, just make a video dedicated to, like, I got up to basically the Kurama part of the chapter so far, and I just kind of start off just by saying, like, this is, in my opinion, when the chapter goes from good to bad, and there's so much to say, I don't even know how to fit it in a review, and I'm just gonna, like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna keep because, like, I want to mention something about Inojine's death, and I feel like I should say more than I think it was bad to find out why. Go look at the podcast or wait till my video.
Well,
I
to
feel
be
like I should say
fair,
something,
you don't even
but I
have
don't
to
know what.
say go look at the podcast because I've already clipped that part. Like, you can literally go link to a direct video. Like, rather than some 6 hour podcast, you can just link to this 20-minute video dedicated to our portion talking about the Enogene death.
Well, no, I know. Like either way, I don't. When I say go look at the podcast, I don't mean
Okay,
like I'll
well, that's
just say
fair.
that. Like, yeah, I know I can link to it.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know if I want to say more than just. I think it's bad to find out why. Go here. I
No,
feel
I
like
know,
I
I
should
know.
say some of the why. I just
Yeah.
don't know how to do so concisely.
Yeah, that's
And
not the
that's
part
kind of
I'm
my
focused on.
problem.
I'm focused on the call to action.
I know. I I know. But yeah, it's kind of hard because even some of the stuff, like I feel like there's a lot of small things I just want to bring up, and I'm like, there's so many things that just work as a video with this chapter. It's so hard.
I
Come on,
mean,
Mom, I gotta say something in the review.
if I had to guess, your chapter review is going to be 32 minutes long. I'm just going to, just an intuition, just gut feeling, just throwing that out there. Okay,
Yeah, I
but
want to try to keep it to under 20, but
yeah.
we'll see.
Last night was funny, the Jiro conversation that wasn't on the Walky Talky channel, that will be eventually. Because I'm not used to not chiming in, at least in the Walky Talky sphere. Like, if I'm listening to a Cloud Ninja podcast, like, I have things to say, but like, I know I'm not theirs. But like, I'm
Yeah.
used to talking to you, and so, especially at one time speed, because this wasn't a video. I couldn't pause it when I needed to go to the bathroom. I'll just miss stuff. And so I'm just in the stage, just listening. I'm like, I have a thing to say, but I can't really say it, right? I wasn't used to it. I wrote down like a couple of things, but it was, in a way, it was both soothing because I just got to chill and play balloons and not ruin my voice. In another way, it was like very difficult to just not chime. Like, it was hard to not join the stage myself and be like, oh, actually, I disagree with or whatever.
That
Like,
was
it's like
pretty
30
funny.
different times I was like, oh, you're talking about Android 16. Let me join and tell you that and then leave.
Yeah, I saw some of your comments in the Discord
Yeah.
that I was like responding to at some points.
In podcast topic, I wrote down a couple things. Scroll just a little bit. Well, you're not home yet, but I'll just tell you out loud. So
I'm not looking at it.
yeah.
You
So
can,
just in
yeah.
general, you said yesterday this arc is about identity. I agree. But then you started like going into some identity things, but then you like stopped. I was thinking we could do that. Like just everything, every character in all aspects of it. This might take like a while though. I don't know. I thought about it for like 5 minutes and just
Well,
wrote down every character I thought. I
no,
have
I've
written
thought about
down.
more and more and more and more and more and more things in regards to the identity, or a better way, arguably better way of putting it, is the writing of your own story aspect.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my god, it is everywhere, not just in this arc,
No,
but
I know.
all of Boruto. And it's made me even more disappointed in this arc because I was like, oh my god, like I knew this stuff, but I just didn't think about it as much as I did recently. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh my goodness, it's all there. They're so close, yet so far right now.
I wrote down 20 characters for us to talk about in relation to this arc specifically and how the identity of them has changed or their realization or whatever. But but also this ties
I
into what I
mean,
was telling you yesterday about what I was thinking about the in private messages, the like themes of the Boruto movie. I don't know if you had a chance to read over any of that or like the version that I edited or what, or but yeah.
I haven't, to be honest. I vaguely looked at some stuff
You'll
because
get
most of it
there.
I was like, yeah, I agree. So I just didn't like spend the time on it, to be honest, because I already kind of just agreed. But
Yeah. A lot of what I said was like simple and like easy to agree with, but like I feel like it delves into it just rich the things I write as simple as they were.
I mean, we can look at it right now if you want.
No, we're doing the identity characters first.
Okay.
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 It's I think it's too long to go over on the podcast, and I don't even know if it's good for podcast content, but well, I don't know.
Well, either way, I do plan on like reading it. I
That's
just
fine, that's fine.
doubting it.
Yeah.
Because the main thing with that was I really just wanted to say something, but I was like, you know what? I'll just rephrase it so that it doesn't really matter. I was just like one of the things, and I was like, then I can just gloss over the rest of it.
Yeah.
That's how I circumvented
Not
my
gonna lie,
issue.
when I
But
was writing it, at least at the very beginning, I was like, "Oh God, is there something obvious that I'm missing here? Like, is he trapping me into something that I'm forgetting about? Like, what's happening here?" I felt like I was on such the wrong track, and I was just worried and scared and anxious that you had some ace up your sleeve of like, "Oh, actually, Udy, it was about this the whole time." How
no,
could you
what
miss
I
this?
wanted
You're
to
a
do,
professional screenwriter. You're a disgrace.
no, the reason why I asked you about that was I wanted to see if like your choice for the thing was gonna be like the one I wanted to mention. And it was like I was like, it doesn't really matter. I can just say it's one of the things and I can just gloss
Yeah.
over the rest. So it's like I was just curious if you were gonna say it was like the thing. That was
It's
all.
it's definitely one of the things because I hate to just use what they literally gave us in universe of Naruto and Sasuke's bet because that's almost recap rather than thematic analysis.
Yeah, and I just weaved that into something, and I was just like, well, that's one of the things. So I
Exactly.
just like,
You got to
yeah, I was like,
expand
I'm
on
just
it.
gonna
Yeah.
cover two aspects and just move on for the sake of that discussion.
You got to
So I was
delve
like, yeah,
into new things. Okay, so identity of characters. So I have 20 characters written down here. So I tried to get an order that kind of made sense. You could sort of reorder it in a different way for some parts, but like anyways. The first identity is Momoshiki. Do you think Momoshiki's identity will change or he will be revealed or figure something out in this arc?
um, So when you're asking that, do you mean it in the sense of okay, so something relating to Momoshiki's like identity, like in this arc, you're asking? Like, will there be like a thematic thing in regards to his identity in this arc? Is that what
Yes,
you're asking?
specifically the next character I have written down is Boruto, so you can obviously see the connection that I'm going with there.
Well, Boruto's, yes, absolutely. So in the case of Momoshiki, um, I guess it depends on like the perspective you're going with,
Because obviously the
because I'm
huge
gonna use
problem
the
here
one.
is we literally haven't seen Momoshiki at all in Two Blue Vortex, and Two Blue Vortex is very different from part one. And so, not only where we left Momoshiki off, we don't know how he was at the end of part one. We don't know how he is, regardless of the end of part one, how he is now. So it's kind of hard.
Yeah,
But
so like, um, I would, in terms of Momoshiki, I feel like from our perspective, I would want Momoshiki to be the same as he was before, like in the Coda, for example. Just be that guy. Like he's on demon time. Now, from the perspective of other characters, you could argue, oh well, they think he's in Kawaki or why is he in Boruto? That's confusing. I don't know if Momoshiki's really following the forging of his identity theme personally, because I don't think Momoshiki's trying to. You could argue, I guess, Boruto's identity. He's trying to steal Boruto's identity or something. Um, but at least in the way it is with other characters, I don't feel like it's is. I mean, we haven't seen him to know, but I don't feel like they're going to do the same thing.
yeah,
He seems more like a obstacle plot device type of thing versus like the one whose identity we're watching either be rejected or forged.
yeah.
You could argue like he rejects his identity in certain aspects. We just haven't gotten enough to like break it down. I feel like unless there's something that you noticed that I am just not thinking of.
A couple of things I had to say on Momoshiki was, first of all, I see no reason why Momoshiki would just give up on the plans that he had at end of part one just because he failed the
Exactly, he should have.
prophecy. Yeah, the prophecy was just an ends to the means that he wanted to achieve, but it wasn't the means that he wanted. What he wants is just to take over Boruto permanently. It doesn't matter how he does that. In the same way, what
Exactly.
Madara wanted was peace. The Infinite Tsukiyomi was just the way to do it. He doesn't care about the Infinite Tsukiyomi, he cares about the peace.
Yeah, like regardless of the savior aspect, you could just apply the same concept. So I'm fine with what you just said.
Okay,
The
okay.
point is like he wants to achieve the thing. He's saving the world. Blah blah blah. The Infinite Tsukuyomi was his choice of how. Like
Exactly. It's almost like want versus need. It's not the paper money that you care about, it's the value behind the money that matters. So I
yeah,
think he's not going to give up. He has no reason to. He's going to continue pursuing that just in some other way. We just don't know how that is yet.
yeah,
Maybe continuing through on
yeah.
entrance, but maybe it's entirely different. Another aspect I wanted to go with this is the exact opposite might be the case because he lost to what? An inferior creature. Well, he's lost several times. Why does that matter? It matters now more than ever before because at the end of part one, which ties into what's happening now between Himawari and Kurama, and arguably other characters that we'll get into later, is Himawari and Kurama are merged into one, or merging into one. At the end of part one, Momoshiki implies something along the same lines might be happening. And so if he's becoming one or merging with an inferior creature, regardless of like physical aspects, he might also mentally come to some understanding with them in some regard, almost like a ninshu type of deal, where you can feel the other person's emotions and that's how you truly understand them or something. And so he might give up his
Hmm.
ignorance and in some ways, I don't want to say be friends with Boruto, but at least understand Boruto and change his
I
ways in
mean,
some regard because of that. Because they're not inferior anymore. They're just creatures, just like him.
so I will. I'll say two things. One, I don't think he doesn't not understand Boruto because it's like obvious. Like, what is there not to understand about Boruto's situation right now? Like, Mabushiki just doesn't want to be the loser here. It's very understandable. Um, the other thing is, I would hate that. The rest of it,
Yeah, I know.
like, can we just keep him as an actual antagonist.
Yeah, just like Fire Lord Ozai from Avatar: The Last Airbender, but you don't know what that means, but that's okay. He's my constant
Yeah.
example of mustache twirling villain. So anytime I say him, that's what
Yeah.
I mean.
Okay.
But okay, so next is Boruto. We've already covered some aspects. So with this arc being about identity, there's several different things identity can mean. So one aspect of
Yeah.
identity is also like the plot aspect, that being omnipotence. Boruto's identity of him being Boruto Uzumaki rather than the traitor or outsider, it seems like, whereas he wants to prove that, obviously, it's not the priority right now. There's more important things, and he's mature enough to understand and accept that, acknowledge it, and actually go full force on those more important things, being selfless, which is interesting, going into
Hmm.
Kawaki, the third character on the list, but we'll get to him next. So what do you think about Boruto in regards to all that?
Well, there's a lot of things you can say with it. So to start, I guess I would say the writing of your own story aspect. So what I mean by that is like if you go back to the beginning, especially in like the anime, I feel like they really hammered this home. It's almost as though a character you'll find this with you could phrase it this way with all the examples, but some character or characters try to write a story for our given character. So Boruto, people because Naruto's Hokage, they expect him to want to be Hokage. He doesn't want to live the story written by others, the story of his dad. He wants to write his own story. So with Omnipotence, it basically wrote him a story, Kawaki's story, and his end goal is to write his own story. Just like how Ada said, it might be better to just make new memories instead of changing them again. Just go forward in a different way. That's what Boruto's doing. That's what said he
Yes.
was going to do at the end of the part one. Sasuke told him to do and so on. So, regardless if he's to some extent putting it on the back burner, it's also like he's not because he's not trying to undo the omnipotent story. He's just moving forward with his own story. He's not trying to throw Kawaki under the bus. He's just moving forward. He's helping the village, telling Mitsuki, like, hey, like, I'm your son, and but it's up to you to decide who's your son. I'm telling you it's me, but it's up to you to decide. Um, like I said, it's not like he's trying to reverse it. He's just writing his own story.
Yeah.
Though at least he's trying to. Now, the interesting part in terms of like conflict will be, does Momoshiki kind of screw that up? Momoshiki and Kawaki, do they screw that up? Do they set Boruto backwards? Do they paint a story for Boruto that Boruto's the fight to overcome? I feel like that's very much an overarching thing in Boruto, and I like it. I think it's good, and I can do this. I hope you include some of the other characters that I thought of, but
Yeah, well, I have
um,
20 on here, so
that
I don't think there's a character I could have left off.
yeah,
So, more I'll
but
say on
that's the
Boruto.
main thing I would
Yeah,
say
go
in
ahead.
terms of this part.
Yeah. With
But there's
Boruto,
other things you could probably say.
no, absolutely. It's like Jiro was saying yesterday, and by the way, bless Jiro Heart. There's nothing that he was saying wrong yesterday necessarily, but he's again, nothing he said was wrong, but I don't want to say he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he's almost like not an expert in the field, so it's just kind of funny to hear him talk about things sometimes. It's anyways, I probably shouldn't be saying that. I love him. I love Jiro. He's a great guy. But um, yeah. So Boruto's like not being desperate or anything. He has the cool and calm demeanor, and like you say, he's moving forward with his own story. We see that especially with the Mitsuki conversation, to where he's not
Mm-hmm.
trying to convince Mitsuki of who he was, but rather who he is and who he's
Yeah,
cont-
exactly.
going to be, and who he's going to be is who he's continuing to have been, but he's not trying to pretend like that's who he was.
Exactly.
He's just continuing forward like nothing changed, which is fine.
And even with Kawaki, he doesn't say Kawaki never. He doesn't paint a story for Kawaki. It's not Kawaki was never your son. It's you may have noticed that the sun lost its light. Kawaki is currently not being your son. He's not saying the past was wrong. He's just saying like this is what is now.
Yeah. And even with Shikamaru, he's has good grace with him, but he's working with him rather than trying to have his good grades, because it's like we've said, like even when he first contacted, he's very standoffish and like almost uneasy to be good with Shikamaru, because it's almost like Shikamaru might betray him, or he's
Almost like
being smart,
Shikamaru
intelligent,
made him.
trying to stay
Shikamaru
at a distance.
forced him
Yeah.
to like work with him, basically.
But the one instance I had was with Kawaki, because I feel like a huge aspect of this identity arc is the fact of omnipotence. It's almost like Omnipotence Arc 2.0 of Boruto versus Kawaki's clash of ideal in terms of identity in this case. And
Well, I would rephrase that.
well, okay, that's
Remove
fine.
the word clash, and it would be more accurate. But
you get the idea. Clash of conflicts minus the clash, yes. But going to the fight, it's really interesting because especially when Kawaki first arrives, and he's like, I think because I have Kawaki listed next on the list. Kawaki, after what Damon said, is to a degree almost desperate to try and continue to paint Boruto as the bad guy and him as
correct.
the Uzumaki. So he's saying like, "Oh, are you friends with the Shinjuu?" Blah blah blah. Boruto isn't desperately trying to deny that. I don't want to say he's going along with it, but it's not about Boruto. Boruto flips it back onto Kawaki. Rather than explaining what Boruto's doing here, well, Kawaki, what are you loitering around for, regardless of me? Boruto's, again, just trying to do his own thing. Not be painted as anything. He's trying to prove who he is, rather than tell people who he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's letting his actions do the talking.
Yeah. So, okay, Kawaki, I feel like we're going to spend the longest time on, because I feel like we're going to disagree, especially
doing a whole video on it.
No, I know. What you were saying about Kawaki's
like
true character yesterday, I disagree with. I feel like Kawaki isn't trying to live Boruto's life or anything.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Go ahead. Well, rephrase it from just restate it from what you were saying yesterday, before I give my counter to what you were saying yesterday.
So, I gave one example.
Yes.
Which was Himawari.
Yes.
And the example with that is, what I'm saying is Kawaki rejects his true self. Now, he doesn't realize that he's doing this, but I'm going to use Himawari as the example. Kawaki's true self is Himawari's big brother. Not because of omnipotence, but because not only is he literally her adopted big brother, and Boruto's adopted brother, he has been a true brother. He saved her life on more than one occasion, saved her father's life, saved her brother's life, actually cares for Himawari. He is her brother for every reason in the world. But despite that, Kawaki consistently tells her, "Stop calling me your big brother. I'm not your big brother." He's rejecting that identity, regardless of why. It doesn't really matter. The point is, he's doing it. That was just one example.
I can do this
with a lot of things,
because I was going to bring up that same exact point, but from a completely different perspective. This is interesting. Whereas it's in disagreement, I try not to be defensive about it, even if we disagree, because I feel like at the end we might agree for now. Anyways, so I don't imagine it like that. The way I see it is, the difference is that Kawaki knows that Himawari loved Boruto as a brother before omnipotence. I don't think Kawaki knows whether or not Himawari thinks highly of Boruto after omnipotence. I don't think he knows that at all. And so that would almost lead to guilt in terms of his part, because he would imagine Himawari would look bad or down onto the actual Kawaki, which the actual Kawaki is right there. Omnipotence is just making it seem like he's Boruto the whole time. And so when Himawari says that he loves Kawaki, or whatever he says, Kawaki, my big brother, Himawari, from his perspective, wouldn't view the real Kawaki as a big brother. So what I see as Kawaki...
But even then, I'm sorry to interrupt you, the point remains the same. Regardless, Kawaki feels he is unworthy of being Himawari's big brother. That's what he doesn't think that Himawari would consider the real him his big brother. But what I'm saying is, regardless if he knows it, that's wrong. She would consider him his big brother. He is her big brother, regardless of why he's rejecting his true identity. That's what I'm saying.
The problem with
which
that...
you do agree.
Yes, but the problem with that is, the knowledge aspect, it's not the fact that he knows it deep down and he's denying it. It's information he just straight up doesn't have. Like,
It doesn't matter. He's still rejecting it.
okay, well, for example,
I'm not saying it as a narrative mask inherently. I'm just saying he's rejecting his identity, regardless if he understands it or not.
I don't like that because I feel like rejecting is a wrong word to use there, even if it's technically correct, because he's not actively doing it. Or he's not
Well,
consciously doing it.
of
Like,
course.
well,
That's fine,
God,
though.
I feel like there's a
Even
better way to say it. I don't know.
Kabuto wasn't consciously rejecting or ignoring his identity. He didn't know. He didn't understand what he was doing. It's Obito is a little bit more like you could argue he's choosing to do it. With Kabuto, no, it's entirely he just didn't realize. He didn't realize he was doing all these things wrong. Kawaki's similar. He doesn't realize what he's doing. And there's a lot of Kawaki Kabuto parallels in terms of like Orochimaru giving Kawaki an identity or giving Kabuto an identity. Even though it's like sounds like the same one, Orochimaru gave Kabuto an identity. And Kabuto accepted it. And similarly, again, I don't want to talk about it too much until I've done the video, but Amado, more or less, in a way, gave Kawaki an identity. And Kawaki has accepted it without realizing what he's actually doing. The same with Ishiki. Like, Kawaki's been doing this all this time, and he doesn't realize it. Whereas with Madara and Obito kind of more so, you could argue he doesn't fully understand, but he also does kind of know, like, I am taking on Madara's identity, and I'm choosing to do it, and I am
Yeah.
choosing to cast aside Obito. Like, he has a little bit more of a knowledge of what he's doing, whereas people like Kabuto has no clue what he's doing, but he's doing it regardless.
Sure. Well, I'm sure you're gonna say this is disanalogous, but I'm gonna call Cap in advance and say you're just wrong. So this is similar to like Kakashi doesn't know Obito is alive after the boulder. I wouldn't say Kakashi is rejecting Obito's friendship.
He wouldn't be rejecting it regardless. He never rejected Obito's friendship. He's not avoiding his friendship. He's not denying the friendship. He's not going out of his way to not be friends, even if it's on accident. Like, he's just yeah, I wouldn't say he was rejecting Obito's friendship, regardless of analogous or not.
Well, he was active. Well, no, because like the point is that he thinks he's dead, and
If
so he's
anything, he
treating him like
specifically
he's dead by like
accepted
going to his
Obito's
grave.
friendship. That's why he's going to the grave for 6 hours a day every day.
Exactly, he's actively going to the grave instead of being his friend. He is doing something still in regards to
No,
Obito.
he's going to the grave because he accepted his friendship.
Well, no, he's not friends with alive Obito. He's friends with dead Obito in that case.
No, yeah, but he doesn't.
He doesn't know exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't know that Obito's alive, so he's not rejecting. But the thing is, he's not rejecting. The difference, though, is again, he's not rejecting alive Obito's friendship. He doesn't even know alive Obito exists. But in the case of the identity thing, Kawaki doesn't need to understand what like his true self is. The point is, he is rejecting his true self, regardless if he understands what he's doing.
I just don't think that's true. No.
Again, like I said, I haven't finished writing it out, but there's a lot of different aspects to this. Like, I 100%, like I said, when I get the video out in, 10 years from now, you can let me know if you still disagree.
So,
but I mean, there's a lot of different perspectives.
I think
in which
the
you can
contention
take
here,
this.
I see his true self as being inert. It's to him, whereas you're seeing the true self as the world around him. So because Himawari views him as a brother. No? Okay, go ahead, explain it.
So, I'm going to use
didn't want to use this example. No, I don't want to use my favorite example because that's like for the video. I'm trying to figure out how I can avoid doing that. Hold on. Oh, some surprise, okay? So I'm just gonna be vague then. Part of the point is like what Kawaki chose for himself is I don't want to word this again without
Well, okay.
using my
Let's do it
trump
this way. I
card.
think this might be along the lines of you're going anyways. Before omnipotence, so like in the Code arc, for example, or Prophecy arc before omnipotence, would you say Kawaki's true self is what he believes it to be, the lonely outsider, who's just like looking down at
No.
Konoha? Okay, or would you say his true self is as an Uzumaki family member and Himawari's brother?
Even more than that, but yeah, I know Kawaki's true
Well,
self.
yeah, that's fine, but
I mean, I just want to be vague. Don't want to use my thing. In the Code arc, regardless of the specifics, he's already begun more or less rejecting his true self, and he's still doing it to this day. Omnipotence is just another thing layered on top of it. But you could remove omnipotence, and he's already been doing the rejection of his identity, the taking of another person's identity, or an identity that was given to him.
So I think
Not what he forged. No. Like a story was written for him and he went with it rather than the story he was writing for himself. He just doesn't realize what he's done.
that depends on if you think Kawaki thinks he did omnipotence, regardless of whether or not Ada casted the jutsu.
No.
Does he blame himself? No?
That's not. Man, I don't want to. Okay.
You don't have to. That's
Uh,
so.
See, the problem is, like, I don't want to. Like,
I know. That's fine. That's fine. So, okay, let me. Okay. Regardless of things in universe, like Uzumaki family member or outsider to Konoha, blah blah blah, Kawaki's behavior in terms of his true character, who is he in terms of like nature rather than nurture? So for me, well, I guess this would be a little bit of nurture. I think Kawaki is similar to Obito, to where he just naturally, or you can say nurturally, whatever, from a young age, affinity wise, he is going to find an intense love to latch himself onto. So, for example, when he was a kid, he didn't hate his father when he was a kid. That's why he went to go out and do the wood chopping to go buy alcohol for him. Regardless if he looks down on him or not, he still loves his father. You can say he's scared of his father, or that he's abused by his father, and that's why. So it's a fake love. It doesn't matter because Kawaki thinks it's true. And Kawaki's carrying that with him, it becomes a part of him. And that's what he's doing in Naruto. Regardless of if you think it's right or wrong, I don't think he fake loves Naruto. I think he just does.
It's not that. So the thing with, like, Naruto, for example, Kawaki believes, and this is where Kawaki has a little bit of a misconception. Kawaki believes that Naruto gave him a reason to live. That isn't true. Kawaki chose his own story at one point. He doesn't realize it. I don't want to say what that is. So I'm trying to be vague. But the point is, however, again, Kawaki, to some extent, believes he was just given a story when he was actually writing his own. And because he kind of just does that, he's used to it. He's done it again in various ways. I don't know how to do this. Like, I feel like it doesn't make any sense.
Okay. Based on what you're saying, no, that's fine. That's fine. Based on what you're saying, I disagree with the word usage, because to say he chose it is a. I'm not going to say that's wrong, but he was almost forced into choosing it. Because
I'm going to say, again, I'm trying to avoid it. He did choose the thing I'm thinking of because it is straight up in the manga. He did. It is in the
manga. That's fine. That's fine.
I can pinpoint when he did it.
I could just
what
be
chapter,
wrong.
like-
I could just be wrong, so it's fine. But just let me cook for a minute. So his choice was just to
Okay.
run away from Naruto and Konoha. That was just his natural choice from the beginning. He chose to do that. Naruto didn't let him do that. Naruto gave him options to choose from. And really, Kawaki's only option was to stay in the village until you could say the code arc, to where he, again, chose to run away from the village based on the option that he himself now had because he basically gave it to himself. But he wasn't given the option. He just went along with the only choice he had.
So that one, I will say, isn't what I'm referring to in terms of Kawaki rejecting his identity.
That's fine.
That isn't Kawaki rejecting his identity. That's
No, I know.
just something Kawaki did.
But even the thing with like Kurama talking to him when Naruto's asleep and then he cries and he builds the vase. All of that, he could have just not built the vase, that's fine. But like even Kurama talking to him and he cries, he's accepting it, he's going along with it. But it's not his choice per se. He's really being coerced into it.
Well, he wanted to be like Naruto. He asked Kurama, like, can you do it? And Kurama basically says, like, yeah, I think you can, because you're not fully dried up yet. And symbolically, he's literally crying, so he can't be dry.
He's
You would
agreeing
have
to
water to cry
something
otherwise.
that he doesn't actually agree with. It's like because he's being convinced of it until he eventually is convinced of it. But in that case, I don't think it's Kawaki choosing it. I think it's him being convinced of it. So he's saying yes when really deep down he means no.
Wait, what? Who? Kurama? You mean it
Kawaki.
doesn't actually believe it? Wait, hold on.
No, Kawaki. It's all about Kawaki.
Kawaki didn't say yes to anything.
It's not actually about the words yes or no. It's about accepting it, is what I mean.
Well, Kawaki cannot believe in himself. That the point is, in that case, so just to make a hypothetical, if Kawaki's true self could be like Naruto, or actually just straight up is like Naruto, but Kawaki doesn't believe he can do it. Or for example, Obito. Like, Obito, if he just continued believing in himself, not giving up on himself, he could have just ended up like Naruto. But the difference is, he didn't believe, like, he stopped. He gave up on hope. He gave up on his idea. He gave up on everything when Rin died. But if he just didn't do
that's
that,
another conversation that
probably
we're
would
not
have
gonna
been.
have. But okay.
Yeah, but that's fine. But well, regardless if you agree, that's how the story portrays it. Like, that's what Naruto says. What all the characters basically say. So that's what they're telling him anyway. But the point is, so if Kawaki just can, or actually is like Naruto, but he just doesn't believe it, that would be yet again an example of Kawaki. I wouldn't say reject is the right word, but not believing in his true self in that case.
That's fine. I'm completely fine with that, yeah. That sounds way better.
But yeah, whether or not Kawaki is like Naruto would be a separate topic, but assuming he is, you could say that.
So coming back to it though, with Kawaki and Himawari and Two Blue Vortex, the way I see it is really similar to Ada based on her love charm. The whole world loves her, but she knows that love isn't real based on her ability, so she rejects that love, even though love is the one thing she wants.
Now, I guess real quick, take that in Kawaki's perspective, however you would like to word it, and then we'll go forward.
Okay, I feel like I don't need to do that basically, but sure, I can do that anyways. So for Kawaki, he feels like it's not because of omnipotence, but the actions that he did that makes Naruto's family shouldn't love him anymore. And so again, because not the fact is, omnipotence just swapped places. It didn't make people randomly hate Boruto because people were just hating Kawaki at that time. And so the things Kawaki did regardless of the rest of the family, Kawaki himself doesn't think he deserves forgiveness from them. He's not asking for their forgiveness.
Mhm.
He doesn't expect it. And he doesn't think
Correct.
that he has it now.
But regardless of forgiveness, for example, if when you under the bus are saying you would do this, do you have a mother? I assume.
What?
Do you have a mother and a father?
Kamui.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna assume you do. Or how about this? We'll use We'll use characters.
And you proclaim how smart you are, how many biology classes you took.
Well, you could have had your parents could be
I'm
dead.
not a clone. No, I'm not Mitsuki. What you mean is now. Regardless, everyone has a mother and a father, regardless if it's now. That's how they were born.
Okay, are they? Okay.
But go ahead, please. I get your point.
I already explained why I was asking. So anyway,
it doesn't matter. Okay.
If you killed your dad, your mom you're still your mom's son. She's not gonna forgive the fact that you killed your dad, but you would still be her son. That will never change. My point is, regardless of what Kawaki's done, regardless if he gets or deserves forgiveness for what he's done, he still is a member of that family. He accepted that. The fact that he calls Boruto bro is proof of that.
That's not completely analogous, because whereas family isn't biology, to a degree it is, and those are the undeniable facts. In your analogy, the son is undeniably the son of the mother, no matter what he does. In the case of Kawaki, he's an adopted son. They had to accept him in, rather than it just being circumstance. That makes it different.
Yeah, but, I mean, my point, though, is that, like, they just use Boruto and Kawaki. They both consider each other brothers. So, Kawaki is Boruto's brother.
But exactly, they're only brothers because they consider each other brothers. If both Boruto and Kawaki stopped considering each other brothers, they no longer would be brothers because it's not an undeniable rule.
Yeah, but the point is, Kawaki does, it's like Kawaki, I don't know how to phrase it, but Himawari obviously unconditionally considers Kawaki her brother. And Kawaki, I feel like, let me know if you like phrasing it. I think Kawaki considers Himawari his sister, but he doesn't consider himself as Himawari's brother. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So, and that's the point. Himawari, how can Himawari be his sister without Kawaki being her brother? That doesn't actually make sense, but that's basically how he looks at
it. Okay.
Because Kawaki would call Himawari's sister, not that he wouldn't character, but he would view her that way. Himawari would do the reverse, call him brother. So he is her brother.
Yeah.
That's who he is.
Something else I'll mention in regards to this entire conversation is the fact that I don't think Kawaki is trying to live Boruto's life even outside of that. Outside of Himawari, he's not trying to be Boruto.
You're correct. Yeah. He's not trying to be Boruto. I agree with that.
And so, this is going to sound ridiculous, but at the end of the day, I know that Boruto and Kawaki live together. I'm sure Kawaki's going to the same house. He wouldn't randomly go to a different house now. At the end of the day, after Omnipotence, he's not going to Boruto's house. He's going to Kawaki's house. I think that sounds goofy, but that is a big distinction.
Yeah.
The distinction would be a lot more solidified if they just never lived together in the first place. They just lived in two different houses next to each other, but still.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. The whole Kawaki trying to live Boruto's life or wanting to live Boruto's life thing is just fans being
I hate to say it, stupid. No,
Yeah.
that's not the point. That has nothing to do with what I'm saying either. Like that is just no. He's not trying to do that. He doesn't want to live Boruto's life. The point is, he's just like in that life to some degree.
And I know you've said this before. I don't know if you actually agree with this, but I think Kawaki just has general empathy and care for even strangers. Like, for example, when he's saving Konoha citizens in Chapter 2, that's not out of omnipotence or desperation or fear that he's going to be caught. That's just him doing a nice
No,
thing.
he's just doing it.
Yeah.
Well, so there's two things I'll say on it. One is, okay, I'll say three things. One is you could just say, no, he just genuinely wanted to save them because he's being a nice guy. Two could be, he's only doing it because of Naruto. Naruto would want it. And the three is that based off of a former scene. So this one you could argue he was just messing with the kid when Kawaki was first in the village. Remember when he like pulls out the ninja tech blade to like attack a little kid who bumped into him? You could argue no, he really was just like scaring him to say, "Hey, be careful." You could argue he was going to kill him. That depends on how you want to interpret Kawaki. I do think he has empathy in general. Like he was a very avant-garde, used kid, so his first instinct was to attack the thing that touched him. I don't think he was doing it because I hate kids, like you know what I mean. Like, so I do think Kawaki has empathy. I don't know, like, but the question would be in terms of well, to what extent does he care about that random leaf villager? I don't think he really cares about him, but I think it would be perfectly reasonable for him to just protect him because he just has empathy. Like he
Yeah.
has it. I think
So
you see that, especially in the Boruto anime, when Kawaki's just like saving people in like random ass arcs. Like, you know, at least in the anime, like he straight up clearly has empathy.
so I'll give you this distinction. I don't think Kawaki cares about the villagers from him himself. If he cares, he only cares because of Naruto. The difference is
Yeah.
that okay.
It's
It's like
like this, for example. Remember the whole walk up a bridge? No, remember the whole walk up a bridge example with Cam? I don't care about that person, but I'm not gonna let them die.
yeah.
I don't even know the person. How can I say I care about them? I can't. I don't know. But I'm still gonna keep them from dying if I can.
Yeah. So it's not that he so it's like when I say I don't like something versus when I dislike something. Those are two different things. So when
Yeah.
Kawaki doesn't care, but Kawaki doesn't what's the
Basically
doesn't
like
not
for
care?
example, to say well like I guess I'm gonna use like numbers for this. Like a 50, right in the middle, so 0 to 100. So if you're at a 50, you're perfectly neutral.
Yeah, you don't care and you don't
If you
not care.
are at a 50, you could say you don't like something. That would be true. 50 or below would work. You could
Yeah.
say I don't dislike it. 50 or above works. 50
Exactly.
it applies to both. It's straight neutral. So Kawaki
Is that a 50?
probably is straight neutral with the average villager. He doesn't care either way. But because he's neutral, it's on his whim, I guess you could say. Does the empathy take over? Does his distractions for things he care about take over? Just for example, a hypothetical, this is ridiculous. Imagine like a sleep Naruto just like teleports in front of like Jura, and Jura's going for the kill on Sawagi and Naruto at the same time. Bros to let Sawagi die. He's just gonna save Naruto. Like the thing he cares about is gonna completely. He's not trying to save him. He's
Yeah.
gonna ignore Sawagi.
I will say
Naruto.
this
Like,
this doesn't apply to specifically Kawaki. This applies to literally anyone.
correct. I mean,
Yeah.
you could argue some people like Naruto would try to save both at the same time, because he has a greater care for the average villager. But like, if you gave him something he didn't care about, like I don't know, a random rock, yeah, he's ignoring the random rock. In this case, I guess the villagers are a random rock to go.
With the
Probably not
example
extremely good
of
idea.
saving one or the other person, if there's like two people dangling off a cliff, you can only save one. we're just taking away shadow clones. Like, this is the trolley problem, to where the point is either one or the other, and you don't do both. And so if Naruto can only save one, even Naruto would choose the one that he cares more about.
Yes, but
he would do everything in his power
I do think
to try and save
though,
both. But he's not going to sacrifice both
but that's
to try and save both. He will save one at the end of the day, no matter what. He'll try his best to save both.
Well, I think it depends, because imagine Boruto and Himawari as the two examples in that case. Naruto, I could definitely see Naruto in character. It might sound bad, but he would never pick, but he would try to save both, and it's entirely possible that in Naruto's case, both of them would die because he didn't pick one, but Naruto still wouldn't pick one, even if he knew that. He would die trying, and he wouldn't pick one. That's the type of guy he is, at least with like those two examples. He's not picking between them.
Yeah,
Kawaki, though,
pick isn't the right word.
Very quick to pick.
Pick implies that he's specifically not choosing one of them. So I don't think Naruto's the type of character to just ignore one over the other. But, like, for example, if there's only one person in danger, he's just going to go save that one person. He's choosing to save them. In Naruto's case, he would choose to save both of them, but if he can only save one of them, he would throw himself in front of the way. But just instinctually, he would just throw himself in front of one of the people if he can't choose them. So it's not that he's ignoring the other person, it's just that he can't make it to the other person in time.
I honestly, I mean, you might disagree. I could see Naruto just freezing up and they just both die because he couldn't pick. He would have the heart to end up in one of them.
If anything, he would just go with, oh, my body moved on its own. Because that's already a thing in universe and in character.
So, what's just, like, so we can move past the discussion, but also derail. Assume that was the case. Which person would his body move on its own to protect? Boruto or Himawari?
I'm going with Boruto because it's his firstborn son. And he also feels bad about Momoshiki. He's, like, guilty in the novels and stuff.
Logically, he should do Himawari, of course, because Boruto's just gonna die anyway, basically.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think he would regret his decision, and he would hate himself for it. He feels so guilty that he let Himawari die, but again, choosing in this case isn't letting Himawari die.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This would be a crazy, like, plot point if they actually did something like that, though. Imagine. That would be hard. But anyway, moving past that, yes, Kawaki has empathy. Continue.
Okay. Again, going back to the whole Boruto versus Kawaki clash of conflicts without the clash of identity in this arc. Omnipotence. It's Omnipotence Arc 2.0. And Kawaki is Boruto. But will he be at the end of this arc? Is that going to change?
I don't like that way of phrasing it, because I don't think Kawaki is Boruto, like, in the eyes of the villagers. Sure, but, like, I was mostly looking at, like, who Kawaki is, like, being. Like, Kawaki's not being Boruto, regardless of what the villagers think. I'm looking at what he's being. But let's just start with the Boruto, like, is being Boruto from the villager's perspective aspect. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to get caught. I think he might be on the verge of getting caught, or, like, in trouble in some manner. But, like, imagine a scenario where, like, everyone just turned on Kawaki again. What kind of writing is that? Like, why did we even do this arc? People are already there. What's the point of that? So I feel like, and plus in that case, okay, I guess Boruto's just, like, wins, like, already, like. So I think we need to have it be, like, you know, a false victory, like, it's heading that way, but then Papa Shiki, your favorite candidate for this, it goes the other way, not Boruto screwed again. That's how that should go. So I guess, yeah, Walky will quote unquote keep being Boruto, even though it's not really the way I'm looking at it. But
yeah. So I was sort of saving this for later, and also since the beginning. So the whole point of this, basically, since this arc is about identity, this applies to all of storytelling in all media, not just Boruto, not just this arc, but especially Boruto and especially this arc, that characters who understand who they are, have a strong conviction, aren't hypocritical, have a solid foundation for their ideology, win more than characters who don't. And
yeah, so like I
especially in
use
this arc.
this,
Yeah.
yeah, and so the main difference for Naruto and Boruto, especially Naruto, is characters just like Itachi is just the screenwriter, and he literally like talks about it, like in the story on top of symbolically behind the story. But like you can do this in every single story. For example, I use this example, or I'm going to use this example in my video. Star Wars. Okay, like when Anakin turns into Darth Vader, that's the way his identity as Anakin takes on the identity given to him by the Emperor. He loses to Obi-Wan. Very end of movie 6, he reclaims his identity as Darth Vader, but as Anakin, and he kills the Emperor. Narratively wins, saves the world. Like,
Yeah.
very easy example there.
And
Like, this is just a thing.
I haven't seen Star Wars, but all of those characters, this is very important to point out, all of those characters are still extremely strong. Whether it's Obi-Wan, Darth Vader, the Emperor, whoever. They have a chip in their armor, but they still have more shield than practically anyone else, regardless. The difference is just that the main character, the protagonist, the one who has the identity that doesn't have any hypocrisy, has no chips in their armor. So even if they have a smaller shield, a thinner shield, a shield that their shield wraps all the way around their body, whereas the antagonist that has the more opposing, heavier, thicker, bigger shield, it has one chip in the armor. That's its hypocrisy, and that's what the main character can use to overcome the stronger, more powerful, more opposing antagonist. Is that one chip in the armor that the protagonist doesn't have.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
that's
the
the
way.
stubbornness. And so, bringing that over to Boruto, the characters who already have a solid idea of their identity, such as Boruto, are already strong in this arc and already have the end result of what this arc is trying to do, which is either to change identities or solidify identities for those who don't know who they are. Moving on,
Yeah,
you
and
can
real
see why I
quick,
said Mitsuki is the next character.
exactly. So real quick though, I wanted to point this out. When it comes to like, technically this could be for the protagonist or an antagonist, but let's use Kawaki's example. Kawaki could quote unquote win the end of this arc without actually overcoming the chip in his armor. He could win because he just gets thicker armor, an extra layer, whatever. That lets him win this arc.
Yeah.
By the end of the story is what we're referring to. The end of the completed story, whether the character ends an arc or not. That's when it's going to come. Kawaki either fixes his chip or he loses. It's one or the other. But in an ongoing story like this, in this arc, Kawaki can win by just getting another layer of armor rather than fixing his chip.
Yeah. It's not the battle, it's the war in terms of screenplay. It's not the act, it's the resolution.
Yeah, exactly. So that I just want to bring that up though, because like if Walky wins, no, that doesn't mean he just got the chip in his armor taken care of.
And so
it's not going to happen in this arc.
Outside of
we already know.
So outside of the plot,
we already know
because we know these characters are physically strong. That's fine, regardless if it's because of karma or because they're training or scientific ninja tech or whatever. We know they're strong. It doesn't matter why. Because in the story, Boruto is strong because he knows who he is and who he wants to be. Kawaki does, just to a slightly lesser degree, which puts him below Boruto in terms of the story, regardless of who's more powerful.
Yeah.
And that would also apply to someone like Mitsuki, who lost to Boruto because Mitsuki was wavering from the very beginning.
Yeah, and Mitsuki, by his own admission, never took the time. I will admit, this is where you get into the anime is a different story from the manga. Mitsuki never took the time to understand and actually affirm himself, his identity. He just thought it didn't matter. What mattered was this external thing, the sun, and that's all he paid attention to. And he realized that was wrong. That's from a story perspective why he lost the Vortex. Because he didn't do that.
And the thing with Mitsuki that applies to all wavering characters, even if they're wavering from the beginning, even someone like Haku, they kill those emotions. They bury them deep down in order to fight the protagonist with conviction. So when they're fighting, they themselves aren't wavering. Versus Naruto and Sasuke, Haku wasn't wavering. He was trying to kill them. Versus Boruto, Mitsuki wasn't wavering. He was trying to kill. Well, no, because Naruto and Sasuke point out the inconsistency. Naruto and Sasuke basically convince Haku to waver once again. Same with Boruto, because Mitsuki did want to kill him, regardless of if he ever was going to actually. He thought he was. At some part in the fight, Haku says he's going to kill them now. He's killing his heart. He's going to act as a shinobi if he must.
Yeah.
Yes, that's really what I'm referring to. Even in, like, basketball. In basketball anime, they're wavering from the very beginning, but they will do whatever they can for their battle of ideas. The point is that they're going to be their strongest. It wasn't a thing that they were inevitably going to lose from the beginning because they were wavering. Because in the fight itself, they're not wavering. But it's because they have that waver potential. Like you said, they're covering up their ship with another layer of armor. But the main character, because their sword of their armor, whatever, it's so strong, it can just pierce through that shield and hit.
Yeah, their words cut deeper than any blade in Naruto's
there you go. Yeah. Perfect. Exactly.
You know, actually, okay, we can never do this tier list for obvious reasons, but it's a hilarious idea. Best line in Naruto tier list.
Well, I thought you were going another direction with this. I think we can do this tier list. The words that cut deepest in Naruto ranked.
Okay, that one, I guess, because, well, even the words, so, like, how many words? Like, we have to just, like, pick and choose. Like, I guess sentence that says, hey, we just can't include that.
Yeah. Words that cut deepest ranked.
But I like the idea, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Bro, that line, that's going up there regardless which tier list. One of the best lines in Naruto.
Haku live for you! It's great.
I think even best scene that's like, okay, how specific are we getting? Like, because, like, ironically, you could take both Zabuza's part and Naruto's part separately, and they're both going up there. Like,
but getting back to the point with Mitsuki and applying it to, like, or comparing to other characters, someone like Sasuke in the final battle of Shippuden, he's the second strongest character in the entire series at that point. Freaking Naruto and Sasuke. It's because of his conviction that he's there. He has an answer. It's just not, it's right. It's just not quite right. It's not as right as Naruto. It's right with one small flaw. Sasuke's just blind to one aspect, but every other regard, it's correct. So it's like the villain that has a point. The difference between them and someone who's crazy is just the fact that the crazy person just went insane. The person who goes insane, they can still have a point, but because of their emotional instability, whatever argument they could have had just goes out the window because they're insane. Someone like Pain, who's able to keep a calm and rational demeanor, he gets his point across. If Pain was just insane, if Deidara said what Pain said, no one's going to take that idea seriously because of where it's coming from. Which I think is very interesting.
Yeah.
This also, another idea is, this applies to Neji, because Neji was not only being calm and rational, but he, in the fight, actually believed in what he was saying from the very beginning. It was hypocritical and wrong, and Naruto pointed that out, and he realized it after the fact, and maybe you could say he believed, actually, deep down, all along, Naruto was right. But the point is, regardless, in the fight, he didn't. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
whether he did or not, because I know you're going to say that he didn't, and I agree, but that's not the point.
Yeah, because like Naruto kind of points out one of the flaws in Neji's argument. Like, I thought it was your destiny to serve the main household, not to beat it to a bloody pulp. Like,
Yeah, well, even
one of my favorite.
why I say that is during the fight itself, Naruto's words begin to frustrate Neji. If Neji thought he was
Exactly.
unequivocally correct, he would have just ended the fight. The point is that Naruto's words struck a nerve. Why? It did that for a reason.
Yeah. And I agree with that.
Okay. So last Mitsuki things I said was obvious connections between Mitsuki and Ada. And so Mitsuki is still figuring out his identity. Yeah, he's coming more in terms of that, so he'll be a stronger shinobi in the future. He'll be an even better man.
Right.
Yeah. Than he was the day before Shadow Rock League. Ironically enough, Ada isn't the next on the list. The next on the list is someone who we haven't seen in this arc. I believe, you don't believe, Code. How's Code's identity going to change in this arc?
Yeah, well, so as far as this arc goes, I'm not going to say I'm confident either direction if we're going to get any of it, because I don't know if it will appear again or not. But so Code has a great parallel with Kawaki in terms of accepting an identity given to him. So regardless if you think it's really Ishiki or Amano, Code is literally, he's doing what Kabuto did. He's carrying out, he's living the life and mission of Ishiki. Like, he's not doing Code thing. He's not doing it because that's what, at least we can reasonably guess, isn't what Code's true self necessarily cares about. But he's doing it, he's latching on. It's like he's literally just doing what Orochimaru was doing. He's just copying, he's imitating him. Code's doing the same thing with Ishiki. He's just imitating Ishiki. So he's accepting another person's identity, metaphorically anyway.
The thing with
So
Kabuto,
when will that change? The question, or will it change?
Yeah, Code is similar to Kabuto, I agree. The difference is that Code hasn't got to the point that Kabuto got to. Before Itachi fight,
Right.
when Kabuto, like after Orochimaru's death, Kabuto started like experimenting, he started questioning things and why he was so loyal to Orochimaru, etc., etc. So like deep down, you could argue maybe that was never his true self the entire time. Code, until he does start questioning it, why he's loyal to Ishiki, why he's even doing this, I think that is his true self. His true self just is loyal.
It's tough to say, because again, you're right. We haven't gotten enough from Code. Part of this is just because of how it seems like they're doing Code. But even then, you could argue, yeah, Code was loyal to helping Ishiki, but he wasn't loyal to being Ishiki. He's essentially being Ishiki now. So regardless, like Code was never. If you want to see Code's true self was to be the vessel, Code's not doing that. He's not being what he truly wants to be, the identity he wanted to forge for himself. He's being Ishiki. That wasn't Code. That's Ishiki.
I think your true self can change because he's not stagnating. He's grown from that because he can't do that anymore. So instead of getting stuck in the past, he's moving forward and doing what he can do now to be his best self.
So the way, this is where it gets really pedantic. The way I'm looking at this, though, is someone, like, essentially choosing. So I don't want to use my Kawaki example, like I've established, but there's a key distinction with that one, which I could easily use to explain this. Like, I think of a different one. Hold on. Let's see.
You really don't want to spoil that Kawaki video.
Okay. So you're gonna be like, bro, why did you care so much? I just want to have some surprise. Okay?
No, it's fine. I get it.
I'm gonna use Obito and Madara. I use Obito and Madara as an example. Assume Obito just like, so Madara told Obito, you are now walk the world, and then Obito accepted it and did it. Versus imagine Madara just dies and Obito thought to himself, this would still be not fully being himself, but imagine Obito's like, you know what? I want to be like Madara, and he actually changes his truth, kind of like Hinata with Naruto. I want to be like Naruto. I don't want to be scared. I don't want to run away, blah, blah, blah. And Hinata changed herself to actually, to some degree, be like Naruto. If Obito did the same as Madara, that's different from Madara being like, I'm giving you this identity. You're not Madara. Be Madara. And Obito does it. I see the Ishiki conversation as being very much kind of like that. The main difference would be Ishiki didn't say be Ishiki. He basically said become an Atsuki. But similar, like, that's not that Code was just like, I want to be an Atsuki. It was like Ishiki gave him that purpose. He gave him that mission, and Code just accepted it. So it's kind of a nitty gritty pedantic type of thing. But and obviously it doesn't have to be a hard rule, but it's at least something to pay attention to, I feel like.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I do get that point, and I do get it. This is going to sound nitpicky because it's not really addressing the point. This isn't a counter to your point, but I will say, like someone like Momoshiki or Kinshiki isn't trying to be like Ishiki, but I understand that Ishiki didn't give them that as far as we're aware. The point is, like you're saying, it's a creed. It's the group. And so the Akatsuki members aren't trying to be like each other. They're just being Akatsuki members. They're not trying to be Akatsuki members. They just are. You could say it's because they were recruited, but they were recruited because they were already like Akatsuki members. You could say maybe Ishiki had no one else to go to. It's only because Ishiki or Code had the white Kame. He's like, okay, well, you're the only one I can go to. You, of all people, have to do it now. Rather than it being some... I don't know if Code was just adept to already just accepting it regardless, or if he only did it because he was loyal to Ishiki. We'll just probably never know. But
And that's where the problem is. Unlike my Kawaki example, we just haven't gotten this Code to follow his journey to where he is. Just started basically with a present Code without leading up to anything, without seeing anything before. So that's what makes it hard to like fully follow him, because we just haven't gotten enough.
exactly.
And if the moment
so I don't want to
do
make
get
any
more,
claims.
that's when we'll be able to say for sure, like, what is the case. So this is very much hypothetical. To a large extent, it's a guess.
Yeah.
It could go either way.
And
it all depends on how do they want to write it.
Yeah.
Because I think both could work. It's
100%.
just, well, which way do they pick?
By the way, I don't know if you can like move your AirPods or whatever closer to your face, or if you're covering them with like your clothes or something, but like if you could do something maybe.
I'm just walking outside. I don't know, like
it's not that it's like going in and out, but it's like the volume keeps like decreasing randomly.
Huh. That's weird. I don't know why. I mean, is it currently okay?
Generally, yeah, but like I don't know. Maybe if you just get it closer to you, it might work better. I don't know.
I don't know how to get it any closer to me. Like they're just in my ears. Like
I mean, like, no one in the audience is complaining, but I feel like it's just not going to be as good. But I don't know, as usual.
I think I'm probably just gonna do this one last loop and then
that's fine.
Stay inside.
All right.
Even though I like doing this, I'm trying to keep my volume low, which I think I'm doing a pretty good job with today. But it's really nice. Like I kind of want to just do this for like 6 hours. I don't need to at all right now. Like I'm just I don't need to do it. That's the problem. As much as I want to, I don't need to.
So that's fine. Okay, coming back to Code, in the execution of the arc we've got so far, I don't think we should have Code, and there's no room to have Code anymore anyways.
Exactly.
Conceptually, before this arc began, going into this arc specifically being about identity more than any other arc, even if it's an overarching theme, the end of this arc, Code should have got a chakra fruit and become immune to Ada's omnipotence, because like if he's finding his identity, well, he's been doing that since the end of the Code arc. That's like his objective, his goal that he set out to achieve. Eat a chakra fruit to become immune to Ada so he can see if he truly loves her or not. Until we get that, well, we have to get that. So first of all, we can't kill Code, but like we should get that in the arc about identity, where once you find your identity, you become stronger or whatever. You become more full-fledged.
So real quick, kind of related, kind of not. I was thinking about this earlier because I was trying to imagine like doing it as a rewrite, and the reason I thought about it is because of Nishi, ironically. So, do you think it would have been better to have Code do his
Yes.
invasion at the end of part 1, or to wait until part 2? So yes to part 1.
Well, no, the joke was I was saying yes after the word better, implying no matter what it was, it would have been better than what we got.
Okay. So, but in all seriousness, do you think it would have been better to have Code's invasion at the end of part 1 instead of part 2?
I do.
Okay. Because I was trying to think about, this isn't how I was approaching my rewrites, but I was trying to think about, well, I agree for a lot of reasons. I was just like, okay, how can I keep most of the rest of the story similar while incorporating Code's invasion? And I don't know how. Like, I feel like it'd be a fun topic, but it was like,
We
I
kind of
don't
did
know
it a
how
few
to
streams ago with like the
weave in a
rewrite we're
lot of
talking
stuff.
about. I did clip that already too. So.
I don't remember
Here's something
the
funny,
Code part, but
because I don't think it worked in Two Blue Vortex. It's really cool as a fast-paced intro to Two Blue Vortex in general, as like a prologue setup kind of shtick, sort of just getting back into it, you know, like back in the action. Heck yeah, we're freaking here, baby.
yeah.
But it doesn't have the care or intrigue or going into it the investment that Shippuden would have had anyways. I was watching Hot Boy Spicy's Chapter 10 reaction stream today. They did a few days ago, and it's so hilarious how much it sounds like he agrees with us without even knowing, because he just doesn't care. And he's like, yeah, chat, I just don't like, this is boring, and this is like a bad chapter. It's put me in a bad mood, and if next chapter's like this, I'm gonna drop the series. And he's like serious about it. Like, if the next chapter's bad, if the next chapter doesn't make him care, he's just gonna drop the series, because it's doing things, but it's not doing things for a reason or for a purpose. It doesn't, like you're saying, it has the plot, it just doesn't have the story.
Exactly. Like,
he said the only
that's
time
funny,
he
'cause
had
I
an
feel like
inkling of care was Uzuhiko, which is hilarious to me.
yeah, I know,
That's not what
literally.
we're talking about.
I feel like if we had him on stream, he would disagree with us
I
and start
know!
talking about how great it is, but then this seems just to be what always happens. But
Yeah, and he's like,
um,
what are people saying? Like, how are people gassing this up? Like, what are people even saying about this chapter or this arc? Like, he's so confused. So funny.
I am too.
Yeah, we're just saying the same things, but like, yeah.
But I know this is a derail, and that's our specialty. I did want to talk about the Code invasion thing, because it was just at the very least, I would like to make a video about it at some point in my life. So
Well,
it's like, it was a very much on my mind.
Kamui, real
So
quick, you're not forgetting
obviously,
the fact that we talked about this like 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? In like pretty good depth.
I vaguely remember, but I don't remember all the specifics of what we've said.
Okay,
So it's like, even if I remember talking about it, it doesn't really matter.
that's fine, I guess.
So my so obviously the Nishi part, I'll get that out of the way. His disappearance would tie into Code invading. We already the this part I remember talking about. That's why I know we did this. So the whole reason Code split up the 10 kills was in response to David beating him, right? So like, this would make sense. That's okay, how is he gonna get past this? He's gonna do this. And then Aiden Damon literally didn't do anything anyway, and he invaded while they were there anyway. So clearly, like, he didn't care that much. So just remove that scene of chapter 77. Simple. But now my question is, okay, how do you tie in? I don't remember if you talked about this stuff. If possible, omnipotence, Walky attacking Boruto, Mabushiki manifesting, and Code's invasion, and yeah, how do we tie all of this in a way that like doesn't feel too cramped?
Well, the first thing we do is we don't end it at chapter 80 something. We go to like the later to mid 80s, if not 90s. That's the first thing, obviously.
But now it's like, what order do these events, and do we start with Code's invasion? Do we finish with Code's invasion, and so on?
I would like Code's invasion before omnipotence.
I agree. So now the question is, has Kawaki already sealed away Naruto before Code's invasion, or is that going to be something that comes later?
I feel like those events are so not even just close to each other in terms of time, but just ingrained or intertwined with one another that you can't really have anything in between or separate it like that.
So
unless you're just gonna have it at the same time.
I'm saying like, well, what's this? I get you could do,
That could work, yeah.
but let's see, because the way I was thinking about it is, okay, so in this, you could use Code's invasion as one of the reasons for Kentucky Boruto. That is one possibility. I will say before this, but let's assume the same time. Hypothetically, that just so they're like, wait, where'd Naruto go? Oh, Code invaded. Invaded's not going to do anything now. Then what? Because one of my problems was with Code invading in this case is how do we like get rid of Code? Because Code should be stronger based off the way he's hooked up, and the way he feels about himself. He realistically should be strong, especially with his army, stronger than Shiki and Borushiki. You could argue the team up could beat Code or make him retreat or whatever. That's fine. In that case, I don't think we can have true essence Boruto. I think we need to have like Borushiki now. So which means Boruto like Kawaki and Borushiki TV would be hilarious, but
This
how would you get
is
Code out there in the end?
this is a complete rewrite at this point from what we got, basically. But the way I would do it is I would have so the first order of events is you would have Boruto still lying to Kawaki and then Kawaki leaving or whatever. Or you could have some time in between. The point is, so in mine, Kawaki isn't necessarily going straight to Naruto because of just Boruto. It's in addition to that. It's because they realize Code is invading without limiters right now. And just like the Code arc, and the fact that it's because Naruto showed up to save Kawaki in the Code arc when Kawaki's like, you idiot, the point I'm here is so that you don't show up, so you don't fight Code. Yeah, Code's stronger now, and he saw what happened before, and the fact that Naruto will risk his life. In this case, he's not going to risk it. In addition to Borushiki and Code, there's too many threats. He's just going to seal Naruto away in the same exact way. So in this case, it's because of Borushiki, but also in addition to that, because Code's invading.
So I like that start. That's a good way to set up the Naruto being sealed part.
And because Code's invading,
even if
they don't have time to worry about Naruto.
In the conversation, it would still be there.
Yeah, because Code's invading right now, at the same time Naruto's being sealed away, the village doesn't have time to focus or prioritize on the whole Naruto being sealed away. I hate to say it, but subplot right now. So they're prioritizing the actual, not conflict. There's another word for this. Threat. I feel like there's a screenwriter word for this. But whatever. The point is, they're gonna focus on Code because he's the one actually that's harmful right now. Naruto being sealed away isn't an active threat to them in any way.
Not only that, Ada could also just in this version just not mention
that part
yet.
I was thinking the chakra people, Yamanaka, the Yamanaka detection system. Didn't they pick it up immediately once Naruto was sealed? It wasn't just Ada.
Oh, let me look.
I'm pretty sure it was. The Yamanaka people are like, Naruto chakra signatures has just vanished. And then they told that to Shikamaru.
I remember them saying it. The question is the order. I think you're right. I think they mention it and then Ada looks.
I think
which
it's
in which
fine
case,
in this case.
But Ada could just not tell regardless.
Yeah, I think it'd be fine if in this case, the Yamanaka people either just don't notice because they're so focused on Code that they don't even realize Naruto just vanished, or you just don't write the scene in general, and the audience just isn't going to question it because we don't have a reason to question it because the scene doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, I think they could also just notice it, but then they don't have a chance to like capitalize on it. Ada just doesn't tell what Kawaki did because Code's invading. Maybe she just says, "Hey, Code's invaded. You might want to head there." So she like almost covers for Kawaki in this case. Maybe she reveals it later.
I'm thinking hypothetically, if we don't know it, because how do we know? It's because of this scene. Outside of the scene, it would just be speculation that they would immediately pick it up. I believe. Right?
Well, yes, but I don't know if it's a...
Yeah.
I don't know if it matters either way, to be honest. Like, addressing it and just having them be distracted, I think is fine, too. I don't think they'd be bad. if they notice it, but then they can't do anything about it. I honestly have a problem with it.
You know what? Even I'd hate to like divert everyone's attention or like have their things like two things on their mind at the same time so they can't focus on one thing at a time. But they could just pick it up, tell the village, and the village knows, and it's like frantically panicking at the same time of Code's invasion.
Yeah, like oh my god, Naruto's gone and Code's invaded, so just like a double whammy, like
Yeah.
of scaredness. Yeah, that works.
All right.
And
So
maybe like Shikamaru's trying to figure it out, but like he can't or whatever. We'll figure that out. So
yeah.
now Code's invaded though. What is Kawaki's next move? Is he going for Boruto first, or is he going to Code first?
Okay, I got to think about that in character. That's really interesting.
That's what 'cause I was thinking in terms of the time skip. To some extent, it's like Kawaki's focus was almost more Boruto the moment Boruto showed up, but it's also wasn't at the same time. So it's like I
Well, who
don't
did he
know
think of first when he
what.
arrived? Did he think that he could take Code first, or did he think something about Boruto first? I don't know if that necessarily
Well, when
prioritizes one or
Bor-
the other, because it could just be who he sees first in that case, or whatever. But
so well, okay, so Code's already invaded by this point. When Boruto shows up, so I'm looking for Boruto. Um, Boruto shows up, Kawaki notices, chakra data matches, blah blah blah. And then at the end, Kawaki says, "You finally shown yourself, Boruto." Code's already arrived, and that's how the chapter ends. Chapter 1, he's thinking about Boruto. Then, end of chapter 3, though. Let's see what happens here. Kawaki attacks seemingly Boruto because Boruto dodges and he didn't hit Code, so he had to have been attacked. He attacked Boruto first, actually. Then he says like, "Oh, I can kill Code now," and then Code escapes before he can do anything. So he attacked Boruto first. So I think in character, we would have to assume he's going to go after Boruto
yeah,
while Code's invading. Which, honestly,
playing Devil's Avenue, he could just be attacking the winner since Code's already taken out. He already thinks Code's defeated, and he can take him out whenever. Or it could be the fact that Boruto
that's
has his back turned on him, and he's just going for Boruto like a sneak attack moment anyways. Like, it's his introduction to the scene anyways, so might as well do what
I
he can.
agree. So that's definitely a fair argument. Case I would just look at the dialogue, like so you finally arrived, Code. It's you finally arrived, Boruto. It does imply more of a focus on Boruto, even though like the obvious writing. Of course, you can say that. But uh, what I will say though is, regardless, I do think it could be a cool tension if, even while almost like it's actually just like the current situation. Even while these Shinjuu are attacking, Kawaki was trying to beat Boruto up. He's trying to kill Boruto even while this invasion went on. So keeping that in mind, I guess it is kind of in character for him to do this sort of thing from another perspective. And I think it just works for tension, especially in this case because Boruto's not going to one shot him, right? So he would while like Boruto would be like, "Bro, Code's invading. Why are you attacking me?" Like I feel like that would work
That'd be cool,
in terms
yeah.
of like a good tension type of thing. So I like that idea. I think
I
regardless, we'll just make it
I
because
like
otherwise
that.
we have a team up on Code and then Kawaki betrays them. That's like Naruto and Sasuke versus Kaguya again.
That's what I was thinking, is that I would hate to, because it almost feels like a wasted opportunity if we just don't get that final team up of Boruto and Kawaki versus Code. You can even throw Sarada in there, since like she talked to Code first in chapter 1, and then that gives like another reason to establish that relationship between Sarada and Code that might be there in the future.
Yeah, that's where it's tricky because both obviously can work. My Either way, we're gonna run into the same problem. So let's just do one at a time, I guess. Assume Kawaki attacks Boruto first.
Well, plus,
Um,
because like
where's
just
the
thinking
good
like
case?
in terms of like world building, this is part 1, so these characters aren't way stronger now, and also Code has his limiters off now, so he should be above Ishiki,
Yeah,
or maybe above Jigen, at least, if you're gonna say that, that's fine.
should be he
But
sh-
he's
he
coming
should
with
be
the
above
Clawgrams as well.
Kawaki and Boruto individually. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly. And so
So he
I
should
think
be the
not
strongest
only
one.
I think a cool
Yeah.
idea is not only Boruto and Kawaki have all of Team 7 just like Boro, so you throw Sarada and Mitsuki in there. You can
Yeah.
maybe throw Kanahamaru in there, maybe Sasuke in there. maybe Shikamaru in there, but just anyone who was there in the Omnipotence arc in general. Maybe even Sumire. I don't know.
Yeah. So like I said, I think the best thing to do here would be to do one at a time. So we'll start with the team up, I guess. Is Code just gonna lose to the team up, or is he gonna like what's gonna? Because it almost feels like they just shouldn't be able to beat Code. But then I'm
No,
like, okay, well then how do
they
we get him?
shouldn't. So I already have a
away?
thing. I'm assuming you already have a thing to defeat Code, but I have a thing to defeat Code. It might be the same, might be different. We'll get to that later. However it happens, this fight is just going to end or change. Oh, also, what's up, Michael? Welcome. He's new to the channel. Everyone give a hand of applause to Michael. A round of applause in the chat. Claps for Michael. Let's go, Michael. Welcome. Also, Nicolay. I see you in Darjigage and Invincible and everyone there. Okay. And also Nah from a while back. However, the Code...
Oh, so I changed my mind. I'm going to do one more loop outside.
Okay, that's fine. For those just coming in, by the way, we're doing a rewrite of the end of Boruto Part 1. Instead of the Code Invasion starting in Two Blue Vortex, we're having the Code Invasion as the finale to Part 1 and seeing how that changes things. Not as a what if, but as a rewrite to see how it would be written in this case, I guess.
Yeah, like how we could make it, and we're trying. So we will find out if it's even doable. At the current plan, at least, is to end up with a lot of the same endpoints. So omnipotence will still happen. We're gonna add in Momoshiki manifesting like we all wanted him to, and so on. But we're gonna try to keep a lot of the structure the same going into the time skip. The only difference would, I guess, be is Code just gonna invade again, or are we gonna just cut that out? But the point is, we want to have a similar endpoint for the end if we can help it.
Yeah. So, with everyone versus Code, the thing with Ada and Damon is they just don't care in Two Blue Vortex to show up.
Yeah, they're not getting involved.
They're not going to show up in this case?
I mean, keeping it consistent with what we get with Two Blue Vortex, yeah. I mean, the only problem though is you could argue they should for the sake of Kakashi and on the point of the claw grind.
That's what
So
I was thinking.
what we could do is just, even if they don't quote unquote go, we could have it do something to make the claw grind part relevant. Maybe Code sends some claw grinds over to Ada and Damon, they get distracted, or maybe he teleports Damon away with a claw grind, whatever. They get taken out because of Code's claw grind in some capacity. That would be for the best.
That can work. I was also thinking that at least Damon, regardless of Ada, if Damon does show up, that would basically force the fight to end. At this point, you could have, because Konoha is pretty big, you could just have more than one battlefield if the claw grinds are all across Konoha. So maybe instead of like having an 8v1 on Code, because that's way too much on screen at once, there's no way they could write that. You would have like a 4v1 against Code and then a separate 4v1 against Code on a different battlefield because Damon can only be in one place at one time.
Yeah.
So I think.
So.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, obviously, like we'll just get this out there now. One way to end Code's fight is just to have it be like that's when Damon shows up. My problem with that, though, beyond the fact that we've already got Code's statement, is well then how is that going to play into Boruto versus Walky? Because is Damon just going to decide I'll let this fight go on though while he's there, or is he going to leave? Like what's going to happen there? So I almost don't want Damon to be the way we end the fight, although it can work.
It's not an end of the fight, it's a changing of the fight to allow different events to happen.
Yeah, it depends on the specifics of how you do it. So is that what you were going to do? Use Damon?
It's something I was throwing out there for now. Because we're going to end the fight a different way later on. Because it's going to be like a more or less long-ish fight. I was thinking we could discuss the fight itself.
Yeah.
So, like, who do we think would... If we're going with the two different battlefield ideas, what are we thinking? I think Boruto and Kawaki should team up. I think Sarada and Sasuke together works because the Mangekyo Sharingan. They could lead into that. Maybe Sarada thinks Code kills Sasuke, and that could be how she unlocks the Mangekyo, if you like that idea instead.
This is jumping ahead a little bit, but I do think, regardless of how Code leaves, Mitsuki should be with Boruto versus Kawaki, because I think seeing Kawaki try to kill Boruto could be used to set Mitsuki off, going to Sage Mode.
Yeah.
Maybe that is
fine.
the catalyst for Kawaki running away. So actually, that might work. That could be why Kawaki has to run away to save some omnipotence, and then Mitsuki turns on Boruto because of that, and then we continue the rewrite.
I think
there.
that's
One
better.
option.
That being said, if they're fighting unlimited Code, I think all these characters should be in their peak form that they have in this arc. So I think Sarada should be fighting unlimited Code with her Mangekyo. I know this all sounds ridiculous in fanfiction at this point. I think Boruto and Kawaki should be in their Karma state. True essence, not in like Borushiki. I guess with Kawaki it doesn't matter either way. With Mitsuki, I think I hate to say it, I think he should just be in Sage mode if he's fighting Code.
My problem with that is twofold. Well, I guess threefold. One, in character, Mitsuki didn't use Sage mode against Boro when they were all about to die, and so like this, he just didn't. You have to tip him off to some anger level. Two, Sarada doesn't from Mangekyo without omnipotence, so I don't. That's not an option. She needs to awaken it somehow. So we're not gonna have Sarada Mangekyo yet. Unless we just have like Code kill Sasuke or we do something else to make her awaken the Mangekyo.
I don't know if you like that better or worse, but it's just a difference.
That case, though, I want it to be Momoshiki / Boruto doing it, not Code.
That's fine.
So that it's more emotional because it's Boruto. If you're gonna go that route.
Yeah. And obviously Sasuke doesn't die because obviousness. She just thinks he does. We're doing that fake out.
Yeah. Although, but that I don't like in terms of Mangekyo. I know it's sad to say it technically shouldn't matter, but like I wanted to, if she's gonna go away to Mangekyo off this, I want it to be like Sasuke's dead in that case.
Yeah.
So
I definitely like it that she thinks that Naruto's dead anyways, rather than Boruto is whatever.
See, the thing though, what I will admit though is, as much as I didn't like the Omnipotence Mangekyo Awakening scene itself, I do like the world flips upside down aspect that applies to all the Mangekyo Awakenings. It's just like everything they thought was true or thought was possible is gone, kind of thing. And I don't feel like it's, even though like Sasuke works for the death of a close one type of thing, how does that flip her world upside down?
I know, that's why I don't like it. I don't like the Sasuke thing
That's
either.
my problem too. What we need for Sarada in this case is something that takes away all the hope she had. Even though, like, I know in like the case of Omnipotence, it's not that she lost all hope, but it was like, Dad, I have no hope. You need to help Boruto almost. It's like it felt hopeless to her. It needs to be like all hope is lost. Her world's upside down. Omnipotence ironically works for that. I just think the execution was ass.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the death works in that sense for that reason.
That's fine. Anyway.
So we could just have it be where Mitsuki is just, he arrives at the battlefield at the end, and then like so he's just, let's just say he's fighting Clawgrime until the end. So that would just be Boruto and Kawaki in that case.
Do you not want Mitsuki versus Code though? Because I feel like it'd be good to still have it.
I do, but I feel like his Sage Mode Awakening, just I'm doing this based off of how they've kept him in character. He's just not doing it.
So, what if he does what he does in the anime, to where he like flares his Sage Mode, but he doesn't go into like Curse Mark Stage 2 looking thing?
They could do, so that's one option as well.
Because he only really does that when he's angry anyways.
Boruto's like literally, not, or just when Boruto's actually about to die. The problem with that though is he didn't do it in the Boruto fight when Boruto was about to, like, just like the Deepa situation when Boruto's fist was gonna slam Boruto, that would have been the time for him to do it. Just like the first Deepa fight. But he didn't because the manga didn't do it. You could just do a thing where like he does it to save Boruto's life, and then he like turns it off because he, knows better or something. But then I'm just like, how are we gonna write that in there? It's very tricky. I'll be honest.
So what next did you want to have with the code fight?
Well, there was the alternative version as well. If we backtrack, Kawaki goes after Boruto during Code's invasion. If you want to touch on that first for a little bit,
well, I was thinking
because eventually we're gonna get to the same endpoint regardless.
Well, yeah, if Boruto and Kawaki are teaming up against Code, whenever Damon shows up, Code leaves. You could say Damon goes chasing after Code at the second battlefield. The moment that Code and Damon leave, that's when Kawaki would just turn on Boruto.
Yeah. So
because
in that case, you
Boruto
could
be like, well, let's follow Damon, and Kawaki's like, you're not going anywhere. And then, it goes how you said. Boruto's like, what do you mean? Code's invading. Why are you attacking me? It's going.
That's one option. Yeah. If you want to keep the team up for a little bit. So in that case, though, I would have it be where they are just losing to Code. Code maybe is playing around a little bit so that he doesn't kill him in time before Damon shows up. In Damon's case, I guess...
Especially if Boruto's using his Karma Seal at the time. And he shows that he can't control it as well in the fight to some degree. He doesn't let Momoshiki take over, but some bad thing happens because of it. Maybe he blows up buildings or something. I don't know. Maybe he even hurts someone that's with him. That could be interesting.
With that one, I'm thinking Momoshiki should catch Boruto by surprise to some extent. To where, like, I like the idea that Boruto is forced to let Momoshiki take over to some extent, but when he does, he doesn't realize how much power Momoshiki has over Boruto when he does so that he can't just he can't do the whole snap your horn again thing because it's gonna be like impossible. Or like in chapter 66, when Boruto starts to wake up again, that just won't be an option now because Boruto stopped taking the pills. And let's just say he actually started using like more of the karma power. Like maybe let's just say he sprouts his horn by like 1 inch in this fight. So he starts to get that because of that Momoshiki controls even better. And so he can't stop Momoshiki now, which he didn't realize that's like a mistake type of thing.
I have a couple aspects you can go with this. So first of all, in this arc already, Kawaki is like seeing glimpses of Momoshiki around, like in the Hokage office, for instance.
Yeah.
So you could have, whenever Boruto's using the karma in this fight, he's either seeing several glimpses back to back, just like constantly, or it's like one like long thing that just never goes away. It's almost like Momoshiki's soul just taunting him. And then also another aspect is this almost rewrites the karma to some degree, but there's like a popular fan theory, or at least there was, that whenever an individual's using the karma seal, they, at least in terms of personality, start shifting towards that Otsutsuki. So like, especially like Kawaki in the Code arc, be like, bro, he's acting like Ishiki more and more.
That's
like,
what everyone's saying.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, you just have Boruto start acting more and more like Momoshiki, which reminds him. And especially towards the end, once Code leaves, like he's saying things and Kawaki's like almost like fading in Momoshiki's lines, like it's something Momoshiki would say, and he starts saying Boruto as Momoshiki, which especially plays into what he sees Boruto as later. He can only see Borushiki.
Yeah. So I think not only like was there some credence to the theory, like I think it works consistency wise because Naruto, for example, even when throwing Sora in the filler arc, the more of Kurama's chakra he used, the more it made Naruto act like a fox in Kurama. Obviously, by the time of KCM, it's like Kurama's not trying to manipulate Naruto, but in this case, Momoshiki could just be doing what Kurama did. So he starts to gain Momoshiki character, because even then, like, your chakra seems to contain a lot of your soul and your personality and all this shit. So I think it works consistency with the story wise. The only problem is it never happened before. So I think we want to integrate it into the Code arc at some point, maybe. Or maybe it's like only when the horn comes out that you notice it. Kind of like, Naruto in the one tail cloak, not so much. But when he gets to like 3 tails, 4 tails, it's really okay now you notice it.
What if this could be interesting? It either in the middle of the fight or like before the fight begins or sometime around there, Boruto hears about Naruto vanishing, and he thinks maybe Code did it, or Code's the reason because of it. And so he gets really mad. Again, he doesn't let Momoshiki take over at that moment, but he starts saying questionable things, such as like, that damn Code, I'll effing kill him. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. And then Kawaki obviously would be like sussing that for obvious reasons.
I think I almost like Boruto to not notice this, of course. I think this would only apply to the anime, because you would hear it. A thing where Boruto's talking, and then all of a sudden the voice shifts to Momoshiki, and then it comes back to Boruto.
I know, yeah, I was
and
thinking that too. That's what I was talking about earlier with the dialogue sort of fading to Momoshiki.
So in this case, the best way to do it is Code's like in front of them, and we will take a quote from Momoshiki, either like "you worthless Kara drag" or "inferior creature." Like it just slips in there. Something like you just pick Kara drags is a more subtle one. It's something Momoshiki says about
like
Code,
that.
but it's not
Yeah.
like inferior creature where it's like, bro, that's Momoshiki's line. But
Yeah.
the point is, be like Boruto talking, and out of nowhere, you just get this one Momoshiki line, and then it goes back to like a normal Boruto speech kind of thing. I like that idea a lot for this.
So-
This build up, the build up to Boruto mistake, him being ignorant of what is going on.
I'm
kind of
glad you
thing.
said that. Going into that, this gets a little bit ridiculous, but like since the Code arc and Prophecy arc never really expanded with this, Boruto's mistake would just be what he I hate to say it, but like because he's already being naive and stupid and irresponsible and immature anyways, it goes back to like his original flaw in the first arc, that he's basically cheating and over relying on the karma because he hasn't realized
Correct,
that's
yep.
bad yet. And so yeah.
Yeah.
So this could be why he stopped taking the pills, because maybe he likes the power, and then Kawaki can like point it out, like, Boruto, you stopped taking the pills, didn't you? Why are you using your karma so much to kill Ko? Why are you relying on his power?
A little skeptical with that one because Kawaki didn't even like the pills idea to begin with. He wanted him to just do the karma thing, but ignoring Kawaki's dialogue here, I think that's a good idea. Maybe what we do is, so Boruto doesn't take the pills for twofold. One, because we're gonna write this in, they literally limit Momoshiki's power. They don't fully do that in the story, but we're gonna make it a thing because it's better. And so Boruto wants to use more of it, and he thinks he can control it because of when he stops Momoshiki at the end of chapter 66. He wakes up and he resists Momoshiki, lets Kawaki kill him. Boruto, then he gets a data read, and he thinks, I think I can do it now.
In
Okay,
fact,
you can say it's stupid. Maybe we write it a little bit better, but that's the idea we're going for. He thinks he can do it because he quote unquote did it before.
in fact,
What he's gonna fail to
leaning more on
realize though
that,
is he could only do it because of the pills.
yeah, in fact, leaning more on that, it's because he feels like he can control it better now, that he's not uneasy using it,
Nice.
he's confident using it. In fact, he's comfortable using it. So he's leaning more into it and allowing it to take him over more easily than he otherwise would have. He's not resisting it at all.
Right. And I think the pills thing's the perfect before and after with this, because he took the pills because he was weary of it. And it's because of the pills that he could control it. So now he gets arrogant, thinks he can control it. So what's he want? He wants more of it, right? Got a stronger enemy. So he stops taking the pills, and that's the mistake. And then we let this show itself throughout the fight. And then we give subtle signs, the worthless Kara drag, I'll finish you off on like last time or something, you throw in lines. And then Kawaki like sees Momoshiki. Even better yet, that's when Kawaki will see Momoshiki all of a sudden when those words come out. And then maybe Momoshiki's smirking, and then Kawaki's just like, bro, like what?
I think that's all really interesting as well, with the parallel of the Code arc, where Kawaki re-manifests his Karma Seal because he realizes that the Karma Seal isn't what's evil, it's the Otsutsuki. So it's almost like Boruto's coming to the same conclusion, but in a different way, and that leads to two different paths. And those different paths are what parallel each other, but they also run perpendicular into each other, and that's where this clash of conflicts comes, where the road just meets. I forget the term of this.
Yeah.
Crossroads of destiny. There you go.
So in this manner, this is where you could argue the team up is definitely better than Kawaki going straight to Boruto, because otherwise we're gonna miss the whole Momoshiki, slowly coming out with the lines of dialogue and stuff. So that might make me lean more in that direction for that reason. Because also otherwise we just get like Code versus Boruto.
Plus,
Because otherwise
again,
it's the whole reason for invading.
yeah,
The reason for
on
invading is
Codes,
to kill
yeah,
Kamui.
exactly. If Code's invading, you need people to freaking fight. Like, that's the point of the invasion for the audience, is so that we can see the people fight Code. You just can't not do that. But also, the fact that Code's so strong, you need to wear him down. So, however he loses in the end, it actually feels earned and justified, and not just as a freaking asshole.
Yeah, exactly. So I agree. So this is definitely the way.
Yeah.
The question though is, what do we want to do about Mitsuki in particular? Because to some degree, consistency wise, it's when Kawaki goes after Boruto that tips them off. But it's also like, you could do a thing to where, again, you lose the "you've truly angered me" Kawaki aspect. If you do this, you could have it be like Sage Mitsuki follows Code along with Damon, and
Well,
then
actually, I was thinking that. Hold on. Stop right
alone.
there. You're gonna like this. You're gonna love this. Okay. For anyone listening who's new here, Attack on Titan Season 2 spoilers for the next 20 seconds. And Kamui, you probably know where I'm going with this. The Bertolt Reiner reveal, and Mitsuki is just Mikasa. Yeah. So he starts walking away, but he starts noticing, wait a minute, what's Kawaki saying? Yeah.
So, but is he already in Sage mode, though? Like, in this
No,
case,
he
or is he
wouldn't
out of
be
it? Like,
until after.
okay, so he's in base. So I think in this case, we could just have it be like Mitsuki just wasn't pushed to do it yet. Just have Boruto not be like almost killed.
Again, I think it's fine if he like flares his Sage mode, but doesn't actually go into like the full Sage mode. But then once Code goes away, he like stops using it maybe, or he just keeps the flare small so he can chase after. So he's conserving it.
The only problem, while I agree that makes more sense in universe, it completely, in my opinion, reduces the feel of the Sage mode awakening scene in that case. Because I feel like it's more oomph when he goes from 0 to 100. Granted, you could do the halfway mode and then he goes all out with Kawaki. That works.
Again,
it doesn't have quite the same
like
feel.
I was saying, I think it's fine if he just flares it in the fight. If not for like a long duration of the fight, at least for like a couple of attacks, so he's using it conservatively. Like he's turning it on and off almost like a light switch.
Yeah.
Just for like a quick flare. Like what he did in the Deepa fight. He only flared it for like 1 second in the attack in Boruto's Rasengan.
Yeah. And I agree, especially with anime logic. But looking at the manga only, it's only when he was super pissed that he ever uses it in the manga. And like because of that, and then of course the same thing happens in the time skip. It's Boruto again. Like that's what tips him off. So it's like it's a pure rage thing for him. Of course, in the Mitsuki one shot, you could argue it was or wasn't rage because he was angry, but he was also just confused. So it's a little bit different there. But yeah, I'm thinking too much in the sense of what we got. I will admit, because if I just get that out of my head, I wouldn't be mad about the flaring of the form type of thing. But then you have to ask, why didn't he use it against Boruto and so on?
I just like the anime's depiction of it better in this case. Where you can just flare it, because otherwise he just doesn't do it in the manga at all.
That's the problem. Because he should have done it in the Boruto fight. Yeah. Like, realistically.
Like, he did it in the Mitsuki one-shot. Did he do it at all in the Boruto manga?
No. I mean,
he just
it's
never
in Boruto Volume 0. It's in quote-unquote Boruto Volume 0, but like...
That's not in the Boruto manga. Manga. If you're watching... If you're reading Boruto Naruto Next Generations, I don't even know if you know Mitsuki has a Sage mode.
Yeah, no, if you... That's the problem.
Same with the sun aspect.
I think it's bad. Like, he should have...
Like, if you're reading
I'm
Two
gonna
Blue
switch
Vortex, even if
to
you've read Naruto
but
Next Generations, if you haven't
yes.
read that Mitsuki one-shot, this sun thing is it's introduced here for the first time. It's coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, and that's why like I think I may have said that on the Jiro call at some point, but that's one of the flaws with that. It's like you're over relying on these like that's not in the Boruto manga. You just randomly threw it in there, and it is out of left field. It's not in the Boruto manga story at all,
Yeah.
and that's like a problem. And the same thing goes for the stage mode. Like, especially, and then if you watch the anime, it's like, what's with the disparity? Why is Mitsuki using it against frickin', Ku, but not against Boro? Like, for what reason? Like, it's like, hold on, I'm gonna switch equipment in a second here. So give me like 20 seconds, maybe.
Well, chat, how you doing tonight? Code will become stronger than Ishiki sooner or later. I think he already is, but that's maybe my hot take, who knows? Speaking of Ada and Damon, remember when we got more than 8 chapters of nothing but a forced romantic rom-com, the original series? That's crazy. But yes, I do remember that, actually. As a matter of fact, I do. Shout out the Cloud Ninja podcast. They call that the Content House arc. Oh, welcome back.
Okay.
You
Now
sound
I
way
can
better.
hear you again.
Okay, you sound way better.
I couldn't hear you for a while there, but there we go.
Alright. Perfect.
What were you saying?
What? Oh, I was reading chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, what were we saying?
Code rewrite.
Yeah, but like, what more specifically? Where did we leave off?
Mitsuki Sage mode. How he's gonna use it here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, honestly speaking, I think I would have just probably included it in the Boru fight somewhere. I just don't know where because of the Boru Ishiki part.
Okay.
So let's actually backtrack. How would you have done it in that fight if you used it?
It would have been maybe.
Would it just?
I hate to say whenever Boruto gets hurt, because then why doesn't he just rage? And then why wouldn't he have used it in the Boru fight? I think how I would do it is, I hate to say this because they never even explain this in the manga at all, but so Sage Mode just hurts him in the manga. We're just gonna include that. It's taking that from the anime. We'll just have written it in earlier somewhere.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll just have
wasn't addressed in the
yeah, we'll have
yeah.
the flare thing be his way of getting around that as like a smart ninja tactic thing, to where if he doesn't actually use it all the way or use it for a long time, he can withstand the burden of it. It still hurts him, but it only fatigues him. It doesn't cause like long-term damage.
Even just using the anime
or anaerobic activity.
Like
so
when he uses like
stress.
a partial version against Ku, he's just fine. But when he does the full form against Deepa, that's when he ran into problems.
I think they could compare it to something like stress, or even like falling down a distance. If you jump down 5 feet, you'll feel the stress, but you'll be completely fine. If you jump down like 20 feet, you'll not only feel the stress, but you'll actually be hurt from the stress. They could compare it to something like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess if we were gonna do the Boru fight thing, you could just have it be like he does in that fight. Maybe that's like part of Sarada landing the Chidori. If like just have Mitsuki be a bigger player to that, where he's like the big distraction for Boru. And then Sarada gets it. And then you could even do a thing to where he's
hypothetically, even if you don't do it like they didn't do it originally, if you just don't do it, their way of explaining that could just be he hasn't figured that out yet, so that is still a limitation of the Sage Mode. He just can't use it at all yet.
Yeah, well, okay. Ironically, this obviously is ignoring the anime. This also requires Boro rewrite. You could just do a thing to where he does use in the Boro fight. He does have repercussions. And so in this fight against Code, he's using it differently to circumvent it. But then when Kawaki does this thing, it all goes out the window. He doesn't care anymore. Do you like that idea? So then we're tying in, we're actually showing the it hurts him part in the Boro fight, much like the Deepa fight. Rather than just referencing it, I think it would be better to show it, of course. So in this case, or actually, how about this? If we're really going to go this far back in rewrites, just freaking have the Deepa arc begin it.
That's fun. I like it.
Yeah.
Because I definitely want it to be the result of training somehow after the Boro fight.
Yes.
Specifically after Sarada and Mitsuki had the conversation.
Oh,
and
even
like,
better.
You gotta be strong.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. It could be even like a nod to that. That's how Mitsuki is trying to catch up. Because he knows, hey, my power is on the level of the Sasuke. It just hurts me. Instead of getting taken over, it literally hurts me. So how can I catch up? Well, why don't I use it intelligently? Blah, blah, blah. That works. I love it.
I like it. Okay. So back to Code. Did we want to even discuss Code's second battlefield of how we think that's going to go in terms of the actual fight, regardless of the ending? Who would he fight? Even?
The question is, what draws him in that direction? Does Damon just show up and then Code runs away and Damon falls him?
Yeah.
Because if Damon shows up, my thought was the reason. This obviously contradicts the time skip version, but the logic could be, hey, I know you're trying to kill my sister, or rather, you want to eat a chakra fruit so that you can see if you can kill my sister, type of thing. Like, I'm not letting you go. Like, I'm here to finish the job, kind of thing. That isn't exactly what we're getting from Damon, but I think that could at least be reasonable, like a thought process for him to be like, Code's here, why don't I finish him off? And then, of course, in this case, we start to integrate the point of the claw grind. Maybe the claw grind, there's so many attacks that it starts to mess up Damon's reflection, or he's able to teleport Damon just like Code did in chapter 67. So he actually just sends Damon away or something, whatever you want to do with it. Whatever the point of the claw grind was, implement that into this.
Here's what I was
fight,
thinking.
I guess.
Think the coolest
Code
way to
could be
do
thinking.
Something you're really gonna like is you could even remove the Code versus Damon fight from at the end of the Code arc and place it here, or even take out part of it, I guess, and place it here. I don't know. Either way, the point is whether this is the rematch of the first time they fight. Code already knows going into it that he can't beat Damon. Maybe he just didn't fight him originally until now because of the claw marks. I don't care. The point is because the claw marks is still meant for Damon, so I do like this being a rematch, I guess. You could say the claw marks are meant to
I was going to say, you
Damon.
could have it be like he just invades without the claw grind and he just is strong, and then like, but then it's like, what happened where Damon would be against them in this case. The only reason Damon's on their side is because of that fight. So
here's the thing: is this is the first fight since he got his limiters off, I guess, maybe, besides Damon. And so if you want to show, like you always say, his overwhelming power right after he gets his limiters off, well, you can't say it, you gotta show how strong he is. Not only is he dominating random villagers when AV arrives, and then like his first actual fight now is Karma, Boruto, and Kawaki. He just dominates them. He does them even dirtier than Naruto and Sasuke versus Jigen. It's like the same otherworldly demonic feeling again, to where they don't even stand a chance together, even with their karma. Then Damon shows up.
Yeah.
So at that point,
exactly.
Code has already defeated Boruto and Kawaki, and he's about to finish them off. That's when Damon shows up. And then they get like a cool JoJo moment to where they're both walking at each other, cool, badass like, because they're like, oh, they're the actual strong ones. They're the ones who are going to fight now. I like the idea that Code brought the claw mark specifically to combat Damon. In this case, they're going to fight again. It's going to be a cool fight, and Damon's going to destroy all but one of the claw grimes that are near him. And so Code's going to have to retreat. using the last remaining claw
Mhm.
grime. And he does that, and that's when Damon destroys that claw grime and then chases after Code at the second battlefield.
Yeah. And so in this case, I think it's important to note, like, from Code's perspective, I don't think he should be thinking, oh, I'm gonna dominate you, bro, this time. I think it's more like the point of the claw grind was so that he could kill Boruto / Kawaki, sacrifice and whatnot, without Damon getting in his way. So of course he's gonna be wrong. Damon will kind of get in his way, and then it's like, all right, let me like, all right, I'll deal with you for a bit. Like, let me get you away. Like, let me try to get you out of here again so that I can come back to what I was doing, type of thing. Not that he's planning to beat Damon, but he's just like, I need to remove Damon. You know what I'm saying?
So, the way I always saw the claw grimes in this invasion isn't to remove Damon, it's to remove himself, or just so that he can more easily move around the village, because even if Boruto and Kawaki are together, as long as not every single person he wants is in the same room, and I do mean room, not village, because apparently it takes about 2 chapters to run across the village now, apparently. As long as that's not the case, he can just go to someone else that he wants to fight right now. And again, Demi can only be in one spot.
I mean, yes, while I agree, that doesn't have anything to do with like the way he's saying, like, in response to the Damon situation. Like, so it seems like it's kind of both. Like, it is to some degree, like, they make the Bug and Coke conversation makes it seem like this is gonna somehow help him with his problems with Damon, but it's like it is to be useful. Like, these will help me achieve my goals. But this, I do think it would be nice to cash in on the Damon aspect to some degree, beyond just like the teleporting around. Like, oh, now I can go see Sarada. Now I can go see Konohamaru and so on.
So I'm not gonna lie, but the way I first imagined the claw grimes being used in combat, because I imagined they would be, obviously, when I very first saw them at the end of Naruto Next Generation's manga, when he's in the freaking Tin Tails dimension, when they first appear. We got the cool Frieza looking designs with the claw grimes on. We see Code like putting his body parts through. That's how I thought he was going to use it. I didn't think Code himself was going to make an appearance there physically in the village. I thought he was going to have the claw grimes fight, and the claw grimes by themselves were going to be really strong. I didn't think they were going to be biting people and turning them into trees. I thought they were just going to be like fighting them. And so they have
exactly.
it's not just that. It's not just the fact that the claw grimes themselves are strong, each individual one, and
he would pop his claws out of nowhere through their chest and kill people.
Yes.
Like, he would actually fight the way he used to fight.
That's unexpected. Exactly. And it's not just
that's
that.
how
that's a big part of it.
And that's why
it's also the fact that he can use it in creative ways, is if there's more than one. Like, he can stick his claw mark through one and through the other one's claw marks, and it comes somewhere else out. Yeah, it's like a long chain of like 17 claw marks. It's going all over the place.
And that's why it would help him versus Damon, because he could do this random ass shit and be like, okay, if Damon's not reflecting, because at the very least Code thinks Damon can't reflect if he's not touching someone, right? Whether, regardless if you agree with it, Code thinks that. So he would think, okay, there's no way Damon's gonna be able to stop this though. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, then it would understand. I like that idea. Like, why don't we just write it in? Code will do this regardless.
Yeah.
He will do things like this.
And so I think,
and maybe he's sadistic about it. Maybe like he does it the first time, he like cuts Boruto. It says like, oh, that hurt you? Like, you know, like he's just taunting him before he actually goes for the kill. That's in character for him to do stuff like that. I think that's fine.
I think it's
the
more
point is he's gonna beat Boruto down
Damon.
bad. And same with Kawaki. He's gonna make Kawaki feel a little bit desperate too. Like,
I definitely think people like Boruto, Kawaki, and especially Sarada with the Sharingan are way more interesting to see fight these claw grimes using this method than someone like Damon. Because unless you're gonna give his ability a weakness, such as maybe it can't transcend dimensions to the Tin Tails dimension, so Code's intent doesn't apply to him, or maybe it applies onto the body, not onto Code, so it whatever intention would only apply onto the claw grime rather than Code, so it would scratch the claw grime, which Code wouldn't care about that. That'd be fine from his perspective. I don't know how you do it, but yeah, I think fighting actual people is
But
more
you know,
interesting.
yeah, it depends on specifics. I mean, like I said, at the very least, Code thinks that as long as David just isn't touching someone, he's just doing taijutsu, you know, he can just won't be able to reflect.
Yeah, it'll
Um,
be like whack-a-mole.
so like he could just not expect it. But then you could also write in, oh, like honestly speaking, this wouldn't even inherently be like much of a weakness, but in this case, you could do the idea that it reflects onto the claw grind because it's the claw grind's body that Code's coming out of, and it just works that way. I am almost okay with that because it's a easy disposable way to have Damon use his ability for it, but basically not matter, so it doesn't kill Code and it makes Code look intelligent. And Damon will still be strong. It won't matter. Damon will be too strong regardless, just like the original Code fight. But like, I think that actually works. This idea.
So I'm going to compare this to 3 things. 2 of them you have no idea what I'm going to be talking about, but that's okay. The way I see these claw grinds being overwhelmingly powerful, that's not the point of them, but that's in addition to it. It's similar to Vilgax from Ben 10. It's similar to Garo from One Punch Man, especially season 2, and it's similar to Jigen from Boruto. So they are just straight up more powerful than the people they're fighting, but that's not what makes them scary. What makes them scary is their use of their intelligence. The fact that they have an answer for everything. It's not that they'll overpower you. They'll do that anyways. The scary thing is that they're going to dismantle you. They're going to strip away every advantage you could have.
Yeah.
So it's not that they're stronger
And
than
I
you,
agree.
it's that they make you weaker as a fighter. Which is awesome.
And I like that. So I think that's just a much, because honestly speaking, no, I think it's totally fine if you want to keep the idea that Code awakens the claw grind with his chakra or whatever, it does this effect. But like, as a side note, do we want to keep the trees at all, or do you just want to remove that?
The Shinjuu and Boruto, Tubu Vortex?
No. I mean like, well, I guess in this case it
you
would
mean
remove
biting
people like
people?
Hidari and Moegi, but not.
I wasn't even thinking
Yes.
they were gonna bite people
So
in
what
the
I was
first place. I don't really care about that.
what I was gonna say is in this
It's fine to
case,
keep it.
you
It's
could
Tubu
keep
Vortex,
Jura.
man.
If Jura just is the 10 tails, that's fine. But in the case of like Hidari and them, they would have to go if you get rid of that.
No, that's fine. I think you were saying last night in the Jiro stream, just remove Moegi. The rest is fine. Because you can still do this invasion where no one gets bit, and you can still have Sasuke get bit over the time skip, Bug gets bit over the time skip, and Jura just is someone else. Or Kawaki or whatever. I don't care.
Well, what I meant, well, in this case, they're still gonna do the biting, but you're gonna say they only do it over time, but not initially.
That can work too, because or they need a catalyst such as Otsutsuki Chakra from Kawaki, which is how I think it happened anyways, because it is over time, because we know it is because of Sasuke and maybe Bug.
But yeah, because we don't know when those happen. But what I originally meant was, do you want to just remove them biting people in general?
No,
Like
I
just
know,
that just
but
will never happen.
never have.
So in
Well,
this
then how
case,
does
like I
you give
said,
it to the Shinju?
well, you could keep Jura, but you would lose the other Shinju. Because Jura, I say you can keep because you just say the 10 tails turns into him, but you would lose Hidari,
Nah.
Matsuri, and so on in
I
that
like
case.
Hidari as a concept. I also like Bug
Yeah,
so
I
far for
agree.
what he's
So
been. So
same. So I agree. So let's just keep it, but it doesn't happen in this evasion. It just happens over time.
yeah,
Coach starts to lose control, like Boruto says. That's fine.
I like that. Yeah.
So in this case, all right, let's think what we got. I should have been writing this down, but I guess I can always rewatch. I mean, granted, I remember most of this anyway. But so anyway, Coates like basically wins without fully winning. He's beat them down a bit. This could also play into why Kawaki's low on chakra later on.
So at the second
So
battlefield,
now
I think
it's supposed-
Sarada and Sasuke. I think you could also have Shikamaru there, maybe Sumire, maybe even Ada.
not Ada. Ada
Okay,
wouldn't
not
be
Ada.
there.
That's fine. That's fine. Ada's a later thing, anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Ada doesn't make
Ada's
sense.
gonna go there when Kawaki's in trouble later on.
Yeah.
So in this case, Kawaki's losing, but he won't be in trouble because Damon shows up, if that makes sense.
Maybe you have Konohamaru if you want to keep Moegi, but no. Just no.
Bro, honestly, like I said, I mean, hopefully they change my mind. I think just don't have Moegi become a tree. Just remove it.
Yeah. So
But
I
what
got
purpose
my
does
main
it serve?
players. Anyways.
Like, Jura's the
before
one
we go
fighting
on it.
Team Inoshikacho right now.
Yeah.
Not even Matsuri, it's Jura doing it. Like the whole point was they were supposed to fight Matsuri, right? They're
Bro, I'm gonna
fighting
laugh
Jura,
when
so we don't
Matsuri
need.
just never fights. In fact, what if the other three, all three of them, fight Konohamaru, but not Matsuri? She just never comes into contact with him, never even sees Konohamaru.
Like literally, like what's the point of like what was the point of her? Like because they wrote in a way for them to get involved already, so we don't need Matsuri.
I don't know.
And Konohamaru's fighting Hidari right now.
Okay, but we're getting derailed. Back to the Koudari, right? So
Yeah.
did you want to do
Okay,
anything
so-
in the second battlefield, or you don't really care? Sarada and Sasuke. And
second
maybe
battle.
Shikamaru.
So yeah, so well, how are we making this look? Are they just fighting claw rhymes, basically?
Yeah, because Code's gonna pop out of one
Okay.
of them.
Okay. When Damon shows up, he's like, "All right, let me go kill people you care." Oh, because he did say, "I'm gonna kill everyone you care about," right? So that's
Yeah.
actually works perfect.
They're on the
So
kill
he's
list,
like-
and especially Shikamaru. I forgot what he said. Like he's at the top of the kill list. Maybe he didn't say that, but he's on the
No,
kill
he
list
didn't
now.
say that. He just said he's adding. He just said he's adding
Okay,
him to
that's
his
fine.
retribution list.
Yeah.
But either way, though, the point is, I like this because what he'll do is, because he's being sadistic about it, he beats them down and then he says, "I'm not going to kill you yet. First, I'm going to take away everything you care about. Then I'm going to kill you." So then he says, "First up, how about that girl, that Uchiha girl? Sarada was her name, right?" And then he disappears. So at this point, I guess shoot. Okay, in that case, omnipotence hasn't happened, so Kawaki wouldn't care as much as Boruto would. But you get the idea anyway. He says, "I'm gonna kill everyone you care about." Maybe let's just have Himawari be there. I bet you care about your sister, huh? And then Himawari will just be at this battlefield, I guess. So I don't know. What do you think? Because you got to think from Kawaki's perspective. Sarada works perfect, but not until after Omnipotence. So
Was the plan to take Boruto and Kawaki last anyways on the kill list?
yeah, it was.
Okay, if that works, yeah.
He said he wants to take everything Kawaki cares about. So I
Yeah.
assume he would do it before killing him.
It doesn't make sense to do it after.
Yeah.
Because the point is he wants to take away the same thing that Kawaki took away from him, which was killing Ishiki
Exactly.
directly.
So he wants Kawaki
Shikamaru
to
wasn't even
suffer for
there.
that,
So Shikamaru's only on the kill list because he annoyed Code. Code
Exactly.
doesn't care to take away everything Shikamaru loves. He just wants to kill him because he's annoying.
Exactly. Like, so some of it's personal, like Shikamaru, for example. That's just because Code got annoyed with him.
Yeah.
But the other part, though, afterwards, like, I'm gonna take everything you care about. Yeah. So he is gonna. But I also think it makes sense to start with Kawaki and them because
I think that's interesting. Yeah.
that's
So his motive
good.
is to go specifically after Himawari. And then Sarada, Sasuke, and maybe Shikamaru show up to protect her. So he's not just randomly going there without like a motive or goal and just doing whatever, strung about in all directions. He has one directive.
Exactly. Because realistically speaking, he might, or you know what could also work? You may or may not like this idea. He goes for Naruto because he doesn't know Naruto is sealed yet. So he goes to the Uzumaki family house. We're just gonna anime bullshit it. He just knows what
I think that works better
But
because it doesn't make
he
sense
doesn't-
for Kawaki to stop Boruto if he knows Code's going after Himawari.
Yeah. So in this case, he goes for quote unquote Naruto. Kawaki's thinking nobody's there.
Yeah.
Why don't I kill Boruto? And then Code happens to stumble upon Himawari instead and says, "Ooh, that's a good idea." But then, so Code's mind might be to bring Himawari back there to kill him in front of Kawaki, but then of course he gets distracted by everyone else. Good time to bring in Sasuke, probably, because Sasuke would distract him. In that case, it's personal.
That could work. I hate, like we were saying with Shikamaru already, that's written in the series, is that he just could have killed Shikamaru, but he just didn't. I hate the idea of Code having the opportunity to kill so many people and he just doesn't. So I feel like he might try to kill Himawari here and then just bring her back to Boruto for corpse.
Okay,
Because
but he's still gonna get
otherwise-
stopped either way, though.
Yeah, otherwise Himawari is not in danger here.
Yeah, that's fair. But then, like, Sasuke shows up, I guess, first.
Yeah, that works best. You could
Or,
say
I guess
Sarada's
Sarada could do it
with
first, and then-
Sasuke, which could be cool. Just traveling together.
I like, honestly, maybe we should just have Sarada show up first, and then Sasuke shows up to save Sarada. That feels like very normal for how they would do this. Like, I feel like I could see them doing that. So,
By the way, is Hinata here? Get that elephant out of the room.
no,
first?
she got sealed with Naruto.
Okay, that's fine.
She got sealed with Naruto.
Yeah.
Just to keep it the same, because
Yeah.
it would be very weird for him to seal Naruto and just like not Hinata.
Well, like we were saying in the rewrite a few weeks ago, it's just Hinata would be out in town, maybe shopping with Ada, is what we were joking. She just wouldn't have.
Oh, right. We could do that if you want.
But in that case, are we doing that so that she's relevant to the story? Like, is she gonna pop up in Two Blue Vortex or in this rewrite?
I don't know, because then
You
that's
could
just
also-
more to add on to
It
the
would just be
thought.
someone more.
Maybe we
to
can just
fight
hold
Code.
off.
Yeah. We'll say
Yeah,
Hinata's
maybe
not
we
there
should
for
just
now,
hold off.
unless we have a reason to bring her back.
Yeah. Yeah, if we come up with like a big thing, because also
I still
we
like
want
the idea
Kawaki
of
slap,
later
right?
my Borushiki kills Himawari rewrite to where he's like, "Where's that damn girl or woman?" And then he sees Hinata and just keeps flying as the end of chapter cliffhanger. It's like
Yeah,
a red herring.
but like,
But in that case, she's a plot device.
but
not
you
a
could also
character.
just have the red herring though. We could just have Sarada be the red herring instead. Where's that damn girl? Like,
Yeah, but that also kind of works a lot too. I don't know.
that works. Like, no, that's the red herring. We
No, I
think it's Sarada.
know.
It's actually Himawari.
I know, but like,
It's the
would
same thing.
I personally care as much?
Okay, you got me there.
Yeah.
But would Mello personally care as much? Absolutely.
fair enough. Sure.
That was funny. But yeah, let's just keep Hinata sealed. Just
Alright.
because then we're like really changing to Blue Vortex even more. So let's try to minimize what we can.
So, is there anything specific you wanted to happen during this fight, or did you want to just jump to the end of the second fight?
In the Boruto Kawaki one.
No, the code versus at the second battlefield versus everyone there.
Oh, I don't know, because part of the problem is this is where we run into issues of like, okay, Boruto and Kawaki in their karma forms, putting up somewhat of a fight but getting stomped, especially with Mitsuki there, very understandable. But like, nerf Sasuke in a base Sharingan Sarada shouldn't be able to last more than 3 seconds against Code.
And
Like,
Shikamaru.
that shouldn't matter.
We could give Himawari her lock-on mode.
Yeah, just have Kurama awaken here.
Ino's relevant in Two Blue Vortex. Maybe she comes. No, but I think
it all boils down to when Damon shows up.
yeah, exactly. I think if Code's not full power coming here anyways, if he just fought Boruto and then Kawaki, and then he fought maybe Damon as well, and then he's now fighting Sarada and Sasuke, I think even then he can still kill, or at least think that he kills Sasuke, and then Sarada, if you don't like the Mangekyo, she could just get a rage amp even. Oh, also
Yeah,
from the
I
previous
would
fight, so
not do the
there's a lot.
The second battle is going to be difficult, honestly.
Again,
What to do with it.
Fuck on.
But also, we need Code to go away for good at some point, right? So
That's where
what's
we
the
get to the
catalyst for that
end.
besides just... Okay.
Yeah. So okay. So jumping to the way Code's defeated in this arc, I don't care how it is. I think it needs to be through omnipotence. Or as a byproduct of it. It has to be because of Ada. In a sense, Ada has to be the reason Code loses here.
I like the idea, but how?
Yeah.
Like, how would that work? Because all that omnipotence did was just roll reverse. So I guess what you could actually,
go ahead.
you know what? This isn't a defeat, but it's a distraction. You could have it to where omnipotence happens. So Code now is going after Boruto, right? But because Boruto leaves the village, Coast just leaves on the run after him. So it's almost like
that,
you end the time skip.
I want him to be
Yeah, exactly.
defeated.
That's the problem.
I have an idea. I don't know if you're gonna like this. Out of Ada's intense desire, it isn't just a role reversal, at least at first. It could be like a supercharged thing to where it's out of a desire specifically to protect Kawaki. And so if Code's going after Kawaki, maybe Kawaki like has Damon's reflect intent on him for like a temporary time or something. Or if Code just tries to go after Kawaki, he just gets hurt or defeated, just in general. Just divine power shenanigans.
Yeah, but he would be going after Boruto because of the role reversal.
Just have him not affected. He's already not affected in 2 Blue Vortex. I don't care what you say. He does not think Kawaki's special moves are saying I don't care.
Bro, he's affected.
You could say
Sorry.
because he awakened the Shinjuu is Boruto's theory because of Otsutsuki shenanigans. He's part Otsutsuki, therefore he's not affected. There, I just wrote it in for you.
But that doesn't apply to the love charm as we've seen already, so we can't do that. It hasn't protected him from the love charm. So we're not
Honestly,
gonna say he's immune to one thing.
I don't think the love charm's quote unquote weakness of Otsutsuki and family members being immune is inherent to the love charm. I think it's inherent to Ada. Ada doesn't want Otsutsuki or family members to be affected. And so they're just not.
Okay, I think the family members, yes. Well, granted, Damon's not affected by the role reversal either. But Otsutsuki, I understand it's your theory, but like, it seems very goofy for her to want Otsutsuki to be immune to her love charm for some odd reason.
It could also just be the fact that she was told that they are, and then she just believes it. And she's also fine with it. Because she also wants at least someone to not be affected.
So, the way I was gonna bring it up would be to say that, well, to some extent, she needs the Otsutsuki to be immune because, so in this case, the problem with this though is, what I would say, if Otsutsuki became immune when she became in love with Kawaki, so she needs Kawaki to be immune essentially, this would work really well. The problem is Otsutsuki were immune long before she ever fell in love with Kawaki, so it's like I can't really use that.
So I also don't want Code to be immune to the love charm. So what you could just do is, because you just have Code go to the Tentel's dimension temporarily. That's when Ada does omnipotence. And we're just writing it in this case that it doesn't transcend dimensions. Because people didn't know in the first place.
No,
anyways.
but well, the problem with that though is then he would be after Kawaki, not Boruto.
That's the point.
Oh, do you want that to be the case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Problem is we don't know what they're doing with Code moving forward. because I feel like it would to some extent be better. Code needs to go back to Kawaki, I feel like, because we need to capitalize on his parallel and dynamic with Kawaki. And I feel like having him running around after Boruto doesn't allow us to capitalize on it as much as we could. Like, just like the Code arc, I feel like we were actually capitalizing on that dynamic, whereas now we're just not. Boruto doesn't parallel Code. It just doesn't, unless he's gonna talk no jutsu him like Mitsuki, like, which would suck. We're just not getting what we could have gotten. So to some extent, I like the idea of just having him not be affected because he was in another dimension or whatever. But at the same time, you could argue, well, just like the love charm, the moment he enters this dimension, he might just get affected. Yeah. And I don't know what's best.
Could also be he's going to the Ten Tails dimensions to get the Ten Tails. Maybe if he can't bring the Ten Tails, or if he can't bring Kawaki to the Ten Tails, he'll bring the Ten Tails to Kawaki. Just out of a rage thing. It's like a last resort thing. He's backed into a corner. He says, "Screw it."
Yeah, like because of Damon because maybe like Damon is just in the way. Well, that doesn't have to do with omnipotence in that case, but
Well, it gets Code to go to the Ten Tails dimension instead of just randomly being there for a reason.
No, but I meant like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
You could also say it brings
the role reversal.
What about this? It brings the Ten Tails to the real world, and because Code's controlling the Ten Tails, during the time he's controlling it, he's immune.
Honestly, I thought of another one. You might find this goofy, but to some extent, it does kind of just make sense. What if Ada's desire she just desired everyone in the Leaf Village to have the role reversal, not the rest of the world? Like, what if they just, because, Gaara wasn't after Kawaki, it was the Leaf Villagers. What if she just, like, only was thinking about the Leaf Villagers at the time?
That's fine.
It's a coach just not immune because
if you're fine with Tubular Vortex just writing out the rest of the world anyways. Because remember, this isn't an omnipotence rewrite. This is a Code
they might be doing that anyway.
Rewrite. And so Boruto still should lose everything in the same way, the same bad way. But just everyone has a role reversal. So I think Code connecting to the Ten Tails in the way Obito or Madara did works, or even via the claw grimes he merges with the Ten Tails, maybe.
Code, so this is an interesting one. Of course, in this case, you would be losing Code, but yeah, you could just do a thing to where Code actually just merges with the Ten Tails / becomes a Jinchuriki out of a rage, and then like over time he just turns into Jura. That also depends on like what we're gonna do with Code, but I don't want to lose Code though is the problem. But
that's a lot of things. For me, the Boruto versus Kawaki stuff, we've already talked about it so much in the other rewrite that I feel like you just apply pretty much everything from there to here now in this Code invasion.
Correct.
So
yeah.
I feel like there's a lot left.
And then same with
that.
Well, the Code invasion was just leading up to that.
Yeah.
So from there, all the stuff we said remains the same. Same with Mitsuki. Like, we're gonna keep a lot of the stuff the same. Of course, in that case, though, that depends on the lead up. So, like I said, you could do a thing to where Mitsuki's the reason basically Kawaki can't kill Boruto. He's chasing after Kawaki to death's end. Kawaki gets like a minute to see Ada, rants, and then omnipotence happens. So then Mitsuki goes back to Boruto instead of Kawaki in this case. And then you get that whole fight, my Mitsuki rewrite basically, and then Kawaki goes back to kill Boruto again, and so on. That's all fine and dandy. Now it's just a matter of like, what are we doing with Code? Like, the other question would be beginning of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex. Is Code invading again, or are we just gonna remove that?
That's a rewrite for another day.
Yeah.
I feel like there's aspects you could do. I don't know if it's even necessary. Let's move on to the actual story.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could do a thing to where Boruto goes after Code or something instead, like the reverse, but I don't know. Kind of tricky there.
Yeah. What I
Well, anyway,
don't like,
that was quite the derail.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
like Code invading the village after 3 years because I'm gonna make Boruto come to me. Oh, I'm sick of waiting around.
Yeah, no, especially given his reasoning for not invading before is because of Aiden and Damon, who are still there.
It's the worst reason they could have gone with.
Yeah.
Or no, actually, I can think of a worse reason. The reason he invades is to defeat Ada and Ada and Damon, so that he can invade the Leaf Village, so that they're out of the way.
I guess that would be that would be worse. The only thing that's worse.
That's going in the abridged.
Write it down.
Yeah.
Now, I don't remember what we were talking about before I brought the Code thing up.
I do. We were talking about the identity of characters in this arc. And I
Oh
think
yeah, right. The identity
we
of
left off
Code.
with Code. I think we talked about Code's identity plenty just now.
All right, so who was next?
Ada, which I think coincides with Code's identity right now. A lot of people's identities, actually, is just reason for omnipotence.
Mhm.
Especially tying that back into Mitsuki. She's
Yeah.
really trying to figure
Now,
out this whole
in Ada's
Kawaki thing.
case, I don't necessarily think she's gonna figure out everything like quickly. I think that should be an over time thing.
Yeah, I don't think it
but
should be this arc.
we're getting glimpses. We're getting a beginning of it, perhaps you could say.
I think honestly they've already done enough with Ada's identity, just basically introducing those seeds that they've planted. That's enough for this arc. They can execute
Yeah,
on
I
those
agree.
next arc or a future arc.
Yeah, I
with
agree. I
the
don't think we need to
invasion.
get any more
Yeah.
in your face from Ada.
Exactly.
And I think she should just observe for now. Observe Kawaki. Observe. So she could talk to Boruto, and it's all going to be subtle things. So, assuming my Ada omnipotence weakening theory was right, that could play into like Kawaki and stuff. But like again, as far as Ada herself goes, let's wait. Let's not do too much now.
Okay. Before moving on to the next character, this is tangentially related to Ada's identity. This is a good reason to have an Ada identity conversation really quick, but it's sort of separate from that. You're going to disagree, and the story doesn't tell you this, and you're just going to say, oh, but she was wrong. You know? Just hear me out. Ada can control omnipotence, okay? So there's two aspects of this. The first aspect is the one time she really wanted to use it to save Kawaki, she did without a flaw, and it didn't go overboard. It worked flawlessly. It was a perfect execution of omnipotence.
The problem is you can't say she wanted to use omnipotence. It's just she wished to help Kawaki, and it just happened.
Yeah.
You can't prove that she wanted to use omnipotence.
No.
She
but
just wanted to help Kawaki.
The point is, the one time she wished for it to be the case, it happened. There's no other time where she wishes to use omnipotence and she just doesn't.
Again, you can't say she wished to use omnipotence. You can
It's
only
not
say
about that, because
she wished.
Omnipotence is about the desire.
Yeah, she desired something to happen, and it happened.
Exactly. And omnipotence is what allows it to happen. So as long as the thing happens, okay, fine. She's in control of the byproduct of what happens. She can't control omnipotence, she can control the byproduct. It's basically the same thing.
Well, the point is, it's just based off what she wants. So if it seemingly she needs to want it like a lot, as far as we can tell anyway, for it to activate the ability. But the point is, she has to actually want it. So she can't, like, it's like saying controlling your wants. Are you really controlling what you want? No, you just want it. And that just is the case. And so, and if you have to want it a certain amount for it to activate in Ada's case, you can't control that. You just happen to want something a certain amount. That just is the case. So you're not really in control in that case. But for Shibai, it might not matter how much he wants it. He doesn't need to want it a lot. He can want it a little and he can just do it for all we know. That's kind of the difference.
So, respectfully, I disagree. There's 3 aspects of it. Those are the first 2. The fact that she uses it whenever she wants, even if you disagree, even if subconsciously, I don't care. It's her desire. Whatever she desires, she gets when she gets it, whenever she wants it. She just doesn't want it yet if she doesn't use it. Second of all is the fact that she can actually like use it the way she intends to use it. So it's not like omnipotence blew up in Kawaki's face. No, it actually helped Kawaki to the degree that she wanted it to. The third aspect is actually, in a way, the opposite, to where she doesn't use it when she doesn't not want to, basically. It doesn't just go off randomly. It's not like Boruto's Karma Seal, to where it's just activating on its own. If she doesn't want it to activate, it just doesn't. From what I've seen, the story's not told me that it's told me, it hasn't shown me that she can't control it. What it has shown me in these 3 instances, that she controls it perfectly, and that's all I have to go based off of.
I mean, I don't agree, because you make it like it's not that she's using it when she wants and not with using it when she doesn't want. It's just the ability activates when she wants something enough. And she herself didn't even know that before. So now, in the current state, when she has the knowledge of the ability, you could argue her control might substantially increase, because she might understand, I have to just want it enough. She might have the ability to control it better now, which is because of that knowledge. But before then, no, because she didn't even have the knowledge to do that. So I would never say she was in control before she got the knowledge. Now that she has the knowledge, I do think her control should probably at least somewhat increase, even if marginally, just because she has the knowledge, and that can certainly help. But if this is an assumption, I'm not saying this is the case, but assuming there is like a threshold of amount of desire you need, I don't know that she can just control that. At least in her case, she might have a threshold. Shibai might not. Again, that's an assumption. I'm not saying that is the case, but assuming that is the case, I don't think she can control her desire amount. And so at that point, it is out of her control. It just is whether or not she happens to want it, and that's it.
That is a control
but she can't just
though.
make herself not want something or want something more or less. Like, that just is the case, and there's nothing she can do about it.
If there's a minimum barrier to entry to do something, a limit to where if you're just not hitting that threshold, you're just not doing it anyways, that's not out of control. That's just not doing it in the first place. Like Kamui, you can control a 200-pound bench press, but if you only use 150 pounds of your muscles, you're not out of control. You're just not doing it.
The problem is, Oodie, you can't control how much you want something. You just do.
Okay.
So how could that be? If and because there's a threshold, she can't consciously choose to use or not use the ability. In this case, it's just, if she wants something enough, it will happen, whether she likes it or not. And if she doesn't want something enough, it won't happen, whether she likes it or not. In that case, I'm not calling that control. If it's a matter of she can choose to not activate it if she really wants something, or choose to activate it if she doesn't want it all that much, that is definitely control. You see the difference? And I'm not saying the version of there's a threshold and blah, blah, blah is the case, but I'm saying if it is the case, which it very well could be, I'm not calling that control, because she can't control it. It just will happen in that case. It's the same as if Jigen just decided, now is a good time to activate your ability for her. You know what I'm saying?
Personally, I still disagree sorry to say it. I just think everything I said is just fine. In terms of, this isn't what you were just saying, but in terms of her not having conscious knowledge of it, even if it's a subconscious thing, I don't think that matters. You don't have to have conscious knowledge of something to be in control of it. For example, you're in control of walking, but you aren't actively doing it. You're just subconsciously, like, passively doing it, but you're still in control of your walking.
But you are consciously walking.
Only when you're
Not
actively
unconsciously
focusing on
walking.
walking.
No, you're still consciously doing it.
No, you're not. You're conscious when it's happening,
Yes, you
but
are.
you're not thinking about it. No,
No.
you're not. It's just happening. Okay, then breathing. You're not always thinking about breathing if you really want to go that far.
No, but the difference is so let's just use like a heartbeat. I can't choose to stop my heartbeat. I can't, like, it just is happening. Whether I like it or not. The only way to stop is to kill myself. I can't, otherwise the heart will be walking. I choose to start walking and I choose to stop walking. I don't need to think too hard about how to walk because I have muscle memory. You know, the same as shooting a basketball. Even at this point, I haven't played in several years, but let's just say when my height of basketball career, I know how to shoot a ball. I don't need to think too hard about the shooting form, but every time I shoot, I am choosing to shoot the ball. There's a conscious decision to shoot then. Whereas something like blinking, your body will do it for you, but you can also choose to do it or not do it in that case. But like the heartbeat, it just happens. If omnipotence is for Ada, like the heartbeat, it will just do it when it needs to, essentially. That's not control. I'm not controlling my heartbeat. It just is beating. Something like breathing is like blinking, to where your body, you can both control it and also it will do it automatically. Again, it just depends. It depends on what it actually is the case. What Momoshiki says is that it's like the heartbeat. She's not controlling it. It just happens when she needs it to, more or less.
No, because
But
I think the heartbeat's separate from you yourself. You don't have a desire of the heartbeat either way. I don't want to use desire in that way because I don't want you to misconstrue it to correlate to Ada's desire in that same terminology. But you don't have a will to have a heartbeat. It just happens on its own regardless of you.
But again, Ada doesn't have a will to have omnipotence. It just happened regardless.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want you to misconstrue the two terms.
Well, it's the same point, though.
No, because I think regardless if Ada has knowledge of it, or if regardless of what Ada, even if she's not in control
The knowledge
of her own,
point was just
what
that
she wants
when
to
she
desire.
didn't have knowledge, my point is, when she didn't have knowledge, there was no way for her to actively choose to activate the ability consciously in control, because she never knew what she was doing, so she wasn't in control. It was just happening to her and she didn't understand it.
So let's compare it to Shibai for a
How can you
moment.
call it control?
Let's compare it to Shibai for a moment. If Shibai is fighting, I don't care who, someone relative to Shibai's brother, I don't care who, he can go into the fight using omnipotence as a strategy to where he's thinking to use omnipotence, and then as a byproduct, that thing happens. For Ada, she wouldn't think to use omnipotence. She would think of the thing that omnipotence would be the result of, and then through omnipotence, it would happen. I think that's control.
But the thing is, no, but again, the problem is, again, does she even know? Like, for example, if she's thinking of, let's just say she's boxing with Damon, and she's like, oh, I wish I had gloves on. I wish I had boxing gloves, and they just poof there, and she's like, wait, what? I wouldn't say that she was. That one is very borderline, to where you could argue she was controlling omnipotence, but in that case, I wouldn't necessarily say she was controlling it. It just happened. Now, the moment she says, now I wish I had pretty shoes on, and it does it, I'm calling that control. Like, she now she knows what she's doing. Before, it was an accident. which I wouldn't say was in control because it was literally an accident. And that is the case with all these other ones. It's an accident, and we don't even know there's a threshold that she has to.
I'm not gonna
just
say she's
hit.
choosing to use omnipotence, but I think she's definitely in control of it because it's still what she would do if she had the ability to do so some other way anyways.
No, but the point is, she didn't.
Think about like this. Was Sasuke
like-
in control of his body when it moved on his own? Yes, because that's what he was going to do
No.
anyways.
Well, okay, but that one, I think Sasuke's just capping, bro. Sasuke wanted to save Naruto anyway.
Okay,
Like you said,
well then the analogy in this case is hypothetically he just did
it wasn't a literal accident on Sasuke didn't accidentally save Naruto.
That's my point though. Ada didn't just
But
accidentally
Ada did
save
accidentally
Kawaki.
do.
She wasn't planning on it, but she had the
But she
ability
did,
to
though.
do so. Hypothetically, if she didn't
didn't
have
even know that.
omnipotence, she had omnipotence. It would have done the same thing. I don't care what the omnipotence is. If
No.
it gave her the ability to save Kawaki at that moment, she would have done it.
No. What she was going to do in that case is utilize her love charm the same way she did with Delta when she told Delta to attack Shikamaru, if I had to guess. That was probably her plan. I'm going to protect you. Nobody will attack you while I'm around, kind of thing.
But
Which
okay,
is using
but
omnipotence,
then
but,
that's
it's more
controlling her love charm,
using the
which I
love-
still think is omnipotence.
It's not controlling the love charm, it's taking advantage of the love charm.
Which
that's
is why I
already
was
there.
using the Shibai thing, because he's over relying on it in that case. He's going into the fight with that as the tactic beforehand. In this case, I don't think
Yeah,
you
but
need to
again,
do that.
in this case, no, but in the case of the love charm thing, again, she's not controlling the love charm in that case. She's just taking advantage of the thing that was already there.
Comparing it to like Boruto's teleportation in the Kara arc, it just happens randomly, or he can't choose when to do it. But when
Yeah, and
he
Boruto
needs to
wasn't
do it, he does it consistently.
But Boruto wasn't in control of his karma teleportation powers at that time. He literally went to a random place. He didn't even know where he was going.
Well, I don't think where he was going was the point. The point was just teleport him somewhere else.
It doesn't
Out
matter.
of the village.
But he wasn't in control. It just happened, and it happened in his favor.
That's fine, but why did it happen? Because Boruto wanted it to happen. It just didn't coincidentally happen at that exact moment.
Yeah, but again, it doesn't matter if he wanted it to happen. He wasn't in control. It was an accident that worked out in his favor.
It wasn't an accident. Boruto
He couldn't-
intended to do it. Boruto might
he
not have been
couldn't
in control,
consciously
but
do it on
Boruto controlled it.
No, he didn't. Okay, he wasn't in control of that power. He couldn't use it on a whim whenever he wanted. The same goes for Ada. It's the same thing, except it's even worse in Ada's case.
I agree. I think Boruto thinks he can't do it normally, so he can't do it normally. When Boruto needs to do it, he realizes he has to do it, and so it does happen because he actually is in control. It's basically the true self. That's his true self. It's so he is in control of it. He just doesn't realize it.
Okay, going with that analogy, that means that as long as Boruto isn't being in his true self, he's not in control. So if Ada's not being her true self, she's not in control by that analogy. Since she's currently not, complete character, her identity isn't fully fleshed, she's not being her full true self, she's not in control yet, which means she would be in control in the future, but not yet.
My own thematic arguments against me. I didn't even say, okay, whatever. In this case, this goes back to not only popular fan theories of why why Sarada and Sumire are immune, because Ada wants them to be her friends. In that case, that's another instance of her controlling it.
I think in that one, I like the idea of it going even stronger. She needs them to be her friends.
That's
I think
fine.
that just
Yeah.
is even better.
I think she can also control the love charm. The moment she doesn't need it anymore, that's our narrative theory, is that it's just going to deactivate. It's just going to turn off. And then our theory of omnipotence, of its strength correlating to Ada's control, that as well, or subconscious desire.
Well, it's
I
not
should
a
say,
control.
or desire.
Yeah,
Yeah, I used the wrong word. My
because
bad.
in that
But I think
case,
that is control.
like, I see. It's more just like I
Because
don't
it's
call it. I mean, again,
consistent.
this is semantics.
It's consistent
I'm
with
not.
Ada, is the thing. Her true self. Even if she isn't her true self. You could say Ada's not consistent with Ada in that case. False Ada isn't the same as true Ada. But then, okay, that's fine. I'll compromise with you on this. False Ada can't control omnipotence. True Ada can control omnipotence.
That very well might be true. You know, we have to see. But I don't think Ada is currently at true Ada. I think she's currently at false Ada.
But I think when she needs to use omnipotence, such as when Kawaki was back into a corner, I think at that moment she became true Ada for a moment. Because she herself was also back into a corner. Which is why she used omnipotence.
Yeah, because in that one's case, because Ada, this is my personal opinion anyway. Ada was listening to Kawaki and more or less like it's like, no, Kawaki, you are not this piece of trash that you're saying you are. Like, I fell in love with the Kawaki who believed he was the opposite of trash, you know, a worthy human. Like, I don't want to listen to this anymore. That's not true, Kawaki. And then because she truly felt that way, you know, omnipotence essentially made the world believe that. Then, you know, of course, now that Kawaki though is almost hiding behind that, again, not being his true self, I think that almost like it's like a turn off to Ada. And it's almost like she might not realize it, but it's almost like she wishes omnipotence didn't work because of that. He's like, I don't want this. I want Kawaki to be himself almost. So it's almost like in her heart, perhaps, not that she thought this would be the case because she didn't know, but assuming she knew, it would be like, oh, I thought this role reversal would make Kawaki be himself again, but it didn't work. It actually made it worse. So now I want it to go away, kind of thing. Not that she knows all this, but like, imagine it that way.
So going back to the heartbeat thing, that's relevant here too, because again, I think it's separate from you. It's its own thing. It's almost autonomous. So for example, like if you go out on a run, it doesn't matter whether you're your false self, your masked self, your shielded self, or your true self. Your heartbeat's going to go up no matter what, regardless which version of you are. And you can't control that. It's going to do it regardless if you want it to or not. And you can't control by how much it does. You can control how much you run, but it's going to be elevated regardless. You can't control the heartbeat itself.
Yeah, but again, that is also assuming that the true self compromise is even true.
I'm sure it is. Because that goes with like all of our theories regardless.
Well, it really, more than anything, it's just a semantic argument over the word control. That's all it is. It doesn't actually matter to the rest of what we're saying. It's just a matter of, is that technically in control? Yes or no? That's all it is. What we're doing here.
Technically, we're agreeing. We're just saying different things.
Yeah, it's over the word control.
Yeah.
We're semantically arguing whether this is technically control. Does it actually matter to the rest of what we're saying? No, because whether we call it control or not, the narrative arguments we're making are the same. That was the point. Like,
okay. That was an interesting conversation, I gotta say. I did like that. Didn't even get nearly as heated as I.
Well, honestly, like all of this, I know we've been doing a really good job today. All of this, today's honestly, it's not what we were supposed to talk about, but I think it's all been good.
Yeah.
Like,
and I can't really clip this identity
rephrase,
stuff because I feel like this identity thing just goes into one long thing. But I feel like I can clip the code thing. That's a really, really long clip is the problem. But that Ada thing's a short thing. I can clip that and that's a good video right there. Can Ada control omnipotence?
Yeah.
Next identity thing is Damon.
And I don't have anything to
waiting for
say.
a
I just
certain
got a
character.
glaze Damon here. Bro's in control of his identity. He knows exactly who he is, and he's gonna show it to the world in the coolest way freaking possible. And I hope we see more of it immediately.
Absolutely.
Let's get
I mean,
Damon.
granted, I will admit, like, we can't truly say because we don't know enough about Damon, but like, I definitely want to see like all of it. Like, I want a character arc from Damon, not just a plot device from Damon.
Well, he's been shown as the strongest without internal conflict or anything for a reason, and I think that's because he knows who he is. His identity is perfect. It's not going to change. He's a static character. He can just be.
I mean, that
flat.
can work as the good like juxtaposition example type of thing, where it's like, yo, you know why Damon's this strong? It's because he's being himself, kind of thing.
Well, but he's also been fighting
definitely
specifically
work.
people that's been wavering. Code was wavering because of Ada. You had Kawaki wavering because of obvious reasons, freaking Naruto and everything.
Yeah, even Boruto.
was wavering, yeah. And the
Yeah.
Shinjuu, we'll get to all four of them individually later, but obviously the point of this arc is that they're trying to find their identity, indicating they
Exactly.
don't know who they are yet, as Sasuke himself has.
Exactly. That's
Hidari's literally questions, who are they? So,
asked that. That's what I said. Like, I was talking to Jiro. It's like, bro, like that is the whole point of the conversation in chapter 5. Is like, that's one of the key signs of like what this arc is about.
Yeah.
They're trying to form their identities.
and those in control of their identity or know who they are winning in the end of this arc. And so Damon, it's just, regardless of what people want to say about our Damon videos in the past, it's like indisputable. Damon just narratively should win based on this.
assuming like that is the case, yeah. Like like it's true though.
I think that is what they're doing. We'll get to that later. The next person on this is Delta. I write Delta. What I kind of mean is half Delta, half Akebi, because going back to the whole point is that Delta isn't Akebi. She has a different personality.
Exactly.
We don't know why. I don't know if Delta knows why. If she even knows about Akebi, even.
Yeah, did Amano ever tell her? We don't know. But
Delta,
regardless, yeah, like Delta is an obvious example.
I don't know if Amado can control Delta's personality to some degree. He just can't make it like Akebi, or if it comes out random or the same every time. But this, it seems like Delta in many ways. It just doesn't have the attitude that the original Delta had, but that just could be because she's not in Kara. She's in a nicer environment, so she has the same attitude. She's just not as angry to pull out that attitude. It's still there, though.
Ironically, yeah, I actually kind of was discussing this as a small segment of my chapter review, but it seems to me at least like this Delta. So Amano, as we know, he obviously can't. If Amano can like choose the personality, there's no reason why he wouldn't be able to just choose it to be Akebi's at that point. So it doesn't seem like he chooses the personality. He does, however, definitely seem to be able to choose her loyalties and goals, because the goal of protecting the Leaf, the goal of being a member of Kara, like he literally programmed her to be a Kara member, then to be a Leaf Village citizen, and she has zero problems with doing so. So he seems to be able to like program loyalties, but not her personality. And her personality, to a large extent, just seems like a less angry version of the Kara Delta, because it's like she gets mad in very similar ways. She has a lot of the same personality quirks, I feel like, but it's also, you know, it's less angry compared to before. Yeah. So, and you could say that's either because it's just another, for all we know, when Amado creates Delta, it's always similar to Akebi, but it's a little bit different. And so each Delta clone could be a little bit different than the last. We don't know. Or if it's like every Delta clone ends up the exact same way. I doubt that one, though, because Log and Mitsuki, unless you want to argue they would have been the same way if they lived the same life, which just goes back into the Delta being a different environment thing. It could either be that or Log and Mitsuki were just straight up born different. We don't know. Like,
specifically when she was angry, she reminded me a lot of Tayuya, but I don't think Tayuya was like that when she was angry. She was just like that. So I think Delta actively is like that. Tayuya was just passively like that.
Yeah, Tayuya was just like always like that. Yeah. Like,
bro, freaking Tayuya's the goat. I love Tayuya. He's freaking awesome. All right.
I love her insulting people.
Do you think we'll get anything of Delta internal struggle over who she is, or relating back to Akabi? Maybe even in the same way that, interesting. I didn't actually write him. I guess I forgot this. Kashin Koji.
Oh my
could
god!
Have things.
No, that was the one I was like, you better have written Kashin Koji. That was
I
my
straight up
boy.
forgot.
The one I was hoping you would say.
Well, this works out perfectly right after Delta for the same reason.
Of all the characters I was waiting for, that was the one I was waiting for.
That's okay, because I'm remembering now. Just pretend he's written.
Yes, but yes, the same idea. Obviously, I want that to be there. It should be there. Am I expecting it? Based off what they've given me, no, but it should be there.
Yeah. And this is the identity arc, and she's been prevalent in this arc. Not in the way that she needs to be, but...
No.
Well, I can't say she's been prevalent. She's been prevalent. She's been actively...
She's been present.
No, yes, she's been very present.
Yeah, she's been there, but that's it.
She's been in the background a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would work though for like Delta to like consider her own, like, so even ignoring the Akabi aspect, simple stuff of Delta questioning, well, what is it that I want? Am I doing this because I want to do it, or am I doing this for Ada? Am I doing this because I feel like Amato created me to be this way? Stuff like that is very simple, easily doable in this arc. Maybe Jura says some stuff. Honestly speaking, the Shinjuu saying things that just relate to Delta as a person figuring out her identity would be a good catalyst, I think. Because Jura doesn't have to do it maliciously. He can just offhanded like say things about identity and make Delta question herself. The same would apply to Mitsuki if he was there. And I think that would work very well.
What you
it doesn't
said
matter whether they do it.
What you said works with Delta really well, because this provides a unique perspective for Delta to have that no other character, any other character could have it, but I want to see it through Delta specifically because of how engrossed she is in the love charm and how relevant she should be, to where she applies to just the normal commoner, anyone affected by the love charm. That would be like doing things for Ada. So even like Boro's guards would apply to this. You can't apply this to anyone else because Code is actively trying to defy it, to go against it, to become Otsutsuki, to see if he actually loves her or not. He would go against her if he could. He can't. So he's trying to go against it. With Mitsuki, he's not even trying to fight it. He's not even questioning it. He's just mentioning it. He's like, you know what? This is your ability, so I don't know if this is or not, but this is how I feel. I don't care if it's about your ability. I'm telling you how I feel. With Delta, in this case, I would love it if she's questioning, am I doing this because I want to do it or because I love Ada? Is Ada's love charm... Am I a slave to Ada's love charm? Shout out Attack on Titan.
Like, is Ada's love charm defining me? Like, like, these would be great questions for Delta. I agree. Delta's the best person to do this with. Yeah.
And again,
if
that sounds a lot like Code, but again, Code's trying to go against it, so I feel like that is very different.
Yeah, it's like similar to Mitsuki's will in the Mitsuki desertion arc. Like, is this actually my will? Yeah, and it's a similar question, but it worked. Like, Delta's literally the same as Mitsuki, a clone of another person, but it's also not in the manga, so it's like a new to the manga type of thing. I think that just works, write it in a way that only works with Delta, especially like juxtaposing with like Kawaki at the same time. Like, there's so many ways they can approach this that just work. So I want to see that. I'm not saying they will do it, but they should do it.
So
And they don't have to go too far in this arc, by the way. All they need to do is plant the seeds. Have Delta ask the question. That's all you need to do in this arc. Just have her ask the question, and you've done enough with Delta for now.
Yes, exactly. Same with what we were saying with Ada. Just they've already introduced it. We don't want or need more right now, because it should be more of an overarching theme anyway.
Exactly.
Especially considering how central figure Omnipotence is to all of Two Blue Vortex, seemingly. That being said,
Exactly.
I'm gonna let you lead this next one, considering your excitement. Kashi and Koji, just go for it. What did you have to say? Go ahead.
Kashi and Koji, there's a lot of good stuff in part 1, and so, I just want to address some of them. This is a really good one though. So, in talking about the difference between someone trying to write your story for you versus you writing your own story, I think a really good example of this is Kashi and Koji versus Ishiki. Ishiki's going on like, you're the clone of Jiraiya. You're gonna die here because of your genes, because you're Jiraiya. You're gonna live Jiraiya's story. But what happens? At the very end, Kashi and Koji could have died just like Jiraiya. Now, I'm not saying Kashi and Koji's thinking about this in his head, by the way. Oh, I'm gonna write my own story. But the point is, he made a choice. Reverse summon. Escape alive. Something that Jiraiya specifically chose to not do for his own reasons. But in doing so, Kashi and Koji, rather than living the story that Ishiki wrote for him, symbolically anyway, Kashi and Koji chose to write his own story. And that alone is great. What's to get more from that? And then you also have the other aspect, Amato, whether you agree or not, Amato, well, actually, I don't know why you wouldn't agree with this. Amato wrote the story for Kashi and Koji to die against Ishiki. Seemingly, that's what he expected. But Kashi and Koji decided, you know what? No, I'm going to live, again, write my own story. Narratively, that's like a big win for Kashi and Koji. And then, yeah, so I think just having Kashi and Koji, we just get more from him. Like, I don't know in this arc what we'll get, but like, I at least want to start with those aspects. It was very good.
I would agree with all that, except for I would reword the fact that Amato wrote Koji's story to die. Because, like, if Koji just didn't die, Amato's not like, wait, what? like if Jigen just, if Koji just killed Ishiki, Amato's not like, bro, you were supposed to sacrifice yourself. No, you need to die now. He's gonna be happy, if anything. So,
okay, yeah.
He didn't bother to write it in a way that it saves him, which I think is the more accurate way to do it.
Okay, but you get the point.
Yeah. He intended for him to die, but he didn't write it in a way for him to die.
Yeah, but my point was,
it wasn't
he didn't write this story so that Kashi and Koji would die, but he wrote the story with Kashi and Koji dying in the end. If that makes sense.
He wrote it with Koji dying in mind. No.
But
he wrote it in spite of Koji dying in the story. He wrote it.
It's like he just expected Koji to die. Like, he wrote it expecting Koji to die at the end. Not because he like wanted Koji to die necessarily. Maybe he does. We don't know. Like some underlying reason we didn't know about. But he wrote it expecting Koji to die.
I think the way.
So because I'm still gonna say it's like he wrote the story for him, but
no. I think what he did is he wrote the future, but the future is cemented in stone. So the moment he realized Koji was gonna die, he didn't write that. But he didn't write Koji dying in the story. Koji was already dead in the story. He just wrote the story. How it already was, but he wrote it.
I don't know. I mean, it's like weird because again, like it's not to say that like we don't know again. Maybe there's an underlying thing we don't know about, but as far as we know, it's not that Amato was itching for Koji to die at any point. The point is just that he did write the story. Koji, you're gonna kill Jigen. Then you're gonna fight Ishiki, and whether he told Koji or not, you're gonna end up dying against Ishiki. He did write that story, so he did in a way. Whether Koji was aware or not, whether you agree with Naruto, it doesn't really matter. The point is, I do think you could say Amato wrote the story, and he wrote Koji dying at the end of the story. He didn't force Koji to die, but like he wrote the story with Koji dying.
That's exactly how you
Koji
say it. Yes,
decided-
he wrote the story with Koji dying. I don't think he wrote it. I don't think he wrote the story for Koji to die. He wrote the story with Koji dying. Yes, say it like that. Yes,
That's
I
what I'm saying. Like it's that the point is the point is that he didn't write the story for Koji to die. He
Yeah.
wrote the story for Koji, and in that story, Koji dies. But that's the point is he wrote the story for Koji.
That's fine.
And
That's fine.
Koji decided to write his own story where he doesn't die.
Yeah.
That's the point.
So I think,
Um,
from my perspective, because I don't think this is a fate thing. I don't think the future was set in stone. I think he just didn't bother to change it. I think what it is he wrote the story and then he wrote Koji dying. Once he realized that he wrote Koji dying, he didn't bother to try and rewrite it. He just went with that writing. The first draft.
yeah. Unless like again, I don't know why with what we know, but unless Amato really did want Koji to die for some reason, but that we don't know.
Yeah.
We're not gonna assume it.
There is a possibility there because it is Kara dregs, assuming he actually did just hate Kara. Take them all out in one go so there's nothing of Kara left, no remnants, nothing remaining.
Yeah,
Clean
or
his
if
hands
Koji knows
entirely.
some secret thing that Amato doesn't want people to know. Like there's
Yeah,
potential
just get rid
reasons.
of every
We just
shred.
don't have a reason to assume those are the case.
It could also be like a thing of a village going after the deserter because they have secrets on their body. Could be something tangentially related to that in concept.
Mm-hmm. But the point is, Amato wrote the story for Koji, and that story had Koji die.
Yeah.
Not because he was specifically looking for Koji to die, but he wrote this story, Koji dies, and he wrote it for Koji.
Or shout out to
But
Attack
Koji
on
wrote it.
Titan. It could be what Zeke says, loose ends. He just has to tie up Kosh and Koji.
Mm-hmm.
They're like the
Yeah.
contingency or whatever.
No, miscalculations.
Miscalculations. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Love it. It's stupid.
Well, I
music
think it is a
starts playing.
miscalculation regardless. I love that. I love that the way Zeke says it in the English dub. Miscalculations. It was so cool. But that I mean, in this case, it is the same thing. It is a miscalculation, whether or not it amounts to anything. It is a miscalculation.
So the next one I have on the list is arguably boring to discuss, but I think is the most necessary for this arc. For two different aspects, it's Shikamaru. His identity goes through two different ways. First of all, he's the physical representation of the tug of war between the... How should I word this? Like, when you're a double agent and you're trying to get someone on your side, what's that called? When you're, like, allying with them and you're getting, like, their willpower, their... There's a phrase of this. Have you ever played Splinter Cell Double Agent?
No.
I'm gonna look it up really quick. Here we go. Splinter Cell Double Agent Bar. Okay. What is this? I need the bar. Where's the bar? I don't see the bar. So in this game, you play as a double agent, and you're on the side of the United States and like I forget the other side, but the foreigners, and like you can like sway back and forth between the two based on your actions and decisions in the game. What's that called? The thing I'm referring to. Trust system? That's not it, but it's along that idea.
It's being two-faced. I like you're just being a double agent.
It's right here, right here. Wait. Okay. This is okay. The trust system appears different. Okay, instead of 2 bars, the player only tracks 1. The JBA appears, blah blah. NSA on the other. With a slider, in the center, representing the player's position between both factions, if the player helps one faction more than the other, this is what I'm talking about, for too long, the game is not over. Instead, the faction with the okay, this is not what I wanted. Gains back trust. Okay, the point is when the slider moves in one direction or the other in terms of trust. So instead of the NSA or JBA, as they have it in Splinter Cell Double Agent, it's Boruto and Kawaki, and Shikamaru's the physical representation of that, being pulled in both directions by both of them. There's a fucking word for this, but I don't. Anyway, so
another one actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
Be on that note, another one would be Ino, assuming you have her on this list.
I don't. Oh, maybe I do.
For similar reasons.
I'll check really quick. Why would I not? I wrote Ino Jean. I did not write Ino, but I should have.
Well,
I thought to write her.
Reason why I'm saying Ino is it's almost like the choice, like, you know, are you going to be Shikamaru's friend who believes in Shikamaru, or are you going to, you know, believe in Kawaki and not trust Shikamaru? You get the idea, but like, who is Ino going to identify herself as? Another traitor, a secret traitor, or the quote-unquote loyal Konoha citizen? Like, these are underlying questions for her to decide. Like, what will she do?
Yeah. I don't think this is the word, but the closest word I can find on here might just be support. So Shikamaru is, or Boruto and Kawaki are fighting for Shikamaru and the village's support in terms of omnipotence to sway them over to their side on the slider bar thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a political power word that I'm not thinking of, but I don't know what it is. Imposing. Whatever. Anyway, so that's
Rapport?
one.
Oh, not that. Rapport.
Rapport, maybe. That word works really well. I don't think that's the word I was thinking of, but I'm just going to change it to that is the word I was thinking of. That's one aspect with Shikamaru. The other aspect is his identity of becoming Hokage. That's relevant for this arc because especially with he hasn't known where Naruto is. I feel like he'd never accepted Naruto's death. Even when he first heard it, he didn't believe it, and he's kept those feelings deep down, which is why he hasn't believed it. Now, especially
in that chapter 6, I believe it was the beginning of the chapter.
Yeah,
like
exactly, because that's why he's stalling, because he's waiting,
and that's also why
more information comes out.
So easily just believed Boruto in that regard specifically.
Exactly.
It's like yeah, like he had a feeling this whole time.
You might also narratively like this, but it could be the reason why he essentially, I don't want to say defied omnipotence, but was able to contact Boruto and hear him out in the first place, because omnipotence is linked in a way to Naruto's death. It happened around the same time. That's when the fishy things that he's noticed all along started to happen.
Well, it's almost like because he's always been skeptical about that in particular, and then he hears obviously he's also had other questions too, but like then he hears Himawari with the memory manipulating. It's like, okay, like I might be onto something. Naruto might not be alive. Might not be dead. Let me ask Boruto, kind of thing.
And that was interesting, shaping his identity early on and making him question it, because before that, I'd say, especially through the end of Shippuden, if not, then definitely the Shikamaru novel, his identity's solid. He knows exactly who he freaking is. I feel like now, because of this, that gives him a new problem that he never had to face before, that is now something to grow from. Yes. So he's in
exactly, and it's similar to the thing we said about Naruto, or I guess you weren't there, but you listened to me say about Naruto in the Boruto movie. It's like a new world for him in a sense. Like he's in a new situation he was never in before, and that opens the door for him to grow further as a character. It's a
situation that he'd be reluctant to be in, which is why he was never in it before in the first place, because it was impossible to be in it. Yeah. It's something that was forced upon him. Yeah. There's a new world, new situation, new circumstance, and how do you adapt? How do you react? Exactly. How do you grow from it? So I think this completely changes the dynamic, though. The moment he but the moment he was just told the realization that Naruto is indeed not dead, still alive. Because now this sort of shifts Shikamaru into a similar position conceptually as Boruto via omnipotence, in the fact that he knows something, but the rest of the world doesn't know it and won't believe him. And so he can't do anything with that information, but that information in particular is actively harming him because the rest of the world, through specifically physically represented through the elders, wants Shikamaru to become Hokage. He knows now that it's not just a reluctance, wait, and inevitably if nothing comes up, he'll just reluctantly do it anyways. Now he knows he basically can't do it. Well, it's not that he can't do it physically, but he will not accept the position because now he knows Naruto's alive. He has a directive, a motivation, a goal to work towards, a singularity, again, just directive, a driving force in one direction to move towards. Save Naruto so that he can be Hokage.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, it's not to be Hokage, but you know what I mean. Please, Naruto, come back for the only reason that I don't want to be Hokage.
There's no other reason, I promise you.
But I think it's like I said, a
all
really
I
interesting
ever
parallel.
wanted was to not be Hokage.
I love that parallel for Shikamaru and Boruto. Because Boruto knows his identity, but now Shikamaru doesn't because he's thrust into omnipotence for like the first time. Essentially, he has to fight against the world in a way. Yeah. I like it.
Because even now, Shikamaru to some extent, which is also interesting with the whole being your true self versus projecting your true self / covering up your true self. So Shikamaru, when he interacts with Boruto, for all intents and purposes, that's the real Shikamaru. The Shikamaru talking to Kawaki in this chapter, that's the fake Shikamaru. Like he's literally pretending to not know stuff he knows, essentially. Which gets into a little bit of a derailment, but it's an important topic, I think, is what's going to happen with Shikamaru moving forward? Because narratively speaking, if Shikamaru is not being his true self around Kawaki, and he ever comes into clash with Kawaki, he might actually lose because of that.
That's why I thought this chapter was really interesting. Shikamaru, for the first time, is almost directly confronting Kawaki, not by suggesting, but by telling him, do not fight Boruto right now. He's basically giving him the order as Hokage, which also almost has leverage over Kawaki, because in a way, under the guise of omnipotence, he's still faking it. He is still acting as Hokage. If Kawaki goes against that, now that's us on Kawaki's end. But if Kawaki, it's like a cat and mouse game to where if Kawaki figures out the reason Shikamaru is telling him this, that changes the game.
Exactly. And then the other part is, this is why I mentioned the if they ever come into clash aspect. You go back to that chapter where paneling wise, Kawaki's looking at Shikamaru and being suspicious. We could get more and more inklings in that direction. Of course, right now, Kawaki's distracted by Himawari being in danger, but he might start to put the pieces together.
But again,
and
this
that
is why
could put them into a conflict.
This line is so interesting for me, though, because again, he's not saying, so he's lying to Kawaki, because now he knows the truth through Boruto. He's not telling Kawaki this for the convenience of the mission or whatever. He's telling Kawaki this because he's on Boruto's side and he doesn't want
Exactly.
So he's literally lying to Kawaki, which is so interesting. Going into he's being rebellious. It's so risky for him to do this, but he's doing it. He's putting his neck out there in a way.
Yeah. And so, I really am interested in where that's gonna finish for them.
Yeah.
Is it gonna end up in a bad situation for Shikamaru, or is he gonna come out okay?
You ready for me to move to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we're gonna have a lot.
I guess
to
we can
say.
lump in a lot of the same things.
Oh yeah, we'll talk really quick, I guess, if
but
you want. Unless you had something specific to say for her. because we already kind of did. But...
It's a lot of the same stuff as Shikamaru,
Yeah.
realistically, like same ideas.
Well, I'll say with Ino, they could add a new identity thing of losing her child, and we'll see how that goes. Assuming she figures it out, let alone in this arc, and assuming that actually affects her, which I think it should. But finish the mission.
It's so tragic. Assuming it affects her, like that's tragic.
Well, I mean, hey,
Just doesn't
if
affect her.
assuming it does affect her at all, you already know Mello's gonna be complaining because she's not doing business. It's gonna be ridiculous. She's got a job to do. She's on a mission. How dare she be sad over her only child's death?
Dare she?
Yeah, doesn't
Like,
doesn't everyone know Shinobi are just supposed to be like emotionless tools? Like, haven't they seen Naruto?
Yeah,
like, what?
tools, bro?
Yeah, what are they even doing?
Shinobi are tools, bro.
Yeah, they're not meant to be
They're
humans.
not people. What does Mello think about the Land of Waves arc? I know he doesn't like Sasuke Chivo, but has he seen the Land of Waves?
Does he think
Did
it's
he
filler?
watch the arc? It's like, man, like even if you forgot Naruto, it's like it's in the AO arc too, you know, in its own way. Like,
it's so funny.
Okay. You just forget what like, the tool. Or even like when like in the code arc when Naruto, you know, is being a human rather than a shinobi tool Hokage crying over Boruto's death. Did you just forget that? Like...
Really quick, Joseph says, shout out Joseph. I've been watching the theories surrounding Himawari. Do you think they're true? The one that Naruto has new mode. Why am I reading comments when you could just be doing this when I'm in the bathroom?
Wait, hold on. What's that theory specifically? Like, which theory in particular?
Joseph, go ahead and clarify
like
so I can go to the bathroom while Kamui answers your question. Thank you.
Well, hold on. I wasn't okay. I'm not looking yet, but
let me grab my phone, I guess.
I'm assuming it's gonna take him a minute to answer anyways. So we'll do the next one while we wait. Next one, I don't think we're gonna have a lot to say on, but it's almost the most interesting one. Amado. If this is about the identity arc and characters figuring out their identity, well, for the audience of all identities, we want to figure out Amado's the most. What if this is the arc where he does something, revealing his true identity, not to himself, but to the audience, or at least the world? Well, I guess at least the audience.
So yeah, that's the thing with that one. So with Amado, it wouldn't.
I don't think he's going to change his identity.
It wouldn't be the same forging of his identity type of thing.
Yeah, he's already there. We just don't know what it is yet.
It's
the reveal.
Yeah, it's the revealing of the identity.
Yeah.
And
awesome.
It is entirely possible. In this case, though, I don't know how far they would go. Would they go? Because the problem is, it was initially set up to be like, hey, he might be immune to omnipotence. In chapter 5. But then Shikamaru just figures it out, so now it's like, so wait, is he or not? So, and we haven't updated that conversation yet.
I feel like they had to have done that for a reason. The point of the scene is for Shikamaru to figure out omnipotence. They could have done that any way they wanted to. They chose Amado, in our argument, to the detriment of the series. And so I feel like they have to pay that off in some way for them to have done it in that specific way when they could have done it in so many other better, different ways.
Exactly. And not only just that, not only did they just pick Amado, it's also the way they draw him suspiciously with the glasses tinted thing, and then Sarada Sumire's, reaction of shock and worry and like confusion. It's like, okay, you can't have him react like that and then have it just like not amount to anything. Otherwise, have him react excitedly. Like if you want it to be like, oh my god, like he figured it out. Like maybe there is a chance. Then Shikamaru figures it out. That works. But the way they reacted, you gotta cash in on that, man. Like,
Yes. Okay.
so I agree with you.
So without
Like-
looking and without me telling you, you can probably guess the order of and just who it is for the rest of the list. I'm curious if you can. Because they're all like
Order.
connected in terms of like talking points one after the other. There's a reason I listed these characters in this order. So going off of Amado, whose identity would I talk about next? Who's
Goodbye.
related to Amado in that regard?
Shibai?
No. Who interacts with Amado? I'm giving you freaking hints here now.
Oh, Sumire.
Okay. You got the first one. Going off of Sumire, who would I go with next?
Sarada or Sai?
Yep, Sarada. Okay. Going off of Sarada, who is she narratively relevant with?
Sasuke?
No.
Hidari?
Yep. Hidari. Going off of Hidari. Who's after Hidari?
Wait, who's after Hidari?
Yeah. Who would we talk about after Hidari?
Oh, I thought you meant like after, like he's going to kill Hidari. Okay,
No.
probably Jura.
Yes, Jura.
In terms of order.
Yes, Jura. The next one, you're gonna have to think ahead on this one, some chess move style, because the next one wouldn't necessarily be obvious. It would be in like one really weird, slight regard. but
It's
not really.
either Himawari, Kurama, Bug, or Matsuri.
Okay. You're on the right process. It's not Bug or Matsuri. I'll confirm that for the first two.
Yes, it's Himawari.
Those are
or
on the
Kurama
list.
then.
But wait. But there has to. Okay. Going off of Himawari, if it's not Kurama, based on the current story, who would it be? Because there's a reason that's listed in this order.
Wait. So are you saying it is
Who-
Himawari or it's not Himawari?
It's not Himawari. So after Jura, because it's not necessarily
Okay,
related.
then
to it-
Inojin.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense thinking of the order, because if you have Himawari and then Kurama, you can't have Inojin after. And so you have to have Inojin before Himawari, which would be in between Jura and Himawari.
Yeah, okay.
That's
yeah.
the order. Okay. So you got Himawari, and then who? Obviously, you just said it.
Yeah, Kurama.
Kurama. Okay. And then I just threw him in here because, like, well, okay. This is fine. Okay, after Kurama, who do you have?
I don't know if you were going to include Shikadai or not, but I do think he works.
No, I didn't include Shikadai or
similar.
Jojo. You could just lump
Okay.
them in with Inojin for now. You could just say Team 10 there. Inojin just right now, the one that we're
Yeah.
pointing out because it's obvious. Oh my god! Wait.
Yeah.
I just realized. Okay. Dude, we're dumb. Kind of. Not really. Then chapter 9 was about the Nine Tails. Chapter 10, you can argue, was in a way slightly. It wasn't about the 10 Tails. Chapter 10, I
Team
just
10.
realized was yes, it was about Team 10. I actually like that. That's actually really cool that they meant to do that.
Except it wasn't really about Team
I
Tails,
know,
Inojin,
but it was more about Team
but
10
yeah.
than it was about the 10 Tails.
More about Team 10 than it was, I guess, any other numbered thing. So wait, chapter 7 was about Team 7 because it's Mitsuki and Boruto.
Ooh.
The Team 8's Hinata's team. How we get the 8? Talk about the 8 tails.
Were there any bugs? Was Shino in the background secretly? Oh my god, dude, that would have been so funny if chapter 8 was a bug Shinjuu related chapter.
Ishiki's the 8 pass. If Jura is to some degree Ishiki, that's when Jura invades. It's about Ishiki, the 8 pass.
I'll take it. Oh god.
So about chapter 6? It wasn't about the 6th Hokage, that's for sure.
Chat?
I'm not sure if we can get anything for chapter 6. But
For chapter 3, you can either argue it's been 3 years, but I don't think that works for 3 years of chapter 3. I think that would just be for
That
chapter
works for
1. It would
chapter
be
1,
1 year.
but-
Yeah. I think it should have been 1 year at
Chapter
most.
4. Chapter 4 is easy. The 4 Shinjuu awakens.
There you go. Chapter 3,
chapter 3.
You could
it's
argue
the
the
third
three
chapter to the Vortex. It's so stupid.
I was
Chapter
thinking.
2.
I was thinking.
Chapter 2. 2 people get turned into trees.
Yeah, I was thinking
on
that
screen
exactly.
Anyway.
Yes, the 2 people for chapter 2. Okay. So
Chapter 5
stupid.
though. What's chapter 5? The 5th day of the time skip.
I don't know, the 5th Mitsuki clone.
No.
What's our 5 there? Okay. Well, okay, going back to after Kurama.
How many characters have we gone through so far?
Like half of them. Well, if you mean in terms of this list of at Kurama, there's 3 left.
Okay. Well,
So
Boke and Matsuri will be 2 of them.
yeah, so then I'll tell you this. The next one is Matsuri, which means the final one is Bug, because what would be the one before Matsuri?
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Konohara.
Konohara. All right, you got the full list without me telling you. I mean, I hinted you along the way, but you got it. Makes sense.
I like Dara Hikage. Hey, what about Mirai? Bro, is she even in the Boruto manga at all?
Isn't she like Kakashi's aide? Kakashi's not in the novel.
Yeah, no wonder we haven't seen her. We haven't seen Sarada forgot Kakashi exists, so she probably forgot Mirai exists too.
Ooh. Okay. Where do we leave off in terms of actually talking about people? Did we talk about Sumire? Was there anything to talk about?
No.
Just related to Amado. I mean, she's related to Amado. She's also related to Sarada in terms of omnipotence. Is there anything else that's going to actually be there? Well, you could say anime stuff to where she decided to become a scientific ninja person instead of a shinobi. I wonder if she's learned on that path. Is this what she wants to do the rest of her life, or she's still deciding? She could just replace Himawari in that regard. Of does she want to be a ninja? Mm-hmm. Does she want to be a scientific ninja tech person?
I think you could also do something related to Ada, to where Sumire, rather than being on a mission to I guess spy on Ada, she's balancing that with genuinely wanting to be Ada's friend.
I was thinking the same thing.
Stuff like that.
And I don't think Sarada
that's probably the best thing you could do.
Yeah, I think there can be a clash between Sarada and Sumire there. If not physically, then in terms of ideas.
Like, Sarada doesn't want to be Ada's friend, just based off chapter 76, finds her annoying, whatever. But she's doing this for the mission, whereas Sumire can want to be Ada's friend. Maybe they get to a point where they have to, decide on what they're going to do about something because of this clash.
Yeah. And I think it needs to be because of their different paths that they've gone down. That leads to their different answers, their different conclusions.
Yeah. I like that idea a lot.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily need to be in this arc. That could be a next arc type of thing, to be fair. But just moving forward, at least, that would be a good thing to see.
Maybe begin to hint at planting the seeds, but not even plant the seeds yet. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think in that case, it'd probably have to be the result of either something in the Hidari fight that leads to it, or later on, Ada does something that leads to this. It's gonna have to be between one, because Sumire and Sarada need to both, or at least Sumire needs to be there for the thing that sparks this. But yeah, because they could get the spark, maybe, but not the actual conflict yet.
It's not only what Ada's done. I don't think Sarada and Ada would naturally have become friends anyways. They just have clashing personalities.
Whereas Sumire,
but Sumire
not only relates to
works
her based
with
on everything that's happened, but she just resonates with Ada.
Exactly. And I think Sarada, assuming this is my current theory, like if the whole true friends thing, Ada chose Sarada and Sumire, mentally anyway, probably because I know everyone says it's because they love Boruto. It's not because Boruto's in Sasuke, because they love Boruto, and Ada thought they could relate to her in that chapter because her love for Kawaki. She wanted to. She chose people. She's like, you know what? They might understand me. Why don't I talk to them? That's why she chose them.
Yeah.
She didn't pick Chocho probably because Chocho's too quirky. Ironically, Chocho would have been hilarious in that scene, though, I will admit. And Chocho, for all we know, would have given her the best advice, funnily enough. But she probably thought, nah, Chocho's not going to be good. But I think Sumire is the one, though. Yeah, I agree. Who actually would be Ada's friend.
I don't remember about Sumire, why she was there. The reason Sarada was even there to find out that she was immune to omnipotence, I don't think that's a coincidence, because Ada literally went out of her way to call her to that location.
Exactly.
She wasn't
Same as
even
Sumire.
there.
She asked Sumire to come to him.
Interesting. Why did she call for Sumire?
Probably because she knew that Sarada and Sumire like Boruto, and they could relate to her.
Fair enough. Okay. Shout out!
That's what I'm.
Oh my god, I get that. Joao Pedro Souza.
We have 20 watching now. Is that the first time you've ever had 20 watching at once?
No, we've had it a few times before, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
But perfect time to talk to chat. And you can praise Joao Pedro Souza for subscribing and reading all of his comments while I go to the bathroom. Thanks, Joao Pedro Souza. I can't wait for Kamui to say things to you. You can take it away, Kamui.
Oh, we have 21 watching now. So yes, Joao Pedro Souza, let us know if we got the pronunciation remotely right. Says, dude, what a fantastic discussion. Such a complex discussion, loving it. So actually, out of curiosity, Joao, when did you pop in first? Have you been here like for a while, or did you just start? We've gone through a lot of stuff, actually. He also says, I believe that Ada will be so sad when she finds out Sarada and Sumire are lying to her. Yeah, I really want... I mean, she already is suspicious of it, but I really want to see, like, what her reaction to it is. Either... Yeah, absolutely. Whether it's a matter of her slowly just coming to terms with it, or if it's like a dramatic reveal in her face. Like, yeah, I'm not expecting this, but imagine Sarada stabs Ada, and it's like, wait a minute, you were immune that whole time, kind of thing, or if it'll be like a progressive coming to terms with it type of thing. It's kind of right. Let's go. It's sort of like Joao. And he's only been here for like 10 minutes. Well, you should go back and watch the rest of it after. We talked about rewriting code in the code invasion, as well as the identity of like every single character. But yeah, the Ada thing I'm personally very interested in. P.S. It said in the anime that Sumaire's new Ada dimension is connected somehow to Kaguya's. Do you believe it's connected somehow to her being immune? I personally, I'll let Oodie answer when he gets back, don't want that to be the reason she's immune. I want that to be addressed in the manga, all the new stuff, and have it tie into plot things. But I personally want the reason for their immunity to just be pretty much because of Ada. Sorry to Sumire to an extent because, you know, they're people Ada thought she could relate to. So I guess that involves them, but it's mainly because of Ada. That's what I want. But yeah, that's my personal taste. When Momo said Naruto couldn't pass Kurama to the next generation, do you think he was specifically talking about Boruto? Yes, I do think he was specifically talking about Boruto because he never even saw Himawari. So I don't think he was thinking about Himawari. because even in that scene, he's like, "Is that your child, Fox?" Like he's just like figuring it out on the fly. Then he looks at his destiny and then he says that.
Yeah,
So
no, I got my own
ironically,
interpretation of that.
it's possible.
Because he never saw Naruto, he still went to Naruto because he could sense him. He wasn't sensing Naruto, he was specifically sensing the Nine-Tails. And the thing with Boruto, I'm sure that he said that, because he didn't say it to Naruto, he said it Fox. He's referring to Naruto as Fox, but he's saying Fox. He's saying that Boruto, in terms of can't pass on his power to the next generation, he's not talking about his chakra levels or his skill or his whatever. He's talking about the fact that that Boruto doesn't have Nine-Tails.
Yeah. That's what's implied in that scene. I agree. But what I'm saying is, I think he was specifically talking about Boruto. I don't think Himawari was on Momoshiki's mind. So it wouldn't necessarily contradict if Momoshiki's words, if he just wasn't talking about Himawari, and Himawari just did get that power, and he just didn't know. He wasn't talking about her. Wouldn't be a contradiction. He would be wrong because he didn't know, but in the case of Boruto, yeah, I believe that is what he's saying in that scene, whether they retcon it or not. But yes, he has the whiskers. Very weird. I agree.
Okay, so Tay2X, he has the whiskers. He has Kurama in him. So why did Momoshiki say that? Go ahead, explain it to me, Tay219. Well, please, go ahead, explain it.
I can. Oh, yeah. Very easily. Sure. Momoshiki is canonically has a consistency of being very wrong. And
then how did he find Naruto? He had to have been right on sensing the Nine-Tails.
Shinjuu did it for him.
Nonsense, bro. I don't know. I don't accept that.
Why not? In the anime, Kinshiki canonically is the one who sent the space curvature exceeding 16. Not Momoshiki.
Okay, explain it in the movie then.
In the movie, Kinshiki just found him for him. I mean, Momoshiki is literally riding Kinshiki. Kinshiki is probably the one who's got the directions.
Okay, so when you're driving your car, Kamui, who has the directions? You or the car?
Momoshiki's not driving Kinshiki. Kinshiki's driving himself. Momoshiki's just a passenger.
Prove that. I'll wait.
Because Kinshiki is his own person. Have you been listening to this discussion? Okay. Kinshiki has his own identity.
Okay, so Kamui, when you're riding a horse and you tell it to go left and then it does that, why does it do that?
But send me a scene of Momoshiki telling Kinshiki where to go versus them just riding, implying, because in that case, the default assumption is Kinshiki knew where to go on his own.
No, it isn't. Momoshiki's help.
Yeah, it is.
No, it
isn't. Why would we assume that Kinshiki needed directions?
No, there's no assumption. You don't make an assumption. It's not one or the other. We don't know.
I mean, Kinshiki has shown the ability to sense these things anyway from several dimensions away.
Has Kinshiki
so we already know he has the ability to do
Has Kinshiki shown the ability to do that? Space curvatures isn't Kurama.
Points out.
And just because he points it out doesn't mean he's the one sensing curvature, it.
Yeah, it is. What do you mean? He came out. He popped out of a dimension portal to tell Momoshiki about this. Momoshiki's not the one who sensed it.
That doesn't mean he sensed it in the first place.
Are you trying to argue that, like Shibai on the other planet told him or something?
Exactly. Could have been Toneri. He literally talked to Rishiki.
It wasn't Toneri who told us. Definitely not.
Why not?
Because they went to kill Toneri. No, Toneri didn't even know they existed.
Killing isn't part of it's against the clan law.
Bro, Toneri didn't even know they existed, as we see in that scene. He definitely didn't tell them.
Bro, he literally says they're coming. He knows they exist.
No, and then when he says, like, I thought the clan died out with me. Like, he's like, he was very confused when Urashiki mentions other, and then when Urashiki says, that's why we were sent to dispatch you, and he's like, we? Like,
well, yeah,
yeah,
exactly. He says he thought, as in he no longer thought it once he realized it.
But yeah, because one of them showed up in front of him. He got
no,
proof in
you
front
can
of
never
him
prove
that
that's the moment he thought. Because it does. No, it's consistent with mine because he knows before this. He knows before Urashiki steps up in front of him. So
you can say, yeah, but in that case, it would be Urashiki alone. It would be Urashiki alone in that case because he didn't know about Momoshiki and Kinshiki.
It's just like Kamui. When I was 14, I thought I was going to turn 15 on my 15th birthday. I didn't think that or thought that when I turned 15, I thought it beforehand. Exactly.
No, but what I'm saying is he didn't know about Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Regardless.
That's just cap. It's emotionally reacting.
Bro, literally was like, we? What do you mean?
Then he just thinks one is coming. That's fine.
Exactly. That's just Urashiki.
Well, does he know which one is coming? Does he know it's specifically Urashiki?
Maybe not specifically, but
okay,
he
then
thought
he knows,
it was but
he knows,
just one of them.
He knows at least one of them is coming. We isn't surprise, it's shock.
Yeah, the fact you're right, it's more than surprise. He's shocked that more than one came. That's a surprise on steroids.
No, it's not because it's unexpected. It's because now the situation's way worse.
No, bro. He says we were. You mean ? Like, or Shika's like, I got you. Like,
point is, he knew they were
bro
freaking
was
coming.
not expecting it. It was unexpected, bro. Like, then he's like, and that's why at the end of the scene he's like, oh crap.
He knew that they were coming, and he knew what was coming.
Yeah, he knew one Otsutsuki was coming, seemingly, at the time.
Well, he knew Otsutsuki were coming. I don't think he knew one specifically.
No, he knew the gods were coming, but he knew an Otsutsuki was coming.
He knew the Otsutsuki were coming. He didn't know how many.
No, he knew an Otsutsuki was coming.
He knew at least an Otsutsuki was coming.
No, he knew one singular Otsutsuki was coming.
Why would he assume it's just one?
Bro, I don't fucking know, because the anime was writing in a bunch of random bullshit that they didn't understand, okay? That's the honest truth. Do you know the whole the gods will descend upon... No, the whole, I'm gonna be real for a second here. The whole the gods will descend upon this land was initially meant to reference Momoshiki and Kinshiki and Urashiki, but then they retroactively wanted Toneri to be surprised. And the next scene, they're just writing a bunch of bullshit, bro.
No,
they didn't
bro.
know what they were doing, okay? I don't think it was.
It's because it's happening in the moment, dude. I don't trust that it was actually a reference to
Shibai and Shibai's pals, okay? I don't think it was a reference to that. I think they were just writing in a bunch of nonsense.
Well, no, I think it is meant to be those three. I agree. The reason he says we again, it's because he's shocked. It's because of he's emotional in the moment.
Foretelling 10 episodes previous, the gods in time, the gods will descend upon this land, and then when a god descends upon this land, he's not going to be surprised that it isn't all three of them. Like, he would expect it to be all three of them. He wouldn't be shocked. It would be like, yeah, that's just literally what I foretold 10 days ago. It wouldn't be a surprise. It wouldn't be shocking in any way. It would be exactly as expected.
It's the heat of the moment. He's, first of all, trying his best to delay them as much as possible. When they get there, He's freaking emotional.
Bro, that is not how the scene is depicted, bro. And
wrong.
also, you can't be shocked about something you expected.
Yeah, go watch the
Unless you
Saiyan
mean
saga
electrical
from
shock.
Dragon Ball Z, then get back with me on that one.
Bro, then they're doing things that don't make sense if that's the case.
It makes
Okay?
sense.
You
You
can't
just
be
don't think it
shocked.
does.
No, you cannot be shocked by something you expected.
Yes, you can.
Unless you mean electrical shock. But if you mean like generic shock, no, you can't.
It's because he's not prepared
You wouldn't
for
be
it.
shocked.
He
How are
can
you
never be
shocked
freaking
if you
prepared
expect
for it.
Why are you shocked?
It's because the world
So, like,
isn't
literally,
prepared for
the
it.
definition of shocked, surprised, and upset.
They're not
So let's look at the
prepared
definition of
yet.
surprise.
They're not prepared for them. They're here too soon. The world isn't
Feeling or
prepared.
showing
They needed
surprise.
more time. The world needed more time.
Unprepared is not the same as shocked. Unprepared is very different from shocked.
Okay, fine. Then he's unprepared. I'll change my wordage if you really want me to.
Well, he definitely is unprepared, but he was also shocked.
Bro, go read the freaking Saiyan saga and get back to me. Don't nonsense.
Bro, rewatch the anime episode and get back to me. Millennium Kage, though,
It's only consistent under
shout
my
out to our moderator, Millennium Kage. Is the only reason I think they're immune is because of Ada genuinely considering them friends. It's the only one that makes sense to me. It's my favorite one, too.
By the way,
also,
Toneri
Oodie, we
lost
lost
his
4 viewers
composure.
because of you spouting your nonsense. Oodie,
Bro,
we
Toneri
four
lost his
viewers because of your
composure. He was
nonsense.
composed in one scene and not composed in the other. That's why there's a difference. Because Toneri's different.
Let's be honest, nothing makes sense in Boruto. Being shocked and unprepared are different things, man. Yes, that Crush agrees with me.
Absolutely not. You know what? We're starting. What's the poll? What is this poll? What do I title this?
Are shocked and unprepared the same?
I'm not
Or
asking
different?
that. No, it's about Toneri. Do you want me to? Did Toneri
Okay.
expect gods?
Was Toneri?
Yeah, go ahead. What
Was
is it?
Toneri surprised or shocked?
No,
that
no.
More than one Atsuki came. Oh yeah, you know. Because you know you'll lose. Okay.
No, you can't
So,
make it about surprised
um,
or shocked. Did Toneri think or expect or blah blah blah? Multiple
Okay. How
or
do I
one or whatever.
make
Yeah,
a
idea.
poll?
What do you want?
How do you do it?
I was already doing it, but fine, you do it. You're gonna do one freaking so biased.
What?
Everyone, no matter what Kamui makes it, just vote for mine.
I'm trying to
Vote for my answer.
try to remember how to do it. Hold on. How do you do
It's on the
it?
bottom right of the chat.
Oh,
Because I already popped out the
All I
chat.
have
I
is a
don't know if
heart
it works
symbol.
on yours. Wait, what?
But normally I'm able to just do it.
It might be because I have the chat popped out, or I don't know. Well, I'll freaking do it.
Oh,
I
I'm an
don't like-
idiot.
Oh my god.
I'm
Okay.
It's because I'm watching from my account, not the WalkyTalky podcast. Okay, well that explains everything. With that in mind, okay, you're gonna do it. Did Toneri know more than one Utsuki was coming to Earth when Ishiki arrived?
Okay, so first of all, you agree Toneri did know the Otsutsuki were coming.
No, he knew that the gods were coming.
How do you want me to title the poll? Did Toneri know what?
Did Toneri know that well, I mean, do we want to say Momoshiki and Kinshiki specifically, or just more than one Atsuki?
I'm fine with more than one Otsutsuki. But I feel like we've
Okay.
completely
Did Toneri know
shifted
that
it.
more than one Atsuki was coming to Earth when Ishiki arrived? Based on the anime.
Nah. I feel like we shifted it because I originally made the case that he doesn't know whether it's one or multiple. The point is that he just knows the Otsutsuki are coming.
I would have said when Ishiki arrived in the question,
Doesn't matter.
because that was the point.
Well, the freaking chat was here.
But it does, man.
They were here.
I'm an idiot. I just accidentally voted for the wrong one.
Suck
Shit.
it. Well, fine. Now, if you're gonna play that game, I'm gonna vote now.
Vote for no, because that's what I meant to vote for.
You know what? I don't want you
Yeah,
complaining when you
be fair.
lose. So fine, I'll vote for no. Unless it's some big brain play where you voted yes the entire time, or voted no the entire time, and now you just have 2 votes on your side. There, I voted for
No,
no.
'cause that's
to make
why
it
it was
fair.
0. That's why it was at 0. I accidentally hit yes instinctively.
Oh, let's go! Everyone agrees with me.
Bro, you gotta rewatch that episode, bro. I was surprised.
Bro, you just said everything that happened in the episode, as if I haven't seen it a freaking 100 times.
You know what, Oodie? For once, I want to get Mello on stream again. I already know he'll agree with me. So
No, he's seen the Saiyan saga, so he'll agree with me.
no, bro. This is like one of Mello's favorite things to talk about is the fact that Toneri knew that gods were descending upon this land, but didn't know that there was going to be more than one Tsuki coming to this land. He just talked about it a million times. I already know his thoughts on this.
I will say the terminology the gods can refer to just one.
You know, real quick, why did we title this stream about Sarada?
Because that's what we were planning on talking about.
True.
We're not talking about it, by the way.
No.
We're not
Why would
doing
you
that
say
anyway.
gods if only one? You would just say God. A god.
So it's not the same with last names, but for example, if you just said like the Uzumaki are invading, well, if there's only Naruto, then that works. But if you don't,
You're
the
not
point is,
saying the Uzumaki are invading if it's just Naruto. You're
Okay,
just gonna say
fine,
Naruto is
fine.
invading.
when Pain invaded, I understand there's technically multiple Pain bodies. You say the Akatsuki are invading. He's a representation of the organization. Is the point.
Part of the problem with that is, which will apply to Toneri, is they don't even know who Pain specifically is.
That's exactly the point, though.
And there is also 6 bodies, and there's also Konan, so there is more than one Akatsuki as well.
So they're not even what Toneri's saying
There's
is
7 bodies in there.
He's saying the Otsutsuki in general are coming. I don't think he knows.
Well, no, he never
says
that. He never says the Otsutsuki.
It doesn't matter. He knows what they are. He knows enough to know that they're gods. He knows the Otsutsuki are gods.
Being,
okay, well then he knows that the Otsutsuki are celestial beings. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to know the word Otsutsuki, even though he already does. So he knows that they are Otsutsuki.
That's why I'm just gonna say some bullshit. I was like, you're so gonna know that. Lily knows his last name.
I feel like I don't even have to continue with that line of thought now. But the point being,
anyway,
that he's not referring in particular to any of the 3, Momoshiki, Urashiki, or Kinshiki. It could have been Florashiki that came down. It would have been the same thing.
Know. It's possible that only Urashiki was the celestial being. The other ones might not be celestial beings. We can't prove it either way. Because of that, it is entirely possible that he was expecting Urashiki specifically, because Urashiki is the one and the only celestial being.
Bro, you're literally trolling me. We've literally flip-flopped positions. I hope you realize that.
For the first time, yes. But out of curiosity, what is your counter to that?
From what? Okay, going based off of what we know, we don't know.
Yeah, Urashiki is a celestial being. Yeah, that's it.
We don't know how or why he would know these 3. He can know of them
honestly,
without knowing them. Like, Naruto knew of the Akatsuki, but he didn't know Deidara until we met him.
I mean, yeah, I wish they actually explained that, like how he knows, besides him like grabbing glass breaking in space.
Like, how does that tell him anything? Like,
Well, I think he already
like,
had
oh no.
knowledge not only told to him by, if not Hamura, then like the rest of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon.
But he never met Hamura, so it wasn't Hamura.
I don't know. Go to the novels, maybe. I don't know. Then it could also be inherited knowledge that he just instinctually has, or he could have like done something off screen and just has that knowledge because of that reason. Or it could be because of the presence in the air that he's feeling, such as the glass panes, and he just knows what that is.
That's what I think, because he says he thought the clan would die with him, like that's in the past at least. So it seems like he figured this out at some point later on.
Yeah.
However they want to say that.
And I think he figured it out before the I hate saying this, but the glass panes started appearing. Because the fact that he, at least in the anime, appeared to Boruto so early on. Like way, like probably in the terms of the timeline, if not months, then a year before they actually invaded. I don't think they were traveling to Earth for years.
Nah. Well, granted, back then in that arc, he says the gods who might be different.
Actually, this is funny.
So we don't really know.
The glass pane scene, we got that, and then we also got another scene of like Momoshiki and Kinshiki sitting on a tree eating a fruit, like in front of like there's like 16 trees in the background in front of them. Was that before or after the glass pane breaking scene?
I think it was. I don't remember if it was before or after. I think it may have been after.
It should be after.
If I'm correct, it was like right after.
Or before.
I believe, like as like a reference to those people.
Because, but isn't that weird from their perspective? Because they're just chilling. If they're trying to go to Earth and they're like, wait a minute, my glass pane just broke, they wouldn't just be chilling and eating a god tree. They'd be like, wait, what?
I don't think
Like,
they knew that their glass pane broke.
I don't know. It feels like they're trying to go to Earth. And
We don't even know why.
Delayed.
We don't know why the glass pane even broke.
We don't know why the glass pane appeared there. What teleportation method were they doing?
Like, what even is that? Like, that's why it's so weird. Like, that makes sense.
Really quick, because that...
What are those glass?
I'm not going to claim this is the case, but that might have been what he did to get to the tuning exams, like right after disqualifying Boruto. Do you think, regardless if it was that or not, do you think he teleported there, or do you think he flew there extremely quickly? More so than anyone could react.
Well, they definitely flew to an extent, but
I don't know if
they
that's
probably
true.
teleported. Maybe they This sounds so goofy. Like, that's like, why would you do it this way? But I almost feel like, based off the Ishiki scene in the anime, I think they teleported outside of Earth and then flew in instead of just teleporting to her.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think they were on Earth and then they teleported there. Because you know what I'm referring to. The moment they appear. What are you talking about?
We see them flying.
Because what I'm thinking of.
You see them.
What I'm thinking of is
like,
there's the effect, and then they pan up and we see the Otsutsuki already there. They're not flying there, they're just already there. It's like
no, but there's an earlier scene of them flying to Naruto. We see them flying in the sky on the way there.
That's fine. I don't really care. So my question is, do you think that random effect, I should just go find it. Do you think it's more prevalent in the movie or the anime, or is it the same thing?
Do you even know what I'm talking about? Guess the same, but I don't know off the top of my head.
What episode do they invade to that? 62?
63.
Wow. Yeah, you're right. Are you right? They're there, but wouldn't they already have been there? No, it's going to be at least 60. I'm going to check
62, maybe. It's 62 or 63 for when they arrive.
It's the end of 61.
But
I'm also gonna
really,
show this not on screen for a second, but I'll show it on screen in a second. Oh, I'm gonna mute it for obvious reasons. I'll also share my screen in a second. Okay. Based on this, my question was going to be, do you think the effect is because they teleported? Or do you think it's the effect is Naruto's reaction? But based on the effect...
I think it's Naruto's reaction.
Really? Based on the effect?
I always interpret as Naruto's reaction, but...
It should be fine to show this. Just for a second. Okay. We'll let chat decide. I'm sharing my screen too, by the way. So you can see it?
Yeah, but for chat, they're just seeing the Boruto to Blue Vortex symbol.
I changed it. It's gonna take a second, but it's fine. It's gonna be there. So we get Boruto. So okay, we get Naruto, and then it happens, and then Naruto realizes it, and then you pan up, and they're there. Not fine.
Yeah, so, I mean, on my end, the frame rate was so bad I didn't see it, but
well,
there we go.
You can watch it on stream at the very least. So Naruto is there.
I got it. Isn't got fixed. I know what this scene is. To me, I interpret that as Naruto reacting.
But the thing is, the effect happens before Naruto starts reacting. You could say it's Naruto sensing it, and then he reacts to him sensing it.
Yeah, it's like the sensing of it.
Did anyone else look up?
Because my problem is, Oodie, like, because we get this a scene of them flying in the sky on the way to Naruto, why are they flying in the sky just to teleport? Just teleport. Why are you bothering to fly? Like, I mean, yeah, they can just do that anyway, but like, the fact that they're already doing the flying makes me think they're just gonna keep doing the flying.
It could be a thing to where they're flying to use less chakra to just get closer, maybe like teleporting.
But then if they're just
distances.
But then why bother teleporting? If teleporting takes up that much chakra, then just don't do the teleporting in the first place.
It could also be a thing to where he can't teleport the exact location he wants until he's in a certain vicinity.
Nah, because then how do they get to Earth in the first place? Like, well, I don't know. I don't think they teleported when they were already on Earth. I think they just flew, honestly. They had the scene of them flying. Like,
well, I'm saying that they can teleport around Earth, but I don't think they can like be like, I'm gonna teleport at this exact location.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I think they flew from then on.
I think they flew until they got close enough to teleport.
No, that doesn't make sense. Like, if anything, you would teleport close and then fly to the exact location. Not you're gonna fly in close just to teleport to the place you're already close to.
I'll give you. I kind of agree with that. Yeah, you're right. The other interpretation of this is it's not Naruto's reaction or Naruto sensing it, but specifically the aura they give with their presence, which I think is actually the case.
I mean, that's fine.
It's like a Bleach thing. They do this in Bleach a lot, where I forget the exact thing, but there's spiritual pressure. Basically the same idea. Yeah, they just have that aura coming with them.
Forgot what we're talking about.
Well, regardless, we've had freaking like 3 conversations or points on this. I'm just gonna ask chat at this point who they think is right in this regard as well. Just in general. Oh,
so getting back to the identity stuff anyway, what do we leave off with? Submarine?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go, chat. There's your poll. Let's read chat really quick just to catch up a little bit, because we got actually a lot of chat happening.
Maybe 21 watching, so
yeah. Okay. So the thing with Boruto having Kurama in him, he has whiskers. So here's the thing about, because I think someone else mentioned this, is, oh, well, it probably got rewritten during the DNA. Have we talked about this? We've talked about this, but I don't think I've talked about this specific aspect. I've mentioned this.
Yeah, we've talked about it a million times.
Can't absorb that. Momoshiki isn't a physical being. He's a soul that's inside of Boruto. He's not even a soul outside. He's inside of Boruto. He's not like physically in there. It's like
I mean, regardless, I think that would just be very stupid. Momoshiki absorbed the Kurama that was in there. that just like, if you're gonna go that route, go with the it got rewritten aspect, like with the karma, like at that point, like just go with the karma thing. Don't use the he absorbed it. It's just, I don't like that at all.
Did I talk about this last stream? The fact that I said it'd be the worst writing ever?
We've talked about it more than once before.
Okay, I already talked about this. There was something new I had to add. I could have sworn.
But you went into the podcast topics last stream to talk about this.
I was just looking there.
In general.
I deleted it because I must have already talked about it. I'll talk about it again when it's relevant, I guess. Yeah. But even then, rewriting Boruto's genetics, that wouldn't get rid of Kurama's chakra. Nor his
See, that's
soul.
the problem, is because based off how they've done it so far, Boruto's chakra hasn't just been changed into Momoshiki. The whole process of karma, I'm not the biggest fan of the way that they've done it, because obviously certain aspects are perfectly good, but some of the specifics are just bad because, like, for in this case, yeah, Boruto still has his own chakra. The karma only overlays him with its chakra. So by that logic, why would Kurama get rewritten? That doesn't make any sense. It's an explanation I can see them doing, but it doesn't make sense with what they've done in that regard. But the whole process is a little bit bad, to be honest.
Yeah. And along the lines of that, we'll talk about this way more with way other topics, because I have a lot to say on this, a lot more than I originally realized. The merging of 2 into 1 with Himawari and Kurama should apply to Boruto. And so even if you rewrite his genetics, that would just apply to Kurama too, to where his genetics are just being rewritten in the same way. So you're just rewriting Kurama's genetics too. He's not disappearing, he's still there. He just has the same different rewritten genetics as Boruto.
Yeah, it's Kurama Sasuke. Now, as a small side note, something I will point out, actually, maybe I should wait. Never mind. Back to identity.
Well, did you want to read more comments or no?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we had a bunch of them. There's another one.
Well, I was thinking we could just go in order, but if you had one in particular.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is there anything from? Okay, there's stuff from above that I didn't get to either. Oh, I think you actually got to this. P.S. It is said in the anime
major
that
impact does not make sense. Yeah, sorry, Invincible. It's Sarada's major impact makes no sense. That's the title.
Yeah, no, I saw it too. I want to change it to that after, but I feel like afterwards I kind of have to change it to the identity thing because we're not talking about Sarada. Unless you think I should just leave it, which could just be funny too. The ongoing.
Well, we could change it to makes no sense now.
That's true. You know, but if I change it to makes no sense, you know I'm just gonna leave it as makes no sense.
Sarada's identity makes no sense.
Okay.
Who would be the character to do that with? Kawaki, because we were disagreeing about it for a while. Kawaki's identity makes no sense.
Okay, would this be more clickbait, or like get more clicks, I should say, if I change it from major impact to identity? We're talking about identity anyway, so that would work for the stream as well.
Sarada's identity and Vortex makes no sense.
I like it, yeah. I don't know if it gets more clicks.
But should we just change it to Kawaki instead of Sarada?
Look at the thumbnail. I'm not changing the thumbnail.
We already gotten started. Oh, okay.
There we go.
I mean, sure.
We
are talking about identity
too. Screw. I'm gonna change the stream background to that thumbnail. Give me a second, chat.
No, Ishiki is the son of Shibai. Thoughts?
Confirmed. Already confirmed. 100%. Yeah. I can't disagree. It's in the series.
Sarada is not the strongest yet. Who said that Sarada was? Oh, that's in response to nah. Is Sarada the strongest Uchiha right now? As of Trash Fiend chapters. We haven't gone there yet. Nah, we will talk about that though.
This is it.
Is super chats only when you get 1,000 subs? I believe it's when you get 500. So, you know, if 84 of you guys just want to subscribe right now, then we can do super chats.
What a high quality image. Looks fantastic.
Oh, the JJK leaks dropped.
Yeah, I saw that,
ass.
and
Okay.
that confirms things that we can't say right now, but we both know what they are.
Well, yeah, I imagine what was going to get confirmed, but I gotta check this out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, no way! No way! What I just saw.
So it did get confirmed, or was it something else?
Yo, wait, hold on. All right, sorry. Let's give a little bit of distraction, but still, I gotta check this out real quick.
I'll read chat if you want while you focus on that.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay. So by the way, it did get confirmed though, right? You can't just leave me hanging.
Yo, that's wild, bro. What I'm seeing now.
Is it yes? I'm guessing it has to be yes.
Hold on. No, well, I'm not. What is the case is wild, is all I'm saying.
Okay, by the way, Kamui, I'm just saying, you're literally proving my point about Toneri. You're saying, no way is this the case on something you expected it to be the case because you're excited.
No, it's
Literally,
not.
yes.
It's not something I expected to be the case, because the two things I expected, it is sort of related to one of them, but it's not actually that. That's why it's not something I expected at all.
Do you think that?
So this is not. It is something. It is a third thing that isn't one of the two main things people expected.
Are people going to love this, like it a little, don't care, or hate it in general? Do you think?
I don't know, but it's certainly wild.
Do you think it'll be controversial?
I'll have to see what everyone says. I could definitely see it being controversial. It depends on whether you. I'm trying to be vague. It depends on how you feel about a certain thing in someone.
Okay. Do you think
it's really just like vague, and it doesn't actually. There's no way you would ever guess. Like, I'm sure you've seen some of the spoilers to have an inkling of who's involved, but there's no. I seriously doubt you would ever just guess what.
That's fine. That's fine.
Especially not to be caught up.
If don't tell me, but hypothetically, if you told me, would I even understand it?
I think you could.
Okay.
Based off what you
one aspect of it you might not understand.
You technically might, based off of a panel you've seen. I know we've talked about that one panel before, which I think might say something about this person. I think you might already know this about the person in question to understand it, but there is a possibility that you don't. But I think you do.
I have a guess that I can text you, but I don't know. I feel like it falls in line with everything we're saying, but I don't know if it'd be this exciting. It's gonna take me a minute to pull it up on my phone.
Go ahead. Yes. Do you want me to confirm? I'm curious about your guess. If you actually got it right, I don't know what I would say.
Based on
damn, bro.
what you're saying, it's not that you wouldn't expect it; it's that you wouldn't expect it now. So I'm gonna okay. So I just texted it to you.
Okay. Let me see what you said.
No.
No? Okay. Interesting. Well, here, I'll text you this as well.
I'll give you a hint. It does involve, like, this person that you've seen in the spoilers.
I know those are the
like,
two
it's
things.
somewhat involved. Yeah, so the first I was okay. One of those characters that you've seen like a spoiler about them. You've seen multiple, in fact, probably. You've seen it over and over again. Funny mentioning that last one there, but without giving you any hints, even with those characters in mind, I still don't think you would put the pieces together to guess the wild thing that happened.
Okay, that's fine. I'll also text you this. No, actually, I won't. I'll save that for an actual JJK pod to tell you what I know, because I feel like you're going to be disappointed in the fact that I know this already. I guess it's already off. I'll text you it. I'll text you it really quick. There you go. Sorry, chat, that we're not including you on this, but I'm assuming you don't want JJK. It's random.
At least the spoilers if you haven't seen them.
Yeah. That last one, I don't know it, but I'm pretty sure based on things I saw recently. It was confirmed like 2 chapters ago, I think. I don't remember in what regard.
Okay.
I think in this regard.
Okay, that's unrelated to this.
Okay. Because of that. If it's something to do with a character that I know of but don't really know, then I just wouldn't know at all.
Well, I mean,
I don't know if it's even character related.
Yeah.
So. If it has to do with
it's
the
more
meme
ability
panel,
related.
you know I'd be ecstatic.
No, it's not Jogo. It's not Jogo. But
yeah, okay, then you know what? I don't care. I don't care what it is. I guess you can tell me this. Is it good, bad, or neutral for the bad guys' side right now?
It should be. I would well, there may or may not be consequences, but it would have to be bad for the bad guys. So it's good for the good guys. Well, it's bad for the bad guys. I guess we would have to just see long term how it is for the good guys, but it's definitely bad for the bad guys in the short term.
I also texted you this. I feel like you're gonna be sad that I know that, and I also don't care about that, which you're gonna be even more annoyed at.
Yeah, it's that was last chapter though.
Yeah. Okay, well that's all I know. Here, I'll reach out while you do that still, I guess, if you're still doing that. Okay. When do you think the other 2 Shinjuu will show up, and who do you think they fight? I'm hoping it's not this arc. Even if it would be thematically relevant for this arc, it's already kind of too late, and they have too much else to do now in this arc.
That's the problem.
I think next arc works really well. Now, who the other 2 Shinjuu will fight, Matsuri and Bug, when they show up? I personally think Matsuri's going to go off and do her own thing while Bug splits off from her to go after Ada and Damon. I think Bug isn't going to fight Ada or Damon. If they do, it's going to be at the end. I think Bug's main contender is going to be Mitsuki. I think that just thematically works. And then...
Well, like,
Damon
why
can
is he
come in at
going
the
after
end.
Mitsuki? Or do you mean
No,
that
no,
Mitsuki gets in the way?
Mitsuki gets in the way, especially like it works in the plot too
Okay.
because Mitsuki's supposed to be like the bodyguard on the mission, but then also
Yeah, he's literally there.
Yeah, then also the new relationship between Mitsuki and Ada can help a lot, and as well as the fact that Mitsuki's trying to find his identity, that works a lot as well against Bug of all people.
Yeah,
who's trying to
that
find
I'm
it.
fine with. I'm fine with Mitsuki getting his battle against Bug first.
Yeah, and again, Damon can come in at the very end if he wants. I'm fine with that. Regardless if Mitsuki wins or loses, I think he'll achieve something regardless of the outcome of the battle. He'll get an outcome in a different regard.
Yeah.
In terms of Matsuri, that's I don't want to say too far off because I can make predictions, but it's not going to be predictions based in anything. Like anyone could come to the same conclusions. Like I think
she'll have to fight Konohamaru, and then Team 10. Is that what you want me to say? Like, she could also, interestingly, me and Kamui have been talking about this, if she has a dilemma with Kawaki, because Moegi's in the village, we could learn something about the Shinjuu of if something happens to Moegi, which Kawaki would probably be the most interesting character to do something to Moegi in this context.
Yeah, I would like to see that, I think.
Yeah. So there's that answer. When do you think it's gonna happen?
The Shinjuu doing their thing. I don't. When I think versus what I think should be the case is tricky.
Yeah, I know.
Because,
that's why I said it that way in that particular.
Like, yeah, because the problem is I would have thought it would be this arc, but it's already become cluttered. Konohamaru and Team 10 are already fighting other Shinjuu. So to have Matsuri appear now, it's like, okay, is she just gonna 1v1 Konohamaru while Sarada 1v1s Hidari? That I guess could work, but if Konohamaru is going 1v1, well, I guess you could say the same about Sarada. The problem is that these fucking Shinjuu should be too strong for Konohamaru and Sarada. I don't know, bro.
And for the chat, I just made
if she was
poll.
gonna do it soon, I guess she would go to Konohamaru and Team 10 would just be irrelevant in that case because they're already dealing with Jura.
Yeah. Chat, everyone go vote in the poll I just made. Bug and Matsuri invasion, this arc or next arc or later? Which one do you think? But yeah.
I finished reading the spoilers anyway, but that's quite interesting.
You're quiet indeed.
But yeah, it's so tricky because to some extent,
especially for like Mitsuki and Ada and stuff, it might make more sense to wait for the next arc because it's like Mitsuki in this arc is already kind of settled down. So like,
yeah,
how is Bug invading? Let's just say assume Mitsuki fights Bug for a minute. How is that going to serve Mitsuki further for the story in this arc? He's already, I hate to say he in one chapter handled this arc, but he did in one chapter go from 0 to 100 in terms of the story in this arc. I don't know if they're going to continue with that in this arc. Like, I feel like Mitsuki already, like, he already lost and learned his mistake. Like, you know, he's already done his growth, like, of the arc. Like, you know, unless it's a matter of him utilizing that to finish off it. But I feel like in this case, if he's not going to grow further as a character, or I guess go backwards as a character, then he just shouldn't do anything else in this arc, which would mean save this for next arc.
He's already come to the realization he needs to in this arc, but he hasn't come to a conclusion yet, so he's still on the same journey that Ada is. And through fighting for, or the protection of Ada, someone who is so similar to Mitsuki and struggling and wavering in this way, I think that Mitsuki can come to his own conclusion as a person through
But
Ada.
do you want him to already be doing the conclusion now, or save that for the next arc for his journey in the next arc?
You already
That's
know
what
my
I'm
answer to
saying.
that.
Next arc?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like, it's just like, you know, you don't want like Naruto to have every single journey and conclusion in the same arc.
Yeah. Unless we're just agreeing with
Yo,
that
Land of
guy from
Waves,
last
Naruto's
stream.
already understanding the cycle of hatred.
Unless that guy from last stream is just gonna continue to be right, and every fight in 2 Blue Vortex is gonna be like 2 panels max. That's the only way it's possible. Freaking imagine Jura versus Himawari is 2 pages. Hidari versus Sarada's 2 pages. Then we get Mitsuki versus Bug is 2 pages. They could do it all 3 of those fight in a single chapter. start and conclude all of them.
That's so sad that it's possible.
Okay. By the way, Sumire with Nue. Sumire is immune. Connection? Question mark?
Yeah, so I addressed that when you were in the bathroom. I at least don't want that to be the case.
I don't think it's the case. But let's go hypothetically it is the case. Why do you think it's the case? Explain what makes it the case.
It would have to just be the fact that it was like etched into, it was basically, it's kind of like Ada Damon, like it was just integrated into her body, that seal for Nue, and that would just have to be like the end of it. But the problem with that is, allegedly anyway, like Damon is not considered an Atsuki, and by the same logic, Code is like Karma not considered an Atsuki. Nue isn't even an Atsuki in the first place, but like just following the same trend, you probably wouldn't consider Sumire an Atsuki just because she has Nue. So why would this make her immune anyway?
Exactly.
So I don't feel like that just works for that reason.
And
I think they should just save that connection for something else.
I don't think it works because Nue isn't inside Sumire. Nue's seal is on Sumire. It's different, like so hypothetically, if
it's like a summoning jutsu.
Exactly. If Momoshiki's soul is inside Boruto, but just without the karma, if Momoshiki's soul just hanging out in there without a karma, that's not doing anything for Boruto.
It's more or less like the summoning jutsu seal in Orochimaru's arms that they used in the Search for Tsunade arc to summon Manda when he couldn't use hand signs.
Yeah. It's an interesting
because
comparison.
literally just like the thing that summons him.
Man, we could do a podcast topic on that. The fact that Orochimaru's arms were able to do that. That could be an interesting conversation, but we'll do that another time, obviously.
Or how did Orochimaru summon the Rashomon gates when he couldn't use jutsu?
Yeah, like, what can and can't do it?
Yeah.
Apparently, you don't need a soul to do it because there was no soul in Orochimaru's arms. Were Orochimaru's arms
well, that's where
alive?
It's
like... Were the cells in his arms active?
Oh, they were purple.
But like,
see, in Search for Tsunade, at least, it's like implied that like basically the seal on his arm is like for the contract with the snakes, but Kabuto is the one doing the chakra and everything. So like Orochimaru's role is literally just the contract with the snakes. Yeah. But then when it comes to like the Rashomon gates and Shippuden, it's like, why is he able to do that?
In that case, did Kabuto use Orochimaru's blood or his own blood to put on Orochimaru's arms?
I'll have to double check which
I have
he did.
A false memory of one of them and a real memory of the other. The point is I have both memories in my head.
Exactly. I agree. I did the exact same thing. I feel like I remember both. Yeah. So let me look real quick.
Like, because what's the extent of this? Hypothetically, if you cut off Orochimaru's arms, just severed them, could he do it? Like, could Kabuto summon Manda with Orochimaru's arms? Or, hypothetically, he severs the arms. Could Orochimaru use those severed arms and through willpower summon Manda if there's blood on the arms? What is it about blood? I understand it's the binding contract. What about blood? Why? Can they use something else, or is there a component in the blood? Is there something specific about blood other than the cool, obvious out-of-world fact? What in-universe makes blood able to do that? Or even the piece of paper. Like, it's not just a summoning jutsu, it's space-time. It teleports. But is it sealed
in the paper that is the binding vow, or is it the binding vow? Is it sealed in the seal? Because the binding vow is a seal. Is the space-time teleportation sealed within the seal? That is the binding vow contract.
I don't know. But
there's so
real
much
quick,
to go with here.
In the manga, we're gonna have to look at the anime for this. In the manga, we just see Kabuto wiping the blood on Orochimaru's arm tattoo. We don't see if that was wiping Orochimaru's blood or Kabuto's blood. So we're gonna have to look at the anime and see if one of them bites their fingers.
Okay. Oh god.
Which I will do in a minute when I'm done with food stuff here. But
do you know what episode it is? I could check, but it might take me a while because I'm
not off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not
Try
well acquainted with this.
94 as a starting point because I don't remember if that was the episode that Naruto hits Kabuto with the Rasengan, or if it's like 97. 94 or 97 come to mind. Or 84, 87, I see. This is the problem. I don't remember which it is.
I'll start with 85, I guess. Let's see where this is. Okay, it's gonna be like 90. Sorry, 95.
Yeah, I'll actually just look up what episode real quick.
Well, Tsunade is healing him. So I assume it's... Yeah, there's Manda, so it's gotta be 94.
Okay. End of 95. Or, yeah, no, end of 95 probably. Because the next episode, 96, is Deadlock, Sunny Showdown. Yes,
it looks
94,
like
that's what I was thinking of.
there's... It
End
looks
of
like
95.
Manda... Because Jiraiya does the Dark Swamp in 94.
Yeah, but no, because 96 is the Signing Deadlock episode. So the end of 95 would probably have them summon them to finish the episode out.
That doesn't make sense. No, it's gotta be here.
Well, that is the case.
No, it's right here. I'm watching the summoning right now. Okay.
What episode?
Okay. Okay, I got it. Oh, I think it is. Okay, I'm already sharing my screen. It's 94, like I said. Makes sense, like I said.
Well, that's what I originally thought, but... Well, that's what I originally thought, but then why is it saying 96 is the Signing Deadlock?
Okay, so you can see my screen?
No, because I'm not looking at it because I said I was doing food stuff.
Okay, well, can you watch the stream on the YouTube?
Well, hold on. Just give me like 20 more seconds, okay?
Oh my god, man.
Just read chat, bro. Like,
yeah, I'll read one chat. Okay. When Momoshiki said Naruto couldn't pass Kurama extermination, do you think it was specifically? Okay, we already read that. But doesn't Boruto Okay. Oh, Moegi has wooden control and data book, right? It could be useful, LOL. Shout out to WoW.
See, my problem with this shit is that they didn't do anything with it when Moegi was like around. So like to just randomly say, "Oh yeah, she has wit style in the story," it's just garbage now. Like it's too late, bro.
Joao says, "Oh, please, someone defrozen Toneri. We need explanation so much." Can I just say Joao is like charming to me? I like this guy.
Yeah. Good thing he showed up today during the middle of our Ada conversation.
I like the word usage he has, I think because he's like Mexican. Defrozen Toneri. But it has a good ring to it. Yeah.
You know what that reminds me of? Is the thaw and de-thaw translation of that one chapter. Okay, and I'm also back in front of my... Oh, we have 24 watching now. I'm back in front of my laptop to pay attention to
I forgot Toneri was frozen. We need him back in Boruto Byakugan. Is it too late for Boruto's Byakugan?
In Boruto Byakugan? Like, the show or and? Oh, and, not in. Instead of Boruto 2 Blue Vortex, yeah, I want Boruto Byakugan.
Like, I know that Jesus is coming back, but when he comes, I'll be shocked, right? Exactly. I know my phone's battery is going to be over in a few minutes, but still, I'm going to be surprised when it happens. Freaking exactly. Jiao gets it. Jiao's on my
No, you're
side,
not.
Jiao. I love this guy. Oh, you hate him now. How's it feel?
Bro, you're not. If you're expecting it, you're not shocked. If you're shocked, you didn't expect it. Or for example, in the Jesus case, you might not have expected it now, assuming like he was here right in that moment. At that moment, you were shocked because you didn't expect it at that moment.
Okay, but then with the phone thing, it's like linearly decreasing, and if you're like actively keeping track, like the thing of my phone at 1% on that one stream, I didn't know when it was gonna go out. The moment it went out, I was still shocked because I wasn't expecting it to go out at that exact moment.
Because you didn't expect it to go out at that particular second.
But I was expecting it to go out at any second.
No,
it could have been that one.
Exactly, you were expecting it to go out, but not expecting it to go out at that second. The problem with the Toneri case is he might be expecting, if he was hypothetical, the problem is he was shocked that there was more than one person now. But why would he expect, was he expecting one at a time? Like, if he was expecting multiple, the only way that works is if he thought it was going to be one at a time, which is a little bit goofy, but, you know, I can respect it as your interpretation. Otherwise, though, it wouldn't make sense for him to be shocked if he was expecting multiple.
I don't think the phone analogy works.
He wasn't shocked that one came at the time. He was very calm, like, so you finally arrived, celestial being. Not shocked, very calm and composed. The moment he hears there's more than one, that's when the shock comes in.
But what you said, I don't agree with the phone analogy, because to a degree, I'm not saying fully, to a degree, it's not true, because it's not that I wasn't expecting it to go out at that one moment. I was expecting it to go out at that one moment, and I was expecting it to go out at the next moment, and the moment after that, and the moment after that, and the moment before that,
you were
and the moment before
expecting
that
it to go out at any time.
Yeah, at all moments, at any individual moment. That applies to all of the moments.
No, because the problem is you're expecting it to go out at any moment, but you're not expecting it to go out at that moment.
But any
that
moment
is the difference.
Includes all moments. Any
no,
moment isn't.
No, because the problem is you weren't expecting it to go out at that moment. Period. End of story.
No, what you're doing is you're separating an individual moment from the cluster of moments. But the cluster is made up of the individual moments.
No, but the problem is because you didn't know it would go out at that moment. You didn't know. You didn't expect it to go out at that moment. That's why you're shocked, because it's something you didn't expect / know.
No.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have been shocked.
Yes,
it is. Right. It's true.
Because I knew it could go out at that moment, because that moment is within
any moment.
You knew it
could. You knew it could. Not that it would.
Well, that's not.
That's the distinction,
That's not.
bro.
No, because in that case, nobody knows anything ever. Because you can never 100% guarantee anything.
That's not
My
true.
phone could have just never gone out ever. That was a possibility.
Yeah, but you weren't okay. Then if we're going into the expected point, again, you were you're expecting. You know that anyone you know, it could die at any moment, and that they will die at some point. But when it happens, you'll be shocked because you didn't know it was going to be that moment. You know, the next 200 years, you know, unless immortality pills come out, that here with Star Boy Mellow under this, you know that he is gonna. Okay, I don't want to do that. That's too mean. Okay, you have a cat. My cat, she's freaking like 16 years old or some shit.
I know in the next 100 years, unless we have cat immortality pills, sadly, she's going to die. The day she dies, I'm going to be shocked. Maybe I won't be that shocked because I already know it's coming, but like to some degree, I will be shocked because I didn't know it was going to be that moment. I knew it was going to be one of the next 200 years moments, but not whatever moment it happens in.
That's not true, because even if we don't develop cat immortality pills, there's the possibility, as unlikely and unprecedented, and against all human knowledge that we currently possess, there's the possibility that your cat in particular will just never die for whatever reason.
Okay. But I'm not expecting that. Is the point. The point is what you expect.
But you don't know, is the point.
Right, but the point is what you expect.
I agree.
That's what determines the shock.
I agree. I'm taking out the no point since you included it. Bring it back to only expect. So I'm glad that you agree.
Well, because sometimes the no can be relevant, but regardless, the expect is the main point here. I expect her to die in the next 300 years. So tomorrow is included. Today is included. No matter what point in those next 300 years, which is included in the expectation range, I'm going to be shocked because I didn't know it would be that day. That's the point. Because unless I knew it was going to be 10 years from exactly 10 years from today, if I expected it on that day and she died on that day, I wouldn't be shocked because it's precisely what I expected. I'd be sad, regardless. Going into it the day before, I'd be in tears, knowing what's going to come the next day. But I wouldn't be shocked.
No, I disagree.
I knew it. Or at least I expected it.
No. Because let's say you expect your football team to win. When they win, you're not just going to be calm and collected. You're going to be excited because they won.
That's not shocked. I'm not going to be surprised. If I actually expected to win, I wouldn't be surprised that I won. Remember the definition of shocked.
You
surprised
expected to
was
win,
the first word.
but because you don't know, doubt exists. So you expected it, and you're gonna be like, "Yes, we actually did it."
Because if I'm surprised, that means I didn't actually expect to win. I expected to lose.
You would be like, "Yes, we actually did it," because the possibility was there that you might not have done it, even if you expected it.
That's relief.
That's
not
a
relief.
Different word. That is not relief. That's not relief.
Yes, it is. Yes, we actually did it. So it depends on how you say it. If you say, "Whoo, we actually did it," that's relief.
It's excitement. It's not relief.
Excitement does not equal shock.
Won. In this case, it leads to shock because you're saying something shocking, something that you would say if you were shocked. Which applies back to Toneri. He's not shocked, but he's saying something that makes you think he is.
No, bro. He is shocked. He's got the question mark. You don't say, "We were," question mark. It's like, that's not excitement. That's not like relief. It's shock.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that he's calm and collected then? You're saying that he's not? What are you saying? So what is he?
When
he's calm and collected?
Toneri was shocked. He was surprised. Is the point.
So he's not calm and collected.
In the "we were" scene, he was calm and collected when he said, "So you finally arrived, celestial being." That's Toneri expecting Ishiki, being calm and collected. The "we were" scene, that's him not expecting Momoshiki Kinshiki to be included, hence shock. Surprise.
I'll take that as a compromise.
Two very distinct reactions.
I'll take that as a compromise.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
No.
That's a concession.
No. We're both right. I'll take that as a compromise.
No, I am exclusively right.
No, you aren't. Then okay, screw you. I don't compromise anymore. I'm dead if I'm right. Suck it.
Back to identity. Sarada, is that who's up next?
Well, so much for reading chat. We can't read chat. We can't do it. Get too derailed.
All right.
Let's
Let's
be
skip
honest,
ahead.
nothing makes sense in Boruto. We get surprised to think we expect to write. Shocked versus friends, I will never agree. If the writers want to convince me that Sarada will surpass Sasuke, shouldn't she have unlocked her Byakugo seal? Or at least maybe we could see that she is training to do so in the future. She could do it in this fight as well, in the same way that Sakura did it in the war arc. The problem is that we didn't know she was doing that for the past 3 years. Even if they explain it, that's fine. But
well, we didn't know that about Sakura either.
Up to it. We know she asked about it, and we know enough time has passed to where if she did it off screen, that'd be fine. So it's not that it'd be bad, but it wouldn't be good. And it would just be.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, with Sakura, we didn't know she was training to do the Byakugo seal either. It just happened.
Pretty confident.
And then they explained it after.
I'm pretty confident we did.
No, we didn't know.
I'm pretty confident
you can say you guessed. No. It's just thrown out there that this is the case.
I don't remember
we never knew the whole time Sakura was doing that.
Well, no, not the whole time. I'm pretty sure in Shippuden we found out pretty early on.
Yeah, in the war arc when she released it.
Like I said, pretty early on. Pretty sure.
No, we don't know. We don't know that early on. We find out that she was doing the Byakugo seal when she reveals it.
I don't buy it, but maybe.
It's just flashbacks.
Oh, right. Remember how we were talking about this? I forgot we were talking about this.
About what?
Well, are you looking at my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Oh god, is it like the Rasengan thing?
No, it's the Orochi. So whose blood? Orochimaru's or Kabuto's? You know, let's make our guess now because I didn't see either. I'm thinking Orochimaru's. You should just take the opposite stance. So
I think Orochimaru, which is what I am thinking. I think Orochimaru just already had blood on him very conveniently. If it's Kabuto, then Kabuto bites himself.
Now, I will say, it's not about who places the blood, because we both know Kabuto places the blood on Orochimaru's arm, because he can't do it. It's about whose blood is it.
Yeah, but Orochimaru may have already had blood on, like his own blood on him.
Oh, you know what'd be really interesting? This isn't the case, but imagine, this is almost like a rewrite. How hardcore would it be if it was Tsunade's blood he used?
Well, I was wondering about that because Tsunade's blood's all over Orochimaru.
Exactly, yeah.
But that shouldn't work
thing, or whatever,
because it's not Orochimaru's blood, which is what's important for the blood contract.
Well, is it? I don't know. Let's find out. Here we go.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go with the Tsunade blood guess just because it's funny.
Oh my god. I think we were both wrong. It's Kabuto.
Oh.
It is Kabuto's blood.
But wait. But that's the same. But that doesn't. Why does he need Orochimaru's seal then? Because if it's Kabuto's blood, then Kabuto has the contract. Makes sense, Orochimaru's right, man. But what does he need Orochimaru for then?
I don't know if that's true. You might just need the contract. You might just need blood for the contract that you've already made. In the same way...
No, but it needs to be your blood.
Okay, this isn't how this works, but hypothetically, if Madara stole someone else's Sharingan, he would still have his own Sharingan techniques, not that other person's. But again, that's not how that works. But like hypothetically, if that was how it works, then this would work like that.
No, what the problem is, it's your blood for the contract. That's why you need your blood to summon them.
You use your blood to make the contract. Once the contract is already made, you can just use blood in general.
No, it has to be your blood.
Tell it to Kabuto.
Confident. I think it's just a scene that doesn't make sense.
Is there anything stating exactly what you're stating? Go find it. Otherwise, this isn't a contradiction.
I mean, I'll look, but
And it has to be
I'll start with
what you're saying.
I guess it would be when Naruto's getting explained the
Yeah.
summoning jutsu.
Right
That's
before
where
he
I'm gonna
makes
look,
tadpole.
but
If you want, I can look
we'll
with
see.
you. You have any idea what episode?
You try the anime.
Bro.
I'm gonna start with the manga.
Okay. It'd be what, like 50 something episode?
Very confused. Where's the freaking? Oh, make me your disciple. There you go.
Oh, I might have guessed it right away. Okay, is this where he summons? Oh, okay. Alright. Sorry, stream, I'm showing Sarada again while I find this. And muting it. Okay, so here.
Okay, here we go.
Scroll goes in.
First, sign your
Open
name.
that
Okay.
scroll.
You have to place what you call to
Summoning codes.
play it. Prepare your chakra.
Taken over.
Place your hand with you set a contract on the ground.
Stamp the
Wait.
fingerprints of one hand in blood under that. It just says in blood, not your blood. Oh, it does say sign your name in your own blood. That's fine. Yeah, I can show this on screen. I'm just gonna do it like this. Oh, that works fine. Okay. Let me put it back to 1 times speed.
It's even like the hand you signed the contract with, though.
I don't think that's true.
Although he doesn't even mention drawing blood.
Like Sasuke lost one of his hands
in
or
the
arms. If he had summoning on that arm, I don't think he just can't summon on that arm anymore. Well, he not on that, but in general, from that arm. You know what I mean? Whatever he had on that.
Well, I mean,
arm.
realistically, Sasuke probably would have used that hand, but he also has like summoning seals on like his things for like kunai and stuff, so he probably could have done something similar anyway.
With Orochimaru, I think it's the
Kinda
case
like
because a
Orochimaru.
summoning contract is literally on his arms. In the case of like Naruto and Jiraiya, it's on the piece of paper, so I don't think it matters which hand they use. But anyways,
So Orochimaru or Naruto and Jiraiya.
Naruto and Jiraiya.
Maybe that's why Naruto doesn't summon the toads in Boruto. He can't. He doesn't have his right hand.
No, that's absolutely nonsense. They would never do that. You know they wouldn't. It's not like the writers will remember
Well,
that
I mean,
anyway.
they haven't had him summon the toads, have they?
He's got
What do
a
you mean
toe
they
to
wouldn't
sage
have him
mode.
do
That's
that? They've
basically the same
already
thing.
done that.
So
The only difference, we gave a reason this time.
I'll give you this. I think the individual needs their own blood to make the binding seal. After that, I don't think they need their own blood to use the binding seal.
But I don't understand why you would need blood at that point, then. That just doesn't make sense. Let me check the data book.
I don't understand how the binding seal works in the first place. Clearly, the frogs he's summoning didn't do a binding seal of their own from their own side. The freaking tadpoles aren't old enough to do that in the first place. And, like, Gamabunta, Gamar, they don't want to be summoned by Naruto. How is this a binding seal? Like, who is he binding this with?
It's very forced.
It's just toads in general. What omnipotent force is allowing this to be a thing? How does it even happen? Like, Minato has to
The user
place...
smears their own blood on the hand they signed the contract with. That's what it says in the data book. I know it doesn't say it has to, but it says that they do it. They also mention on the hand they signed the contract with. Oh, yeah, no, look. Jiraiya uses left hand. Naruto uses his right hand for the contract. In any case, the user's blood is essential. That's what the data book says. The data book is saying it needs to be the user's blood.
Essential in terms of
So in this
what?
case, this is Kabuto's summoning jutsu. So
What's
Kabuto
the
just
context?
has a blood contract with Manda.
Essential for what? What's the rest of the context?
To use the jutsu. That's the end of that sentence.
Okay, what's the previous sentence? Or what's the earlier part of the sentence? Restate the sentence.
Naruto uses his right hand for the contract.
Restate the full thing.
Oh, I'm chewing.
Oh, you're scared. Oh, okay.
I'll read like a couple of things. Okay. The user smears their own blood on the hand they signed the contract with and needs chakra by doing hand seals. Then by turning the
Well, that's
palm of the
already
hand
wrong
to the
because
place
they
want
don't
to summon,
smear
it
the
calls
blood on
forth
their
a
hand.
subordinate they can rely on. Jiraiya uses his left hand. Naruto uses his right hand for the contract. In any case, the user ''S's blood is essential.
Well, it's already wrong from the beginning because they don't smear the blood on their hand. Right.
Well,
yeah.
You could,
right.
The
Exactly.
definition of smear. Coat or mark. Okay, no, they mark the hand with their blood.
What's the
When they
definition of
bite it,
mark?
their hand is marked with that
What's
blood.
the definition of mark?
Let's find out. A small area on a surface having a different color from its. Oh, that works. That small area of redness under pink skin.
All right. You got me.
Typically, one caused by accident or damage. This counts as damage.
I'm pretty sure that's a different usage
Verb, make a
of
visible
mark.
impression or a stain on. It's a blood stain. There we go. It works. It's consistent.
Okay.
It is a smear.
You know what? I don't care what the definition is anymore. It's not a smear. I don't care if Webster Dictionary agrees with you. You
Bro,
know
I'm
as
telling you,
well as I do it doesn't.
Naruto can't summon the toads anymore.
Well, but what about this? He has an arm. It's it's like Hashirama cells, but it's still Naruto's arms.
Well, but it's not the hand he signed the contract with. It's a Hashirama hand. It's not the one that signed the contract.
Does he have Hashirama sealing? Can he summon Hashirama animals?
Well, it's not the hand Hashirama signed the contract with, though.
Is it not?
But it's not
though?
Hashirama's hand.
It's Well, it kind of is.
Kind of is, but it's also not. Like, Hashirama didn't use that hand to sign the contract.
You say that.
It shouldn't work.
But, like, hypothetically, what I'm thinking, Kamui, if Hashirama cut his hand off, his own hand, and he just has healing to where he can make a new hand, you would say that's a different hand. And that he couldn't do the summoning. I think that's still Hashirama's hand. Like, there would be no difference between the two hands.
So let me specify here.
Yeah.
In series, yeah, Hashirama said with the whatevers, but based off the writing of the rules here, it shouldn't work because it wasn't that same hand.
I'll give you that. Okay.
Anyway.
But once again, if Hashirama cut his hand off, and then he used that hand for summoning, can he use that hand to summon?
Wait, say that again? He cuts his hand off?
And then he uses that hand to summon.
Yeah, if he just throws it on the ground, like he slaps it like a tool.
Yeah, so he's disconnected from his hand.
It's the same hand.
But can that hand even summon? It's disconnected from him?
Didn't Kawaki use like his disconnected Nature Tech hand for like hand signs or something? Or did he just do one-handed hand signs? Maybe he just did one-hand signs.
Did he ever do hand signs in general?
Mm-hmm. Kawaki made up some like bullshit new hand signs, actually. Like,
I'm gonna look this up.
He just started flipping his fingers around. I was like, bro, those aren't real hand signs, but they worked.
Walky hand signs. Oh, well, he did do hand signs in the code arc that you didn't watch.
Okay, he does do hand signs. And he does it with the hand, the Naruto hand. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I'll get around to the code arc eventually.
All right.
Yeah, this is where they copy the Naruto versus Sasuke fight frame by frame.
Yeah.
I saw like an A and B comparing. I was like, oh my god, that's insane how much of the same it is.
So I have
now, this isn't
one
what I
for
meant
you.
though. I meant versus Ishiki when the hand was disconnected was what I was wondering about.
Are you talking about this? I remember this now that you say that. Are you looking at my screen? You have to be talking about this.
Oh, okay, there we go. I wasn't looking. See, that's what I was saying. Yeah, like doesn't he?
Well, I mean, yeah, there's a whole Reddit post about this. Let's figure out how, because now the question is how. In the manga, he performs it with only one hand sign, a very simple one. That one. Okay.
That's to say he made up a hand sign in the manga.
He molds the chakra hand with his own hand, like how Sasuke did versus Naruto in the final Valley fight. That was a very big brain of him, but a lot of people will still get confused because in theory, it's a dead arm. A lot of dislikes here, but how was the chakra flowing through it? Oh right, it's Boruto's show. He mastered chakra control over the week that he learned it's a thing. My bad, LO. Yeah, I can see how that got 5 negative votes. He can still move the prosthetic fingers, so he can weave the hand signs required. Can he do that? Is it
work,
on?
Though.
It's not on.
Well, he moves it with his other hand.
That doesn't count.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It shouldn't work, but like it just does apparently.
To be fair, I think he is doing one-handed hand signs, regardless if he knows it or not. Because there's no chakra in this. Like this could be a rubber glove.
Shouldn't do it. Like it shouldn't benefit him to like have the other hand do anything. Like
like if it's literally just like a latex glove, it should be doing the same thing as this.
It's literally a mannequin hand.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point here is based off this Kawaki scene, though, the detached Hashirama hand should still be usable for the summoning jutsu, so long as Hashirama is, using it.
Okay. In that case, interesting. How long afterwards would it be usable? Because it would start decaying.
As long as the hand is,
as long as
so
what
do you think
about
the flesh or the bones are more important? So I'm thinking it's the blood of that hand. So as long as there's blood to be found in that hand, it should be good. But like the bones, I'm thinking won't work because there's no blood by that point.
Interesting. So like if
there's blood in the bones.
So hypothetically, Naruto gets cut on the cheek, and then he smears that blood on his thumb from his cheek. Can he not use that blood? I'm pretty sure he does. Someone does, right?
In the show, absolutely they can. Kakashi does that at some point. He uses the blood on his stomach from Sabusa's blade to summon the dogs, for example.
Okay.
But
so it's just about their blood.
That shouldn't work because it's not that hand's blood. Now, to be fair, the data book doesn't specify it has to be that hand's blood. It just has to be that hand. But I think it should be that hand's blood because that's funnier.
That hand's blood doesn't make sense, as if the blood in your hand only stays in your hand. It doesn't circulate through your body.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense. But it's funny.
Okay. Well.
That's it. The last like 10 viewers, so maybe we should get off this topic.
Let's really quick.
Get a life, bro. It just show us the video and stop reading. Stop being a nerd. Wait, what?
What video?
What are we supposed to show you? What video?
It really isn't supposed to reaction stream. Yes, has Sakura done the whole time for her daughter?
So this whole podcast is so chaotic. Y'all keep going on the tangents. The topic every 5 minutes.
I'm pinning this comment.
The most accurate comment.
Wait, Kamui. I have a great idea. I'm gonna copy this. This is gonna be the title of our next podcast.
Which one?
The next podcast.
No, which I can't see.
Oh. Here.
It's too zoomed out.
This whole podcast is so chaotic. Y'all keep going on massive tangents and changing the topic every 5
Oh,
minutes.
that'll be the title of the next stream. Okay. Yeah. No, what the hell?
Stupid. Love it.
Just correct chaotic to have an H. CH.
Yeah.
Beginning.
Or we could intentionally leave it out, which might make more people come to correct us. Infinite viewer hack.
Yeah, we can try free games unintended method.
It wasn't even free games. Oh, actually it was. But I was thinking of something else. Anyways. Which is kind of bad. Hello guys. Hey, what's up? Jerry Davis from 351. It's Vortex. Kamui, we need to finish. Okay, we're done reading chat for the rest of the stream. The 2-panel clash comment, which is why that's so funny.
I love it. We need to read chat more midstream. We're done reading chat for the rest of the stream.
I say that and then continue to read chat immediately.
Chat is just a distraction.
But Nicolay was the one that said the 2-comment thing, the 2-panel fight comment thing. Shout out
Dude, Nicolay's spitting facts, bro.
That's what I'm saying. W Nicolay.
Yeah, Nicolay, you want to be a mod?
Oh, wait. But Nicolay is also the person that said it's too chaotic and the tangents that we're changing every 5 minutes.
Yeah, Nicolay's spitting facts. Hey, Oodie, you might take that as an insult. I took that as a compliment.
You know what? He's a moderator. There you go. Just because of you, Kamui. There you go. You convinced me.
Keep it up, Nicolay.
You earned
Don't
it with
disappoint.
that one. Yeah.
See, I didn't take it as attacking us. I took it as accepting us.
Where did we leave off? Did we cover Sarada? We must have.
So, I feel like we didn't be having covered Sarada yet, but I feel like it's a very late to be saying this, but like, do you even agree with me that this arc is about identity? I never asked.
I like the idea, yeah. I think, well, I'll get into it later. It is about identity, but I'm not going to say it's about more than identity, but they develop the theme of identity in more than one way. As we've seen through, like, Shikamaru, for example. He has 2 different ways of going about it.
Exactly. The problem is, it's like, this is what I said to Jiro, but, like, it's something very prevalent in this arc that I've noticed, but it's not, we can get into this a little bit later, but like when I use those examples, the Land of Waste arc is begging the question, what does it mean to be a ninja? This arc so far isn't begging a question or an idea about identity. I just can see there's something about identity clearly important in this arc, but the arc isn't begging any sort of question for me to ask. Yeah. That's where it's a problem.
The bridge was the conflict.
I don't know what else it would be.
It was the conduit that led to the story. It was the plot.
Naruto versus Zabuza is the plot. That's not the story. It's just the way to get to the story, and arguably the best way they could have. But when you say, when people talk about how the Land of Waves is peak or good, no one's talking about the actual bridge mission itself. That's not the peak part of the arc, obviously. That's where the arc, that's the background, if anything. So coming to 2 Blue Vortex, they just haven't asked the question. They are only giving us the bridge fight without actually the story. Why
exactly. And it's like I said, like the story isn't Zabuza wanting to kill Tazuna while Naruto wants to protect Tazuna. That's just the reason Zabuza and Naruto are talking in the first place, where they're then expressing their ideas. And then that's where the story comes in.
Yeah.
The reason Naruto is arguing with Zabuza about what it means to be a ninja is because they came across each other because of this mission with Tazuna. But that's it.
Another example, just to get the point across, you aren't going to understand this, but I just watched Vinland Saga Season 2. Without spoilers in Season 2, the War of the Farm isn't the story. If you take all the context surrounding the importance of that out, that war is no better, in fact, probably worse, than all of the random conflicts, wars, whatever, from Season 1 that don't have to do with anything, of them just pillaging villages randomly in one-off episodes. Of which, so, even those have stories, but the story isn't the village being pillaged. That kind of rhymes. And Kamui,
yeah, I
know
mean, like, we could do
also
this with...
mention one for, like, Konoha Crush and tuning exams, if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, well, you could know literally every single story. Like,
yeah, I know.
Like, but yeah, I use the tuning exams to Konoha Crush. Because the reason I chose those is because they were very simple, easy for everyone to be like, oh yeah, you're right. And it's also like one main thing versus one of 4 main things or something. You know, it's more just like that's the one. But yeah.
But for this arc, you have to tie everything back into one central idea. And so, because you have so many different tangents, it feels like, in this arc, with omnipotence and just Boruto versus Kawaki, and then the Shinjuu invasion, what's the central idea? What's the meaning? What are they trying to say? The only thing that even broadly, loosely connects it is the idea of identity, but not one idea, just the broad idea of it generally.
Yeah, like the best, most narrow thing I can think of for what I'm seeing is the forging of your identity, or like the writing of your own story. I'm not gonna word it. Even that, I'm not gonna say it's like the picture perfect one, but like if I had, that's as narrow as I can get. I don't know what else, but even then,
so this isn't a bad.
The problem
thing,
is
because this isn't the themes. This is the subject matter. The subject matter is what we're talking about. The themes is what. Well, I don't want to say what we're saying because that sounds like what we're talking about. It's the subject versus the conclusion, the question versus the answer, in a way.
Yeah.
And so a broad topic is fine. It's about what you do with that topic that matters.
Exactly. So, like, for example, a broad topic, Konoha Crush, true strength. The question, what is true strength? The answers provided, protecting what you love, or fighting for yourself, or the number of truths you possess, and so on. So, in this case, it's like, what is the question? I mean, we could come up with a question. For example, how does one find their identity? There's a question. I came up with it. But is the story begging that question? Are characters presenting that question? So far, no, they're not. So, but that's the problem. The characters need to present the question to us. It doesn't have to be super direct. It doesn't have to be Naruto saying, hey, Gaara, what is true strength? But we know the question because the characters are arguing. They don't have to be in a literal bickering argument, but they are at least symbolically arguing about what true strength is.
So
they actually are literally arguing about it too, but
we'll get to this later. The closest thing I have to this, and I'll explain this in way more detail later, but I think you're gonna like this. The question has to do with what Jura and Kurama both ask.
Okay. Like the mysteries about the world?
Yeah.
Okay. But that didn't really ask a question. That was more of a statement. This world is full of mysteries.
Well, it's... I mean, to be fair, people like Hidari are just asking a lot of questions. Like, Jura's still asking questions.
You know what?
About the world.
That's the question. What are
the questions?
Hidari asked the question of the arc. What exactly are we? Everyone gives an answer. But even then, I think we're jumping around now because this was probably what the topic was originally going to be. That's going to become the finale. But you need to have the characters, particularly the protagonist and antagonist, presenting conflicting answers to that question. Yeah. Or if there's no question, then they're just presenting conflicting ideas, of which we can then ask the question based off those ideas.
That's so funny that you say that, because Kurama was intended to be the finale one, and I wrote him as, and then Konohamaru, Matsuri, and Bug are like a bonus 3 after the fact after party.
Yeah, dude. All right, let's get through the identity thing with these characters real quick.
One more comparison I want to make, it's not necessarily adding, but just to make the point, is again, like with the Code arc, that's like the love arc. Love is so broad, but again, that doesn't make it bad. It's like one of the main themes covered in any story, really. And so covering love in an arc that as a subject matter, that's good. But the themes of the arc, what they do with love is interesting. They do different things. They have romantic love through Code and Ada. They have, or really Ada through many characters as well. They have familial love. There's a term for the filial love. I think it might be filial.
Familial.
Well, okay, familial. Okay, you know, I'll just go with familial. Yes, familial love between like Boruto. No, sorry. Well, I guess Boruto and Naruto. But yeah, but like Kawaki and Naruto. Yeah, and then they have. I think it's filial is what it's called.
Naruto and Boruto, Kawaki and Boruto, but
so filial love is love of a child for a parent. Yeah, okay, so it is filial love. Okay. That I was thinking of. So it's familial and filial. There's a third type of
I just said familial because I'm like, well, I know that one's true.
3 types of love: philos, eros, and agape. Well, one of them is romantic, so the third one is okay, we'll just go with the one between brothers. So Boruto and Kawaki is also presented in that arc. So there you go. With this execution. Yeah. Specifically at the midpoint, which we're going to talk about a little bit here as well. We'll get to that with Kurama. So,
no, I was gonna say, bro, there's so much to say about this chapter, or at least sparked by this chapter, that is ridiculous. So my chapter review is gonna take like 2 weeks at this rate. So I'm like, bro, there's too much to say.
Next up is Sarada.
Make a chapter review about each scene.
If you wanted to talk on Sarada. Honestly, I feel like we can skip Sarada because we've already said everything just tangentially that applies
Sarada's
to
just
her.
Like Sarada's easy. Like, you know, like just to put it simple, you know, despite being the daughter of the trader, you know, who's I guess supporting a trader as well. She's gonna become Hokage. She doesn't care what Shikamaru said, blah blah blah. Like, you know, just read the freaking first scene of chapter 1. There you go. Sarada forging her own identity.
She's being a static character in the sense that she's fighting against change. The world's trying to change her, but she's being stubborn and refusing to give up.
Exactly.
Just like Rick Grimes.
Yeah. And then Hidari and Jura are straightforward. Like like they're figuring out their identity. They're asking the questions about who they are. They had the conversation in chapter 5 about all of them, finding their identity, like forming their identities. Like it's pretty obvious with them.
Yeah, part of me just wanted to lump all 4 Shinjuu together, but I was like, maybe we'll talk about them individually, just have them there. So that's why I did it that way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could say different things about how they will do so, but they're trying to do the same thing, regardless of what they do in the end.
Jura's the leader, so he might find his identity last. It might be the most important identity as well. Seems like he's the one.
Yeah. I mean, in Jura's case, I do think so, because not even just for Jura's sake, for the reader's sake, that's when we will learn Jura's identity too.
Yeah.
Whereas Hidari, we know Hidari's identity in the Sasuke context, not in terms of the Hidari himself context. Where will he end up? We don't know yet. But Jura, it's two-front. We don't know where he'll end up. We don't know who he comes from or anything.
It's weird because in a way you can argue in different ways Jura and Hidari are the ones asking the most questions. But it's ironic with Hidari's character in a good sense. Hidari is asking so many asking so many questions, but he's so, and I don't mean this in a meme way, but oblivious. So I'm not talking about like the meme of like what business do you have with
a good actor, but
well, that's fine. But like specifically, it's not even just like the what business do you have with me? Oh, well, you're an intruder. Well, okay, well, what business do you have with me? I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about last chapter, the fact that he thinks Ino, Shika, Cho are being stupid when he himself can't figure out his own identity, but he's making identity justifications for other people in a way. It's almost like he's blind to himself, or like he already has the answers to his questions. He just hasn't faced his true self, maybe.
Yeah, which I like.
Yeah, and the fact that Jura does have the answers to those questions, or at least isn't asking those questions, or isn't assuming things even. He's more open-minded.
Well, no, he has the same question, like, why are they doing it?
No,
like, you keep saying, like,
no.
I don't
well,
get
okay,
why
in
you
this
guys
case,
are doing this.
He's asking the question. Hidari wasn't asking the question. He was wrongfully answering the question. He was making an answer without having an answer, or having the answer.
Yeah.
He came to a conclusion wrongfully.
Yeah. Whereas Jura was like, no, let's find the answer to the question. Or, like, actually find it.
Yeah. So it makes me wonder if Hidari's gonna, like, try and rush to find his answer as well. Which is kind of what he seems to do right now. He's just going after Sarada, no questions asked. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, so his character arc is going to be about slowing down and figuring things out, maybe. If they do something there.
Yeah. It's kind of hard. Like it's hard to say where all of them will end up, really. Because we don't even fully have a grasp on their starting point to begin with.
Yeah.
Like, we haven't fully figured that out.
This is why, and we'll talk about this another time because this may be way too long to talk about now, but I made a community poll of how they think Sarada is going to defeat Jura. I also made a different one if they think she actually will. But, like, hypothetically, if she does, how will she do it? The first option I included on there was Talk no Jutsu. That could be taken a lot of different ways, but I'll just have that on there. That's a possibility. Another possibility is Chidori. At this point, I don't think they're going to do that because of the fact they started with that. I forget the fourth option, but the third option.
She already hit him with the Chidori.
Another option was it was going to be interrupted, I think, or something. Anyways, the last option, the option that I think it's going to be, we'll get into this another time. I think at this point, the only option that it can be at this point, from my perspective, has to be the Mangekyo Sharingan. That is going to be the conclusion of the fight. It has to be at this point. Can't see anything else.
Yeah, it's too early for Talk no Jutsu. So, in my opinion, it would have to be one of those last two. Either just gets interrupted, or something with the Mangekyo gets involved.
You're gonna hate this.
In a way.
I threw an answer on there as a meme. I just wrote, this is all I wrote, stats. That's how Sarada's gonna beat Hidari. through stats. She's just gonna be stronger than him in every regard.
Yeah.
Just outclass him. Beat him.
And that's what I'm saying,
senseless.
bro. Like we haven't gotten to that aspect of the chapter yet, still, but like, no. Like, what's the point?
Okay, we can move on though. Enogene. Freaking who cares? But it's relevant for this chapter, but we're not gonna care moving forward, I don't think.
No, it should have been relevant. It just never was made relevant.
Yeah. So I like how he did it, I guess, but he did try to save Himawari by ragefully running in there. He did do that.
See, the problem is like with Enogene, like they should have established something earlier to make this just matter. Like, if you want to do the identity thing, you know, related to his bond with Himawari, I like Jiro's art.
No,
thing.
I did. I thought y'all were cooking with that.
And I wrote it down as a fixing Enogene's step note for. I might as well make a video on it. Like, I was like, honestly, you unironically made that perfect because of what. First of all, the anime episode that ties into that perfectly. It's like a good segue into this. Jura's comments about aesthetics just so perfectly worked as a villain making like the comment to piss off Himawari because of what art and aesthetics means to her and her bond with Enogene. I was like, bro, this just works perfectly. Like, and not that's what Enogene's fucking jutsu. Like, it's just so perfect.
Especially if you rewrite it to where Jura's trying to make Himawari angry, like I was saying with the Avatar example from a previous thing. But
even if it's unintentional, it still just works.
No, I know. I like it better if it's intentional, but it still works unintentionally.
Or just like him being a dick. Maybe he's not necessarily trying to do anything, but he is intentionally being a dick.
That's fine, but that would work better with like that works way better with someone like Ishiki than it would with Jura.
What, the unintentional being a dick part, or what?
Yeah. Like, hypothetically, you just give that to Ishiki. Just to be mean. Like, it just works better. Not necessarily unintentionally, like he's intentionally being mean, but he's not intentionally trying to, like, do something with it. He's just being mean. Just
yeah, I mean...
being a bad guy. I don't think Jura's doing it unintentionally, but it's not to be a jerk.
Yeah, exactly. He's just... That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if he has to do it intentionally, but...
Yeah. I just think it works better if it's intentional, just for that clash ideas. With this, with that whole idea, that backstory, I had something to say with it. I forget though. You talk, I guess. Works with Himawari. Yeah.
So wait, who are you on? Wait, what are you talking about?
Screw it, we can just move to Himawari. I had something to say, but I talked too much in between remembering what I had to say, so I forgot it. With Himawari, that works with Enogene, but like the same problems apply with Himawari, because the point of this chapter was Himawari overcoming that one random thing that Kurama brought up, and that's her finding her identity in this chapter, and that's why she's going to be strong, because she found that, and now she can use Kurama's power because she believed in herself or whatever. She got rid of the preconceived notions that she never actually had, because that doesn't make sense for her character. But they just say she had them when they showed she didn't have them previously.
That's the problem. Like, they didn't relate it to... Like, they could have taken this whole scene and related it to what they've already established in the past. You know, her wanting to be a ninja and, like, the questions about that. Or, like, her... You know, like, there's things that were there. They didn't use those. They just made up some new thing.
If anything, I think it's not just that they didn't show it. it's just retconning what they actually did show. Like, I'm not going to say they directly said this, but it feels like to me, very overwhelmingly obviously, this wasn't a problem before in the opposite direction. Like, she just did believe in herself and everything that Kurama said. She didn't have these preconceived notions. This is not only coming out of nowhere, it's the opposite of what it was in the past. Maybe you could argue it became the case because of omnipotence and what that did for her character.
But we weren't shown that, so...
And it just doesn't work anyways, I don't think.
It was just a random, like, oh, believe in yourself message that just, like, okay, but, like, it's not the same as, like, for example, Rock Lee, when you can clearly see that he wants to believe in himself, but, like, he is doubting himself. He believes that maybe Neji's right. And then guys saying, like, all your effort is pointless if you don't believe in yourself. And it's like, yeah, you have to actually do that. And then you see Rock Lee grow from that. Like, but in this case, it's just like, we didn't, like, what? I don't know.
So,
because even before, she was confident that she could help Boruto as a ninja. She didn't not believe in herself. She literally believed in herself.
Especially the problem with this, she has no reason to doubt herself given her background in everything. And so, it's not even the fact that she doesn't believe in herself. It's again, don't be defensive with this. Don't take the previous conversation into this. But she was shocked. It's not that she didn't believe in herself. She was just so taken aback by the moment. It's almost unbelievable what's happening. So it's not that she doesn't believe in herself. She doesn't believe in reality right now, that it's actually happening the way it is. Like, all these crazy things are happening back to back, and she's just expected to just go along with it. Like, what Kurama said is that's the real conundrum of this chapter for Himawari. Not just for the audience, but for Himawari. Well, yeah, Himawari, I know this is crazy, but that doesn't matter now. Just accept it and roll with it. Himawari's not going to do that. That's absurd, because the situation is absurd. It's an irrational situation. Crazy context.
I don't know why they said that. Why? What?
Makes me mad. God.
Yeah, because you already know, like, we're screwed now. Like,
we'll get back to that another time. But last identity thing, Kurama, the freaking finale, because you know what? We already covered Matsuri and Bug through the other two Shinjuu. We don't need to go back to them, basically. So Konohamaru, we'll cover him first as the bonus before the after party, as the after party. What little do you care to say about Konohamaru? This is the one that's like a meme almost that we just skip over, but like it's funny to address it.
Well, it's as simple as there should have been something, but there never was. We don't, like, there is nothing. They didn't give us anything to talk about ever.
Through figuring out what his business with Hidari is, he'll figure out who he is.
Yeah, actually, that is his identity. He has business with Hidari.
When Matsuri comes, he'll already be fully fledged in his identity. He won't have to ask what business she has with him. That's character development right there. Gross.
Yeah. He'll just immediately tell her the business. Just out of pocket. Matsuri, this is our business.
That almost comes across as trauma from Hidari at that point. On that specific instance.
No, actually, he starts asking her, what business do you have with us? And then she's like, what business? She flips it around. What business do we have? Do you understand your place?
Okay. So getting to Kurama, the actual finale now. There's a lot to say here. we've already said a lot, so hopefully there's not as much to say here anymore. But to give it as briefly as possible, I think the midpoint of this story has to do with Kurama appearing, explaining, whatever. So, with Jura, the world's mysterious, but he doesn't know his identity. From what we see with Kurama, I don't think they should have gone this route, because it doesn't make sense from a story
I
perspective.
agree. I already know what you're gonna say, but
Kurama seems to remember everything, and he has no reason to change, and so he's a sad character. He's guiding Himawari as well as a mentor. He already has his identity. And so he's already at the end point of the arc. This is how they're gonna win. Because if we're going with the case that those with identity are gonna trump those without it, or even guide the way for those who don't have it, well, Himawari and Jura both don't have identity, but Himawari has something that Jura doesn't have, Kurama, who does have identity. And so through Kurama, who has identity, Himawari is going to gain identity, and Jura isn't going to have that yet because he's eating Himawari. And this also, I think, works well for Jura because he's trying to find his identity through someone else, whereas Kurama's going to teach Himawari not to do that exact same thing, which I think gets into the antagonistic angle. Himawari's currently trying to do what Jura's trying to do. Himawari, not through Kurama, but through like Boruto or Kawaki or even Team Ino Shikacho, she's trying to find her identity through everyone else, and that's understandable as her character. Someone who, in a day, lost both her parents and at least one of her brother, arguably both of her brothers. And so, from her perspective and her pain, it makes sense that she lost her guiding force, the one to show her the way. She would try to find that in someone else. Now, she's been gifted that other person in Kurama, but she was wrong to try and find it in everyone else. And that's what Kurama, ironically, is going to teach her. She's going to be looking to Kurama to teach her that, and Kurama's going to teach her not to look to Kurama, as Kurama's already done, mind you. Because Himawari's asking for Kurama's help. Kurama's like, I'll give you my help, but you draw on my help. It's not that I'm going to give it to you, it's that you are going to use me. And so Himawari, through this, is just going to find her own identity, not through Kurama's power, but through Himawari finding it herself. And I think that's very important because the fact that Kurama is the one that is teaching this, because again, he already has his identity. And so he's already at that end point. That's why they're going to win. They're introducing that at the midpoint, but in a way, first of all, before moving on to whether or not Kurama should have his identity here or memories or any of that, what do you think of all of that so far?
Well, I like everything you said and think the problem is the execution of how they did it. It is my problem with that.
Yeah.
Because I think all that works very well from a narrative standpoint. The problem is I don't think it was executed well on either end. First of all, it just seems like in like 2 pages, the whole story arc began and ended in that regard. For one thing. And it just feels like Kurama's just saying shit and then like Himawari just like does it. Like it's like, oh, okay, that's it. Like,
well, on
I didn't feel like there was a journey there.
I think Himawari's done it, but she hasn't realized she's done it. So in the future, she could do the exact same thing, but then Kurama's gonna tell her, this has been with you all along, or something. Like, you don't need to be prepared, you already are. Remember, Himawari, you've done this before. Then that's when Himawari's gonna realize this exact thing. She's already had it. She's already done it. She's blind to herself right now. In the same way Sasuke was blind to what he was doing in the finale of Naruto, considering he was against Kaguya, who was trying to do the same exact thing. Take over the world.
Yeah, I mean, I still run into the execution problem though, because again, like they invented a flaw she never had, just for Kurama to point it out and have her. You could say like she accidentally did it this time or whatever, but I still don't like the way it was executed.
100%, and that's just because it's not shown really.
Like, you know, like, and like the narrative concept about Kurama having the identity in essentially helping Himawari guide Himawari the opposite direction of Jura, like that all works well and it's fine. It's just it was the whole like that end point that basically you can make it great video analyzing it the way you just did and it sounds great, but reading it looks awful.
I know it does,
and that's where
and
that's the problem with that.
yeah, no, I completely agree with everything you're saying. Everything I'm saying sounds nice, but it's other people use this term, I don't like this, it's like a polished turd. I'm taking the bad stuff that's there and making the best of the situation with it.
Yeah, you're making it, yeah, like,
because this gets into the question of whether or not Kurama should have, first of all, came back at all, but that's a different question. Hypothetically, Kurama's come back. Should he have come back with his memories and identity?
Because what I said with the Jiro one was like, well, technically in regards to this arc, you know, it is about finding your identity. If it was a blank slate Kurama, they could have just had Kurama's journey coincide with Himawari and Jiro's and everyone else's.
Yes.
Where the new Kurama would just do the same.
And that works just as well, because Jiro's a blank slate.
Do we need a million characters doing it? Maybe not, but
Himawari is basically a blank slate right now after what she lost at the end of part 1. And considering this is the beginning of part 2, yeah. Kurama, we just explained why he's a blank slate. He's literally new. Jura, same, also a blank slate, just brand new, trying to find his identity. And so I think that works completely well. They have the same starting point, but together, Himawari and Kurama work to go a different path than Jura. And that differing path leads to the conflict, the crossroads of destiny. And through their different paths, the different answers they find along their journeys, one of them will be correct. The flaw, the clink in Jura's armor, his hypocrisy, will be something that he found along the way, but he believes in his conviction he's going to fight full force, double layer his armor, as we said earlier, whereas Kurama and Himawari, they're not going to be as strong, not going to be as powerful, but they don't have that flaw. And so through their correct, different answer, it's going to be more correct than Jura's correct answer.
And another reason why I like it is because, this idea anyway, is because you go look at Naruto. Now, I'm not saying that Himawari and Kurama have to be antagonistic towards each other, but Kurama and Naruto are essentially growing together. So it's like they're against each other for a while. They're fighting against each other, but throughout the story, they are growing together. And you reach a meeting point, you know, as we get eventually into the war arc itself, where it's like now they're starting, they were essentially going two opposite ends, but then they start to curve towards the middle once Naruto kind of realized what it is he needs to do. And they get to mid-war arc when they finally, like, in terms of their character arcs together, their bond, they basically reach their end. You know, Naruto wins Kurama over. Naruto has to earn Kurama's trust, and Naruto trusted humans again, like, you know, and so on. But they grew together is the point. And so in this case, it's the same idea. Hinata and Himawari and Naruto, you get to see them grow together. Whereas in this case, Kurama's not going to grow with Himawari. He's just going to watch Himawari grow because he's already grown.
And this,
you know,
yeah, this gets into the midpoint, but I'll start with the question of this arc about this being a mysterious world. So I think the question of the arc isn't that inherently. I think the question of the arc is, how do we find ourselves within a world as mysterious as this?
Yeah, I like that.
The problem with this goes back to the midpoint with Kurama coming here. Kurama spawning with that answer, same as Jura. Why is Kurama spawning with that? What he says applies to the Himawari thing, that he's like confused how it happened. That doesn't mean the world's mysterious. Kurama is at the end point that Jura wants to be at. He shouldn't be asking this. Kurama should have the diametrically opposed viewpoint to Jura if he's spawning with his identity full, whereas Jura's is empty. He should know
exactly
why this world is
Kurama's
the way it
not
is.
asking, how do you find your identity in a world as mysterious as this? Because Kurama has already found his identity in a world as mysterious as this.
And if this world is so mysterious, how is he going to help Himawari find her identity? He can't do that if he just doesn't even know himself.
But another thing, though, is, so in this case, Kurama is very much playing like a sensei role, right? The master role. The problem is, I mean, I'm sure there's stories where the master has no flaws, but at least in Naruto, all the masters had flaws that they had to overcome too. They weren't just complete characters. Let's look no further than Kakashi. Like, the dude was not complete, even though he very much could be a good master for Naruto. He had something to work on himself. But in Kurama's case, as far as we're aware, that isn't the case. He's already overcome said story flaw.
So they're choosing both when they really can't. You gotta choose one or the other. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either this is the same Kurama, and he's saying that it doesn't matter how, and we just gotta accept it and move on, or it's a new one, and this world is a mysterious place. You can't have Kurama accept it and ask if this world is a mysterious place or not. Those are complete opposite ideas of one another.
Like he's either curious or he doesn't care. You're not both curious and don't care about the answer.
So this goes to the midpoint, as I've been saying. The midpoint, it radically shifts the story in a new direction. I think it's pretty obvious that Kurama has done that, as well as I think that's going to play into both Boruto and Kawaki. I think Kawaki's going there right now, and through Kawaki, Boruto's story, because Boruto's the main character, he's the protagonist right now, technically in a way, he's going to be directly affected through this new Kurama story that they're going with Omnipotence,
but here's the thing,
and Momoshiki, and all that, the sway, and all that, yeah. Go ahead.
So would you consider this a false victory then? Because
that's what I
don't see how
to.
This is a failure by
No, it's not an utter defeat at all. It has to be a false victory. I completely agree with that. The problem is that it's not.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. So, like, what is the false victory?
The only way it works as a false victory is if Kurama doesn't have his identity.
But that's not the case.
Exactly. Because in this case, you're like, oh my god, it's Kurama back. Well, thank god he's here. He's powerful and can help guide us the way. We're safe now. Except, oh my god, he can't do that? Oh no, it's not actually true. Boom, false victory. But then it's through that false victory.
Kurama,
go ahead.
Just gets amnesia and forgets who he is.
Yeah. But it's through the defeat at the false victory that the main characters can grow from that point forwards up through to Act 3, the High Tower surprise, and all these other beats, the point of no return. And it's because of what happens at the midpoint that through the loss, the devastating loss in Act 3, that they're able to grow from that loss at that point to win in the end. Is Kurama
part of the problem here
is
this is where I'm slightly skeptical about whether this is the midpoint, but I say slightly for a reason I'll get into. But at the midpoint, they should be like the farthest away from achieving their goal that they could be in this arc. What is the goal of any character in this arc besides Jura and Hidari?
Yeah.
We don't know. Who is the protagonist of this arc? We don't know. This is where we get into the problem. Who is the character with a goal? Only Jura. And I guess Hidari, the Shinjuu. But Jura, really.
Jiraiya's not the protagonist. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And so, in this case, if you were gonna say Boruto, if his goal was to somewhat prove himself, whatever, win favor of the Leaf Village, and then Momoshiki manifests and it all goes downhill or whatever, that's fine. That obviously hasn't happened yet in that case, so the arc would have to be longer if that's the case.
Yeah.
But even then, regardless, you know, what story arc do you get 5+ chapters in and you don't even know who the protagonist is or what the goal of the character,
but we have
got
to
any
be,
thoughts?
If we're not at the midpoint, we have to hit it like immediately next chapter, because we've already got the promise of the premise, which is Act 2A. We've already seen the Shinjuu having been invaded. They've already been doing that for a while now. We have to get to the next point. Can't just stay there.
And so I'm thinking okay, the first battle of this arc, I guess, you know, Mitsuki, Boruto has to overcome Mitsuki there. Would that be it? I don't know what else it would be in this regard. But if that's the case, I feel like that's following Boruto as the protagonist in that case. So then I'm like, okay, we haven't gotten to the midpoint there because Boruto's not involved yet with the Shinjuu invasion. So I don't know.
Man, you know, this really, you know, this pisses me off because I'm saying this pisses me off, and you know I wouldn't say this. The freaking bullshit they did in the first few chapters with Boruto refusing to say at all what's going on when he knows what's going on. Because that's not just for the characters in series, the mysteriousness, blah, blah, blah. It's for the freaking audience so that we know the goal. We don't know what Boruto's even trying to do. We know he was trying to stop the Shinjuu for some reason, because it's going to spell the end of the world, whatever that means, whenever that's going to happen, however that's going to come about. But what's he even trying to do now? The Shinjuu are here. Is he trying to stop the Shinjuu? Seemingly. How? Why? What does that mean? What does that look like?
And then we're gonna get I feel like it's a small side change, and then you get into Boruto. In terms of Boruto's overall goal in this arc, this is when you get into I guess contradictory moves. First, Boruto, if he wants to prove himself, well, he doesn't want to talk to Shikamaru. And he doesn't want to engage Mitsuki. He tried to run away from both. The two of them just forced him to do it. So it's okay, Boruto's not trying to prove himself. And then in regards to Kawaki, he ran away from Kawaki the first 2 times. Why did he even give Kawaki the time of day this third time in chapter 9? Why didn't he just beat him up in chapter 6 or whatever, 7, whatever chapter it was? Chapter 8, I don't know what chapter it was. Whatever chapter Kawaki was flying over the village looking for him. Why didn't he just engage him? What difference was it this? First of all, you know, of all the times, why did he engage with Kawaki when the Shinjuu were invading? But he didn't engage with Kawaki when it was a peaceful day and he had all the time in the world.
When he should be able to sense Kawaki, mind you, considering he has every other time.
Exactly. So I'm just
it's not like he was focused on something else. There was no other thing going on. He was just chilling there.
He was really looking at Jura's wood style.
Yeah. He was looking at his aesthetics. He was like, again, oh my god, this is aesthetics.
Is this the aesthetics I read about?
But yeah, it's in Boruto's actions, not only are they contradictory, it just doesn't pinpoint us in any direction in terms of a goal. Because on one hand, he's busy trying to not prove himself because of the Shinjuu, I guess. And on the other hand, he's giving Kawaki the time of day instead of focusing on the Shinjuu.
Now, I will say, it feels like the goal should be, because of Jura being the antagonist, Jura wants to devour Naruto, diametrically oppose that. The goal should be not devouring Naruto, or preventing it, stopping him from doing that. If that's Boruto's goal, first of all,
Is Boruto even aware Juro wants to do that? No.
No.
Second of all, I don't know
found out about Himawari. He didn't even know about Naruto.
And so it feels like what they tried to do is say the farthest thing from Boruto's goal is just Juro choosing that he wants to eat Himawari first now.
No. The farthest thing from Boruto's goal is Kurama being inside Himawari. Like, I think this is what I'm saying. Like, this is where, like, again, the whole identity concept in this arc is really nice and it's really good. And seeing like the contrast with Boruto and Kawaki thing, I think that's very good. Like, they're doing a good job with, especially Kawaki. Like, I think that, like, if there's one character I feel like they're doing a good job with in that regard, it is Kawaki. But in terms of this art, it's just like, I don't know what the story is. I don't know whose story I'm following. Like, they're just, events are just happening. Like, remember what you said about JJK? There's just fights happening, but there's no reason behind them.
Yes.
This is worse.
Bro, I was thinking this the other day. JJK, I hate to say this. This crushes my soul. JJK, for me, not just for other people, for me, is now arguably better than 2 Blue Vortex.
I think there's more story behind JJK than 2 Blue Vortex. Now, granted, JJK, so this is where you get to like likable stories or likable, like a series, maybe would be the better way to put it. So JJK has, I think, a fantastic like world. It's got very intriguing characters, abilities, a world behind it, lore behind the history in there. It's got all that stuff in spades, a lot like Naruto. Like, it's interesting. That's why people are so interested, because it's a cool freaking world. The problem is, especially like later on, it's like, well, what is the story? Like, and I think there is story there. I don't think it's as captivating as Naruto's by any means, but I think there is some story there. But like with 2 Blue Vortex, I'm like, never mind the Omnipotence arc, I don't know what the story is in 2 Blue Vortex. Whereas at least in freaking JJK, I can come up with some bullshit answer.
Like, I'm just still sitting here wondering how the farthest thing from not eating Naruto is not eating Himawari. Like, I'm just trying to draw the connections here.
Yeah, no, and it's like, and you can't use that as Boruto's goal, because Boruto going into this arc didn't even know about, and like, he doesn't even know. Like, if you want to say, oh, he indirectly knows Juro was after Naruto because Shikamaru said, hey, seems they came here. Let me actually see what Shikamaru says real quick. I think Shikamaru said, like, hey, they came here following Naruto's trail. Ring any bells? In chapter 9.
Even then, even if he wants to protect his sister, in 2 Blue Vortex, in this arc, we don't see why, other than the fact that we just hear that they're brother and sister.
Like, that's where you get into the whole, like, it's a different series thing.
Yeah. I don't care if they're brother and sister. Why does he want to save her? Because what does being Boruto's sister mean to Boruto? This gets into the problem that me and another screenwriter have with the series Solo Leveling. The main character's in the hospital. I don't freaking care. The main character does. I don't care if the main character's mom is in the hospital. I don't know her. I don't know their relationship. We don't see the main character. Like, he just goes to visit her, but like, she's unconscious. Like, she's just in a coma. Like, why do I care?
That's kind of like Sumiki in JJK season, the last season. It's just kind of like, we don't know Sumiki. We just know, oh, that's Megami's sister.
Yeah, like, you gotta give me something there, a backstory or something.
if you're just introducing a character's mom and being like, this is a character's mom, they're in the hospital, this is why the character's doing that, you need more than that. You can't just have that, because I don't know what that means to the character. Why are they doing this? I see what they're doing. I see that it means this much to them. I need to know why it means that to them. Just being their mom.
And it's like, obviously, it's like, well, yeah, they're sisters, but you got to give us, because it's a story, you got to give us more than the obvious. So what did that sister do for them to make them feel this much? You know, it's just like, you got to give us an actual thing in the story besides the obvious, because otherwise it comes off as very superficial and lazy, really. But it's like, for example, like, if you want to talk like brotherhood, like Boruto and Kawaki, you know, they're not just them calling themselves brothers and having that bond. It's not because Naruto said, hey, you're adopted, therefore Kawaki and Boruto are brothers now. No, it's because of everything they've gone through. You like, look at freaking every single freaking scene of Kawaki. I think a really good one is when he burns himself against Momoshiki. Kawaki starts having these flashbacks about various scenes of Boruto, and like, that's when you can really feel like why Boruto means something to him. Yes. You know, like, that's different. Imagine if they cut that out, which, by the way, let's get to the Inojin thing. And it's like, Ikimoto's done it before. Like, do stuff like that. Show us why. You know.
So, this goes into, like, the driving force, the motivation behind the goal. Okay, they're brother and sister. Again, why does Boruto care they're brother and sister? I can apply my own feelings to say, oh, this is why I like my own sister. You can't do that here because you're your main character, bro. And it's too late to do it now. You should have already done it in terms of the story. The thing is, you can speculate. You can say the reason Boruto cares this is his sister. Not that. The reason Boruto wants to save his sister is because he loves her. First of all, we don't know how much. Second of all, we don't even know if that's the reason. Coming in as a purely Two Blue Vortex fan, isolated from everything else, it could be that, or it could be because he promised his dad that he'd protect his sister, and if he failed that promise, he'd be going back on his word, and that promise to him could mean a lot, or his dad could mean a lot to him for some reason because of something that his dad or that promise has done for him or given him. It could be the relief or comfort that his sister provides him. It could be something purely selfish. Maybe his sister made a promise with him or owes him something, and his sister can't die until that action has been completed, such as his sister giving him something, like a present, a physical item, object. I don't care what it is. The thing is, we, the audience, don't know. I mean, Kamui, you and I have an idea, but the point is, the target audience shouldn't know when they should.
I'm actually,
they don't.
I forgot. I was thinking about it earlier today. I wanted to make a poll. I'd be like, are there any Two Blue Vortex only fans? Like, right now, like, is there anyone who just hasn't read part 1 at all that reads Two Blue Vortex?
There's gotta be, because there's actually a surprising amount of fans who started with Boruto.
See, that's what I'm saying. So then, how many started with Two Blue Vortex? Because if anyone watching, did you do it? Because if you did, how much of the story are you following? You know, like, even like starting with Shippuden would be weird, but like, I feel like even that would be less weird.
Yeah. And then, arguably,
the difference with that one though is it's not actually 2 different stories in the manga. It's literally the same manga.
Arguably, the biggest problem of this whole thing, and that's wild for me to say, considering everything we've said up to this point and how much of a problem all of these problems are. So, Jura's supposed to be the antagonist, right? Assumingly, let's just assume that, right? So then, Boruto's the protagonist, okay? Let's assume that. Why is Himawari confronting Jura right now?
Why is
I know, like
Boruto's not even confronting someone else? Why is Boruto chilling, doing nothing? Okay, sure, he's resting, recovering after the Carbazil shenanigans fiasco. How long is that going to take? And if it's going to take a long time, sure, fine. Can we see him be frustrated about it? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think I still think they should have done more in this chapter, but at least in the next chapter, like, they need to do that.
Now, this could be, this kind of works, and you're gonna think this is so goofy, it's actually funny. What if Jura isn't the antagonist? Boruto's the protagonist. What if, you're gonna laugh. What if the antagonist is this mysterious world? So in this case, because there's different types of stories, you know, there's character versus self, character versus character, character versus environment. What if this is just character versus world? So everyone is the antagonist.
The world just wants to be mysterious. I mean, so an alternative thing here is that Jira and all the Shinjuu by extension are just being the villains while Kawaki is the antagonist. That is a possibility based off the theory. My theory. I don't think we should ever be in this situation where we're theorizing the future to figure out who the antagonist of the arc is. But the idea that Kawaki may essentially screw Boruto over in a way, get Momoshiki to manifest, to paint his story the way he wants. That would be like an antagonistic thing to do, obviously.
I agree, but right now,
and if you're having this parallel story about the identity thing, you know, that works, but my problem is we've gotten so little from Kawaki, I feel like, that it's like almost hard. Like, what? Are there any examples of arcs where just like one of like the villain is taking all the focus for like the first half of the arc before the antagonist does anything? Like, are there any examples of that? Like,
well, you're not gonna like this answer because no, but Hidan and Kakuzu, you could argue Hidan's the one that did everything, but Kakuzu was clearly portrayed as the stronger one in that first confrontation, that he almost stole the focus in a way. The fact that he didn't do anything, but his presence was so felt the entire time, you could argue that. If you like that as an idea, but plus, like, Kakuzu is the villain, whereas Hidan is the antagonist, so
that's the problem. That's the reverse in that case.
Yeah.
So, like, that's kind of like Gaara, where Gaara doesn't actually do his thing until Konoha Crush for the most part. He's just like in the background. Like, obviously he does things, like he fights Rock Lee, for example, but like to a large extent, he's just a rising thing in the background. Whereas Neji kind of gets the focus, at least on Naruto's end, you know, in the prelims there. But yeah, but that's backwards. So in this case, we're having the villain do everything early, and then the antagonist is just in the background.
At least with the Gaara case, he doesn't do the plan until the end. But he like freaking like foreshadows the plan, which is tension. It's mysterious. We don't know what is happening with him, but like, oh my god, something's going on with Gaara. That's crazy. And oh my god, is it going to happen now? And you're just constantly asking.
Yeah.
What is going to happen now?
And I mean, this is almost like ironic because Boruto's just like, I don't want to say not in this arc. Maybe it's just like a second prologue. This is not an arc. But yeah, the problem is the way the arc starts. I feel like Boruto has to be the protagonist. Like, I can't say it's Himawari because Himawari is just not in this arc for the first 3.5 chapters. Yeah. 4 chapters. Like, that's not normal, especially if that's supposed to be like a quarter to a third of the arc already.
Oh god.
Like,
you're gonna hate this and love this and laugh.
I think my previous meme answer, I think I'm just gonna seriously, unironically go with that for now, to where the world is the antagonist, and currently everyone in the world that has identity issues is the protagonist.
Is the
This
protagonist.
goes for Himawari, Boruto, Kawaki, and Jura, and everyone else at the same time. But unironically, seeing Jura and everyone else as the protagonist right now works. Because they're all trying to figure out why this world is mysterious or find their place in this mysterious world. Getting Naruto is an obstacle and the goal and the conflict. And changing your target to Himawari is the farthest you can get from the goal of eating Naruto. It's also the midpoint. It radically shifts the story into a different direction. It's the false victory.
He also changed his target before then, though. Before the midpoint. So the midpoint would have to be like chapter 9 when he decides to change his mind.
I guess I'm fine with that in this case. Because this also works for like the false victory, because maybe Himawari, or even you could say the midpoint could even be Team Ino Shikacho running away. So then the midpoint would be Jura realizing that he wants Team Ino Shikacho. Maybe that's the farthest from his goal and the false victory, because maybe he can't actually get anything through them, but he thinks he can.
Yeah, like he's gonna just start devouring Himawari and he realizes he doesn't get his answers.
Yeah, like you said, the world wants to be mysterious, but everyone else wants to find out about this mysterious world. And how do they do that? Well, they have obstacles. They're going on a journey. Jura's going on a journey right now. Everyone's trying to confront the world, to go against the world in a way, from being mysterious.
You know, everyone who's made the meme that Boruto's going to be the villain in the future, it's Boruto and Kawaki. Jura is the protagonist.
Oh, but I think everyone in the world is the protagonist, not just Jura. Everyone trying to find out about the world. All protagonists at the same time.
Well, if that's the case, they still haven't portrayed that very well.
I don't know, it works for like every conflict. Like Ada and Mitsuki's thing, they're both trying to figure stuff out. You know, everyone that's like wavering. Why are they wavering? Because they don't have the answers. Why don't they have the answers? Because the world's mysterious. Don't ignore the fact that you can apply this to any arc ever. It works here. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
Okay. Well, Kamui, we tried our best to not stay up till 5, and we didn't stay up till 5.
We stay up past 5.
We stayed up till 5:30.
I know, we haven't really talked much about the chapter in the way we expected, but
no, Kamui, I just want you to let this sink in. This is 3 streams in a row to where we had something in mind to discuss and we didn't discuss it. The same thing. For 3
the same 2 things.
For 3 streams in a row, we've been planning on discussing the Himawari Kurama nonsense and the Hidari versus Sarada stuff. For 3 streams in a row, it's not that we haven't discussed it, we haven't begun discussing it. We haven't gotten
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
to it. We haven't started it.
This chapter is too much to talk about, bro. Like, I've talked about. I gotta update my community post now. It's no longer 21 hours. It's 27 hours now, and I'm still not done talking about the chapter.
We haven't even got to the big stuff of the chapter yet. This is all just the other stuff.
What? It's ridiculous how much there is to say about this chapter. Unfortunately, mostly negative.
The crazy thing, though, this is a transitionary chapter. The thing about this chapter is, because of everything we have to say about this chapter, these things mean that chapter 11 by default will have so little to talk about because everything we're saying just applies to that chapter as well as the next couple of chapters.
Well, unless they surprise us in a good way,
Hopefully.
or
I don't have my hopes
they
up.
write something even worse than expected.
I'm just saying, I believe the next. Okay, I'll be conservative. 2 to 3 chapters, but I'm thinking realistically 3 to 4 chapters. We might be able to wrap up all 3 to 4 of those chapters individually in a single stream, playing it safe, maybe 2. I don't think there's gonna
say
be
that. But the last 3 in a row, it's taken us like 6 per chapter. So, you know, the problem is, it's us. You know, every stream we do, we get to 6 hours and we're not even close to being done. We're only finishing because of the YouTube editor nonsense. Or because the fact that we should have been asleep 5 hours ago.
Oh shit, we're past
just not gonna
6
sleep
hours. We're already beyond the YouTuber editor nonsense. I didn't realize. I thought we were at 4 or 5.
I was wondering about that because I was like, well,
I didn't even check.
we're talking good things, but
To
yeah,
be fair,
of course now I have trouble sleeping again.
luckily, like all the identity stuff, I don't think I can cut that out because it all just works together in one stream. Almost like you can't cut out the like 5-hour stuff from last time. Like I could cut out the code rewrite and a couple other things. I do want to clip Kurama's segment as its own video because I feel like that in particular we had more to say on. That was just good.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, I have so many things that we can. It's too much to say, man.
Let's catch up on chat really quick, then we can end. Invincible says, Vinland Saga is my favorite series OST. The OST is actually pretty good, at least in Season 2 and Season 1. I noticed it towards the end. I think it was episode 19 in particular was really, really good with it. Season 2 was consistently great in terms of the OST, but also it just elevated the story. Like, the OST, I love OSTs in general. Like, I'll go into anime just for the OSTs. I've done that before. That's arguably the reason I got into Naruto in the first place, just because I loved the soundtrack. But
bro, the Naruto OST elevates Naruto absolutely. That's not to say that it's not peak on its own, but like with the OST, it's quadruple peak.
Yeah.
Like
next stream or a future stream, I'm not gonna lie, the past 5 streams I wanted to start with this. I want to cover everything that I've watched recently, including Vinland Saga, for like a 10-minute segment. Because considering you haven't seen it, I wouldn't want to talk on it for long, and you couldn't have anything to add really much anyways, so. I was also thinking, instead of that, we could just do it on my False Perfections channel whenever we reacted that more. But like, if that's the case, I'm gonna do that since I don't forget freaking things I don't want to say. But
either way, I guess because that one's lists what you've seen, so I guess that would be up to you.
Yeah,
where you want to say
works
it.
as like my screenwriter's perspective channel as well, which I've also thought about doing, but I don't know. But anyways, Vinland Saga Season 2. It depends which rating system you use, whether you use like everyone else's or if you use my harsher one. If you use mine, it was good, not great. If you use everyone else's, it was great. But this means no matter what, it was still good, which is still above average. And so, shout out Vinland Saga Season 2. It had its problems, but it was overall better than the average story, which is still good.
I've heard a lot of people say they like it.
Yeah. I did not like Season 1.
I will say, this is very random. I'm going to say, this is random, but you'll understand why I'm bringing it up. Every time I see Full Alchemist, whatever, what's the
FMAB.
Yeah, I think of the freaking alchemist in Blue and Star Defense. That's all I can ever think about. It's all I've ever thought about. is the alchemist and Bloons Tower Defense. That is just what I imagine the anime being about. And it will never change. It's from the first day I heard of that anime. I thought of that little alchemist.
That's so stupid. I love it. I'm not gonna lie. I have subconsciously thought that as well. From time to time. It's been a passing
That's all I
thing
think about.
every now and then. There's a handful of occasions. I'm like, oh yeah, there is a connection.
It's all I'll ever think about. Like it's just ingrained in my head. I just like I'm gonna be disappointed when I don't see an alchemist Milky as the main character.
Oh, by the way, I freaking called it, bro. Sour was entirely capping. I was completely right. All of season 1 of Vinland Saga is not a prologue, okay? Freaking get out of here with your freaking prologue nonsense. Oh, all 25 episodes is a prologue for season 2. You're stupid. It's not it at all. It's freaking the first 4 episodes, like I said. Freaking capping, bro. I called it. Freaking lying. Crazy. You know what the problem is? The problem is that the freaking author or the series tells you it, but just because the series tries to say something, it doesn't mean that's what the series is actually saying. Freaking death of the author right there.
Yeah,
that's
that's like
tell
saying
you a lot.
you know, all of part 1 of Boruto is the prologue to Boruto's story, like because it said it was going to start off as a story as me and my dad, but this is my story, implying that Two Blue Vortex is the real story. Like, no, bro.
Honestly, Kamui, that's what, like, a majority of our debates stem from, is that simple fact right there. What the story is trying to say versus what the story is actually saying. Our interpretation on those two contrasting ideas.
Exactly. And then we just like to pick and choose which side we
Yeah,
go for.
absolutely.
Like so that's usually why we can understand each other's point of view each time, but we just like one answer more, so we just stay on it.
Especially when our debates are the most heated over the things that are the most pedantic and matter the least, such as whose blood is necessary for the summoning juice.
That one didn't get heated though,
Okay,
but yes, like it'll be like stuff like that. It's when we for summer. Honestly, today it was funny because it was good. I feel like it never got heated.
I agree. No, I'm not gonna lie.
Proof that Cam's the problem.
We're probably gonna end around like 5:45. That was freaking worth staying up late. Like, it's worth staying up to 5 and even past for this stream. This is a good stream.
I know. I've done 3 6-hour podcasts in a row. I'm counting Jiro's with that. And it's like, oh my god. Like I knew, like I told you, I was like, I know I shouldn't stream tonight, but I kind of want to.
Yeah, I'm just saying, this is your fault. Like I told you, I was fine as long as we streamed before like the 31st. You're like, oh no, how about like tonight? Oh, okay. I guess that works.
I mean, yeah, let's hopefully not do tomorrow night before I message you saying you're gonna do it again.
Yeah, unless you're like, I probably shouldn't, but
I know. Can we just get super chats already? Get paid to do this.
Whatever. Okay. So, Nicolay says, Ada is seeking love with 2 people who don't care about her. Kawaki is treating her the same way his dad treated him. Besides the physical abuse part, well, Boruto just doesn't care. I wouldn't disagree with
I wouldn't go that far
that.
because even then, Kawaki is taking advantage of Ada's omnipotence, but I wouldn't say he's using Ada. Like the way Kawaki's dad was using Kawaki for liquor money, like in the anime. Like Kawaki's not doing that with Ada. He's not making Ada do anything. I guess you could say he asked her to look at her Senrigan, but a lot of the times he's just like, do whatever you want, I don't care. It's not like he's taking advantage of omnipotence, but he's not like using Ada. So it's obviously the physical abuse part. Like
He did mention
I
that
wouldn't
part.
say it's the same at all.
So first of all, I wouldn't say Boruto just doesn't care about Ada. You could say Boruto doesn't care about Ada as a partner right now. I wouldn't even say that. I would just say it's something he hasn't had the luxury to even spare thinking about right now because he is so busy focusing on other things. And so, yeah. It's like the difference between Sasuke from normal versus Sasuke from the last, where Sasuke and normal, he could be a player if he wanted to. And, like, he is, like, romantically attracted to females. Like, he loves Sakura in part 1. But, like, he doesn't even give the time of day to anyone else because he's so focused on Itachi. And so Boruto just can't focus on something like that right now, let alone Ada. The first part of this, Ada is seeking love with 2 people. I'm gonna nitpick here. First of all, she's not seeking love from Boruto. Boruto is just one potential option. Even currently, from what we know, she just wants to have a chat with Boruto. A nice, long conversation. We don't know about what, we don't know why. We can speculate. Realistically, we can induce why, but, you know, doesn't necessarily mean it's because she's changing to, oh, I love you now, Boruto. So I don't think that's what she's doing. And seeking love from 2 people is also, this is really nitpicky because she technically is. She is seeking love from Kawaki. But I think she's just, in general, seeking love. And coincidentally, she loves Kawaki because she thinks Kawaki's dreamy. And I'm assuming she thinks Kawaki's just, like, hot or whatever. So I think that's a coincidental thing. But, like, outside of Boruto and Kawaki, she's just seeking love in general, which is the point of the love charm. So it's not specifically from them. She's just seeking love. She's
and they happen to be, or specifically Kawaki happens to be the one that she does love.
Yeah. I would,
or at least likes.
Would not say Kawaki's treating her the same way freaking his dad treated her. Was crazy.
Yeah, like it's definitely not. Like you can argue that his dad might have some sort of influence on the way on Kawaki's behavior and treatment of others. That's fine, but like
I think that applies.
He's definitely not anywhere on that level.
Yeah, because I think that
like if his dad's 100, Kawaki's at 20, maybe. Like he's not like.
I think specifically, how that would parallel the fact that Naruto didn't have parents, so he doesn't know how to be a parent to Boruto. He just doesn't know how to be a parent. He doesn't know how to be a good one, I should say. He's having to learn it on his own. He's having to figure it out. Kawaki is sort of like the opposite of that dynamic. Well, not really. He has a parent, but like he doesn't know how to be good as a child, I guess. He doesn't know how to be a good kid because he never had a parent to teach him how. Because I don't think Kawaki would be a bad parent, personally. I think
Kawaki's a parent would be interesting.
Yeah, I think they haven't called out to this as a parallel, but like if they were to do it, I think they would just have it be the opposite of Naruto, to where, well, if Naruto, this sounds goofy, but if Naruto doesn't know how to be a parent to a child, Kawaki doesn't know how to be a child to a parent. Again, that sounds goofy, but like thematically, that does feel rich, based on like things that have happened. The fact that he's an outsider.
That's so funny.
I know, but like he like doesn't feel a part of the family. It feels like it works. Like even that could be like motivation for why he leaves in the Code arc, especially with the conversation he has with Naruto right before he leaves. I feel like that works.
Yeah, there's a few ways I can imagine Kawaki as a parent. This might sound funny to you. I can, on one hand, imagine it being imagining like an adult Kawaki, his character arc ends at Boruto, whatever. I can imagine it being like Shikamaru, just being like, oh, what a drag dealing with his kids. Like, being like that kind of guy. I can imagine him being like a loving parent, like he's come full circle after everything that happens. He wants to be what Naruto was for him. with his kids. I can imagine that. And I can also imagine him going through like a kind of like a Naruto and the Boruto movie arc where he doesn't know how to be a parent and it's kind of awkward. Maybe like Sasuke in the Parent and Child Day novel when he's like being awkward. Like there's a lot of ways I can imagine Kawaki. They can make it really funny.
They could. I still
like the Kawaki Tea Party episode, but as a parent would be hilarious.
The parent thing aside, because that would be hilarious. I still think like a really cool point. This is actually a really interesting point. It still sounds goofy, but I think it just outside of how it sounds, it actually is really good. The fact that Kawaki doesn't know how to be a good kid to a parent, because like I wouldn't call this a mask or wound. I would say because of his trauma from a young age, that's making him anxious, self-doubt, hesitant, all these other things that you would see in other children that wouldn't be a mask and wound. It would just be the result of trauma, to where he doesn't feel he's good enough, or he's down on himself, or whatever other similar wordage you want to use for that, to where he feels like he can't be good enough for people that are good parents, such as Naruto, which is why he does what he does. I don't know if that'd be like a true self thing. I'd argue that over mask and wound, but yeah.
I mean, I like the idea.
Yeah. That'd be interesting if he. So like what you're saying with like Ada, or I guess what we're saying with Ada, if she overcomes her nonsense, she'll overcome omnipotence and it'll go away, or the love charm. If Kawaki overcomes the trauma from the abuse he experienced from his father, he might be able to live a normal life with Naruto. You could argue now it's too late, but like I'm talking about like from Kawaki's character perspective.
Yeah.
The problem is that even possible for him to do that? Not only is the trauma so
I think
rooted,
so,
but it's rooted from such a young age.
I mean, yeah, whether or not it will happen, it's up in the air. But I mean, I think we have clear signs that Kawaki hasn't healed those wounds in a variety of ways. The obvious symbolism of the vase, the still the hole, the fact that Kawaki has such a strong vendetta against the Itsuki because of what they did to him in the past, Ishiki in particular. Yeah, you could tell that like Kawaki hasn't healed this wound, the wounds of his past. But if he did, and he just accepted his identity on like there's a lot of things, but I definitely think Kawaki could, like Kurama said, live a normal life. It's just a matter of will he overcome that? And I definitely think he can. I don't know if he's gonna die tragically having never overcome it, or if he will overcome it and die, or if he'll overcome it and live, or what. I definitely don't think they'll have him not overcome it and live. It's like, but
I actually really like this as a concept though now. It's, like I said, so thematically rich. So I was thinking that it was pretty simple, the fact that he's gonna kill himself at the end of this because his actions, he views them as unredeemable, irredeemable, unforgivable. He will never be able to go back. He knows he's gone too far, and he's accepted that. And this is the justice, the consequence of his actions. He will accept his punishment by not being able to live with the rest of them. As long as they're safe, that's all that matters. I think another angle to take that is this angle, is that he doesn't think at the end of this, regardless of the actions, he doesn't think that he himself will be worthy of being able to live with them because he's just not a good person. And instead of viewing his own actions as a necessary evil or righteous or noble, he views them as not crazy, because I hate that word, even if he called himself that, blah, blah, blah. Screw your YouTube chat for freaking saying that. He's wrong. I don't think he thinks he's crazy. I think he thinks his actions are crazy. And I think because he has such self-doubt and pity for himself, and there's more words that I want to say here. Just a negative view of himself in general is basically the summary there.
He's self-deprecating.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you can word it. But the point is, because of all this, it's stemming back from his original trauma from his father that he never truly healed. He healed it most of the way through Naruto, but like in a way, not really, because he's still applying it to himself regardless of how he applies it to other people. He overcame how he sees other people, but he hasn't overcome how he sees himself. I love that.
Yeah,
wow.
Kawaki, like Jigen's there's that scene when Jigen's training with Kawaki, and you can always come back to Jigen's words because Kawaki wanted to reject it, but he actually believes Jigen is right. He believes he has nothing, no friends, no power, no talent, nothing, and he loathes his empty self and denies his own worth. Kawaki does all that / believes all that. He shouldn't, but he does. Jigen's words cut deeper than any blade for Kawaki. It's been ingrained into him. Yeah, dude, Zabuza is a screenwriter, bro. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Okay, but I think I love this because it's not one or the other. It's both. The reason he left in the Code Arc is both the actions of himself and himself in general. It's the fact that Naruto's a good person and the fact that he views himself as a bad person. We know this is consistent because it's not just Naruto. He views himself as an outsider, not from the Uzumaki family, but from the rest of the village. From
The
people
whole
that
village,
he
yeah.
doesn't view as great. From the people that the people that haven't earned the trust from him. The people that he doesn't view as high and mighty. He views Naruto as great. But even if he didn't view Naruto in the same way, if he didn't love Naruto, if he just liked him as any other person, he would still do the same thing, not because of Naruto, but because of himself.
Yeah, like he thought, he's like, like, I'm a troublesome outsider who stumbled into this peaceful village and brought nothing but harm to it. Like,
yeah.
Like Kawaki is putting all the blame on himself. Like he's very self-deprecating.
So
like
I really like this because
another
I
perspective.
thought that was like the junkyard dog backed into a corner angle that he has to survive in because it wasn't living, it was surviving from Jigen, the trauma Jigen instilled into him. I don't think it's that. I think this goes back to the trauma from his father. I think he's deluded.
I think it all started there.
Yeah, I think he's deluded into thinking it's Jigen. If you ask Kawaki, he would say it's Jigen. I think it's his father. After that,
it all started then. Like, obviously, that it's anime only, hearing a lot of the stuff with his dad, but even in the manga, like, his dad calls him a hollow, good for nothing, whatever, who's worth nothing more than being my punching bag. Like, he tells him he's empty, all the same as Jigen.
That's
They
what
just both
earlier.
said the same thing there.
No self-worth. He has no self-worth. He doesn't value himself. I think this works well because you
not
can
even
argue,
that, he denies his worth.
Yeah, I don't think this is the best argument, but I think you have at some level of a strong argument to say that Kawaki did heal in the Kara arc, the Ishiki arc, whatever you want to say. Him stomping on Ishiki was healing and therapeutic, and the fact that he had already lost the Karma Seal, the fact that he found a new father in Naruto. So hypothetically, if he did, I don't want to say he did, like hypothetically he did entirely heal from that entire Jigen situation and is moving on with his life, he still hasn't healed from his father. That's the only thing left.
That's one argument. There's another way to look at it, which is something I do talk about in the video I'm working on. Again, this got into something I didn't want to say, but it's like, if the series ended there with that scene, you just say like Kawaki did heal and he did forge his identity, blah blah blah. But he starts to regress a little bit immediately after, starting with Momoshiki, and then he kind of like moves forward again. But it's really a motto conversation with Kawaki that it really starts to go backwards in its own way. But some of that, like I said, I kind of just like, I should just tell you, but like,
well, personally, going off of just that, just going off of just that, I don't think he did fully heal, because even if he healed from Jigen, he hasn't healed from the entirety of the Jigen saga. Very clearly.
There's a reason why I think he didn't fully heal anyway.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things,
and this is where I was gonna say, this is another perspective you could say about him wanting to die after he theoretically kills Boruto and Code and unseals Naruto. Kawaki thinks that Naruto gave him a reason to live. Now, he doesn't say what that reason is, so it's up to interpretation. But without discussing what that reason is, if Kawaki believes that that reason is essentially irrelevant now after what he's done, then he would have no reason to live. So why bother living? Could be another reason why he plans to just off himself afterwards.
Yeah. Where I was going with this is, even if he healed from Jigen, he hasn't healed from the karma. He got rid of the karma, but he still views the karma in the same light. We know this because he didn't have the realization that he doesn't hate the karma, he hates the Otsutsuki, until after he had already reawoken the karma. Which means when he didn't have the karma, he hadn't healed from it, he just didn't have it anymore. In the same way you can have abuse, that doesn't mean you haven't healed from the abuse or whatever. So after he came to Naruto, he hadn't healed from Jigen's abuse, even though he wasn't currently taking Jigen's abuse. The same would just apply to the karma seal. He doesn't have the karma seal, but he's still being abused from himself mentally for the karma seal, because he hasn't healed from the trauma from the karma seal.
Yeah, and that's why he wanted to stamp them all out of existence, as he told Boruto.
Now that we say that, that's kind of funny. At the beginning of the Code arc, he should still hate the karma mark, and he's telling Boruto to make more karma marks. Kind of funny.
Actually, it is. Yeah, he literally just said, I'm gonna stamp them all out of existence. Oh, by the way, do you want to make another one?
Okay.
That's funny.
We need to stop getting too real.
He said no matter who has it.
Okay. So Nikolay continues by saying, and Mitsuki is a weird cyborg. I thought he said Cyclops. I was about to wait. What? Cyborg thing that is just there. I don't think he's a cyborg anyways. But,
he's not.
If she
I mean, you could argue, but I mean, he was a human created by science, not modified by science, as far as we're aware. So...
If she keeps going back to Kawaki, does that mean she has Stockholm Syndrome? No, because she was never abused by Kawaki. I don't care what. Himawari might be the new Rey Skywalker. You know what that means. I saw one of the movies.
Yeah.
The first one, in fact.
The sequels to Star Wars, the 3 sequels, are basically like 2 Blue Vortex. Nobody likes them.
I know, yeah. I saw the first sequel. That's the only Star Wars movie I've seen. Well, in full.
Really?
Like in a theater, yeah. In full.
Oh, well, that's the best one out of the sequels.
Well, to be fair, I know the story generally because it's in society. Freaking, you watch Family Guy. You've seen Star Wars.
Really
yeah, that's right.
Ruined it.
But anyways, Team Shikacho, y'all should sleep at this point. A new cope for Boruto fans is that we didn't dive upon many aspects in Boruto Part 1 is because it's a prologue.
Yeah, it was just a prologue. That's why it was incomplete. No, maybe the Omnipotence arc was just the prologue to the Omnipotence arc.
Nobody cares about Ada. Why are we even discussing her? The only relevance she has is her ability of omnipotence.
I think a lot of people just don't like Ada, is the thing.
Disagree. Dude, I think Ada's a great character. I don't know what people's problem is.
She is. People, I think, are... Well, just like Sarada, in chapter 76, they're just like, is that all she talks about? Love. They just don't like... It's not that it's bad, like a bad story with her. I think a lot of people just don't like her.
I think people ignore the good parts because they get so clung up on the bad parts.
Yeah, they're clung up on her being like, oh my god, that's so hot. Like, they don't like it.
They only see her blushing.
And I think that's
not the 99% when she's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sarada is much more important to the plot. It's the same with Sakura. They only think of like the 3 times she hit Naruto and not the several hours of storytelling of which are just great that she has. It's not a matter of not liking her. She is so badly written and the reason she exists. Well, she doesn't exist to do omnipotence. She exists for more than just that. But is only for power scaling purposes. Well, okay, so really quick, Salem, where does Ada scale? Out of curiosity. Another thing is that even when you kill the Otsutsuki that gave you your Karma Seal in Kawaki's case, he retains the 85% DNA that was extracted in him, even when Jigen dies and the seal vanishes, which is another reason why he might want to off himself at the end of this. One final FU to Jigen.
Yeah, because he's an Otsutsuki.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I do think it is beyond that, and I wouldn't have thought that if it wasn't for Sarada's line of, oh, well, what about yourself? But he's already technically thought about that, but you could interpret that line as, oh, he never even considered himself. But he was going to off himself anyways.
No, he definitely did from the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about why, though. Is it because he's Otsutsuki? Is that the was that even a factor?
Bro, that's the only reason that's trash. Like, let's add a little bit of like narrativeness behind it.
Well, I love myself, and I don't think I did anything wrong. But I'm Otsutsuki, so that's why I'm doing it. Just can't look past it.
See, that's where I don't like them saying because Boruto's Otsutsuki, that why else? It's like I wish that they would depict it. I know like Mello would disagree because they did it in chapter 79, but I think in Two Blue Vortex, they should call back to the fact that he's seeing Momoshiki in Boruto. It's not that Boruto is being an evil Otsutsuki, it's that Boruto is Momoshiki. And I think they could do a little bit better about depicting that, especially for the who knows how many Two Blue Vortex only fans. Like, as far as they're, actually hilariously enough, Two Blue Vortex only fans don't even know who Momoshiki is or that Boruto has him.
I don't think they've used Momoshiki's name yet.
They did once in chapter 1 when Sarada says, and what happened to Momoshiki? Even Shikamaru hounded Kawaki about that. That's all we've gotten. So they're like, wait, who's that? Like,
yeah, that's hilarious.
The only time he's been mentioned.
Yeah, but if the seal is gone, why does he retain the DNA anyways? Because it's the house and not the door. The door opened, but it doesn't exist, and there you go.
Bro, the way it works is bullshit. I'm just saying, like, it shouldn't work the way it does. I don't like it. It makes sense.
He opened the door that doesn't exist. What are you talking about? It makes perfect sense. They explained it, so it has to make sense because they explained it.
Yeah, they explained it, and I understand it. It's just, I don't like the way they explained it.
What people don't understand
like,
is
I really
the way
feel like it would just be better if like the seal just slowly weakens, just like Kurama, and when it's 100% open, the door is 100% open. Now 100% of the Otsutsuki's chakra and DNA can just flood out, envelop the vessel, and take over. Kind of like what happens, but ignore the overwriting of DNA part. So like Kawaki just isn't Otsutsuki until he's overwritten, basically.
Bro, this
like until the resurrection happens.
It's not just the story. This applies to the plot. If a story is trying to say something, that doesn't mean it's actually saying it. Just because a story explains something doesn't mean the explanation makes sense. And so what people like to do is they'll be like, oh, you clearly just must not have read the series. They already explained this. I know your argument. I've heard this. I've seen the series. I just don't agree with it. for a myriad of different reasons that I believe are stronger points than yours and completely debunk and counter everything or anything you could present, because I've already seen it all. I already know the arguments.
Yeah, like, and it's like, so there's between understanding what was said in the series and applying it to discussing whether or not it actually makes sense or should have been explained that way. Like, with a lot of the Karma Seal stuff anyway, it's like, yeah, we know exactly what they're saying. We understand how the rules work. We're saying the rules are bad.
Yeah. Like, for anyone who says that we're looking too far into it, what you're saying is that it makes sense as long as you don't think about it.
Literally.
Okay. Well, it looks like...
And I don't think this stuff's like the reason why, like, there's reasons why they did what they did. I get it. For example, immunity data's love charm. So they could have just freaking written that to be different anyway. But immunity data's love charm. Okay, that's one. I don't want to use this, but I'll use it anyway. So that Kawaki and Boruto could master chakra signatures in the Kodark, so they could just escape. Kawaki in particular there. And so that they could be fed to the Tendils. You know, I get that, but like, I feel like they could have just written that in a different way. Like,
so sorry, Nicolay, to answer your question as well as this next question. How does that make sense? It doesn't, and that's the thing. I can explain it to you in the same way the series explained it to me, but you've already heard that explanation, so it's not gonna help because it doesn't make sense.
you know, honestly, I was just thinking about half of what I was saying. About the Sasuke DNA thing. They could have just had it be that, like, it's the chakra within them that's important. So as long as Boruto has the karma, he can be a sacrifice. In Kawaki's case, he wasn't a sacrifice until he got his karma back. Now he can be sacrificed. Golden. Just apply that to the love charm. Although in this case, the gray area is, we'll code as a Sasuke chakra-based karma seal. So we have to figure out that one for the love charm, but it took care of the sacrifice part.
Dude, I know this isn't what they say, but it just feels like the DNA doesn't convert, but rather it's all just in the karma seal, and then it extracts all at once it reaches 100%.
I know, dude. Like, that's what should happen. It should just be all at the end.
But then it also doesn't make sense how their base gets stronger and how, like, they can fly in base and etc.
Exactly. Doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be the case. Like, and then it's like the whole, like, house door thing. The whole point was Kawaki can't access Ishiki's power without the karma seal, but he can access Otsutsuki powers without the karma seal. Huh? Like, you can, like, the way it works is you can use Otsutsuki abilities without karma, but you can't use that Otsutsuki's power without karma. That's so stupid.
They went from giving us bad explanations to giving us no explanations. They've just given up. They don't even want to bother giving us a bad explanation anymore. We're just not going to get explanations anymore. That's just it. We're just done with explanations.
Boruto just gives a theory for why the Shinjuu awaken, and Kurama just gives some theories for why he returned, and then he says, yeah, but it doesn't really matter why.
Yeah, we know that Boruto was seemingly trying to stop the Shinjuu because it'll spell the end. It's the worst future for all of us. That's the closest we're going to get. Not going to get anything beyond that. Oh, great. Okay. Well, Salam and Nicolay are having fun talking to each other. Salam, I don't think that you need to be 100% to use the Jogan because anime. And I think also you're saying that Ada doesn't have a reason to be in the series, but then she also has a reason to be in the series. So You contradict yourself there, and that's pretty much everything. Because you are saying a lot of stuff. So. And killing off Ada would do nothing for Kawaki's character development. I also wanted to tell you that as well.
Yeah,
At least not right now.
especially now.
Yeah.
Like, it's too soon to kill off Ada. Like,
Yeah.
you gotta build up to it.
Then again, they didn't build up the Inogene's death, so I guess maybe it's not too soon for them.
And yes, Amado should have a plan for Shibai sales. Alright, that's everything. It's freaking end. Extra long stream, 7 hours. We went even longer.
It's freaking end, yeah.
Over and out.